in absolute compliance. They would feel the overpowering need for the object of their fidelity, the confessor, to give them direction. That would be the only purpose of their life. It would be a terrifying emptiness in their existence to be without the direction of the confessor, who touched them with his power. The confessor could, at that point, command anything, and the person would be compelled to comply, no matter what the command was. If it is physically possible, they would without hesitation carry it out, even at the cost of their own life. Even if it wasn't possible, they'd still try with every fiber of their being until told by the confessor to stop, or until they died. The only purpose to their new existence would be to do as the confessor commanded. So, as you can imagine, the confessor would have but to ask, and the person would, without hesitation, confess the truth. They would be utterly incapable of lying. That part of them, the desire, the need, the ability to lie, would have been destroyed and forever gone. Who they were is irretrievable. When the confessor asks for the truth, telling the truth becomes the only thing that matters to the person touched by the power. Magda was horrified. How could you give that much power to anyone? Forearms resting on his thighs, fingers intertwined, he leaned toward her. We give swords to soldiers, don't we? The gifted have children who, through birthright, inherit deadly abilities. The men choose to serve as soldiers, or at least subjected to some degree of scrutiny. The child is gifted with powers without qualification and in fact may grow up to use those powers to cause great harm. Look at what Emperor Sulachan's followers do with their abilities granted to them through no precondition except birth. They use their power to destroy innocent people. On the other hand, the person chosen to be a confessor and invested with such power would have to be the right person, a rational person, a rare person who could be entrusted with such responsibility, as would the person entrusted to possess the key to the repositories of power. For the right person, either would be a tool. For the wrong person, either could be a weapon of evil. It is the mind behind that tool that matters. She was beginning to understand why the council had originally refused his request. I heard that the attempt to create the confessor is dangerous, and that it could even be fatal. You could very possibly kill a good person in the attempt to create a confessor out of them. He didn't look in the least bit daunted by the charge. If anything, he looked resolute. Yes, that's true. It's profoundly dangerous magic we're talking about here. I believe I can do it. But I can't be absolutely positive it will all work the way I think it will. Such a thing has never been attempted before. Dear spirits, as far as I know, such a thing has never been envisioned before. If I don't have every last bit of it right, it could all go terribly wrong in a heartbeat, and the person could be killed. There is that risk. He leaned toward her again, searching her eyes. But what is the danger of not trying? Despite all the efforts of our forces, towns and cities everywhere are being overrun. We are losing men by the thousands in battle, yet the horde from the south continues to pour north, coming to destroy us all. You yourself said that there is something going on in the keep, that you are searching for answers, that we are all in danger. The traitors are among us and very possibly plotting our destruction. We need to find those responsible. Do you think that the death of all of our people is preferable to the risks to the person chosen to become a confessor? Magda searched the depths of his hazel eyes, looking for some indication that he was misguided, or deluded, or even mad. She saw none. She glanced to the graceful women he had carved from white marble. This was not a man who did anything without fully appreciating every angle of it. I admit that you may have a point, she finally said. Magda had never liked the idea of magic altering a person. This was no different. It sounded horrific. She changed the subject back to what she had wanted to know in the beginning. What about the other wizards who have died? The ones people say died because of you. You haven't finished that part of the story. The impassioned animation that had been so evident in his eyes when he had been talking about the key and the confessor extinguished like a campfire in a downpour. He looked miserable to have to return to the subject. Magda felt bad for bringing him back to something that was so obviously painful for him. But all their lives were at stake. She needed to be able to find the truth.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Terry Goodkind presents The First Confessor, The Legend of Magda Sirus, novel by Terry Goodkind, and read by Kelly Fitzgerald. Chapter 51. Well, the thing is, as I've explained and as I hope you can appreciate, without the required formulas that are locked away in the Temple of the Winds, trying to make this kind of magic function for even the simplest form of the key, much less to create a confessor, is impossible. More than that, though, we're talking about very dangerous things here, things that are not to be taken lightly. Without the needed components, the attempt is guaranteed to fail and very well might be fatal. I can grasp why it wouldn't work without all the parts you say it needs, but why is even trying to make the key so risky? With a grim expression, Merritt lifted his fist so that she could see the signet ring he wore. On its raised center was a grace. The design of the grace was deeply engraved into the ring so that it could be used to make an impression in sealing wax. Magda remembered seeing that particular design of the grace left in the sealing wax of documents Baracus had received. Even as the ungifted person, you must be aware of the power involved in the grace when it is used by the gifted. She was. The grace represented the world of life, the world of the dead, and the way magic and creation linked them. The outer circle of the design represented the beginning of the infinite world of the dead. Inside that outer circle was a square, its points just touching the outer circle. Inside the square was another circle, just touching the insides of the square. The area between those two circles with the square represented the world of life. The inside circle was life's beginning, while the outer circle its end, where souls crossed through the veil into the eternity of the underworld. An 8-pointed star inside the smaller circle was the light of creation. Lines from the star's points radiated out across the inner circle, the square, and across the outer circle that also symbolized the veil to the world of the dead. The lines radiating outward from the light represented the spark of the gift that journeyed with everyone from birth, through life, and on into death. Magda imagined that those rays, those conduits of the gift, were what enabled Isidore, the living, gifted spiritist, to be able to connect with the spirit world beyond the veil. The gifted drew the grace when conjuring powerful spells in order to invoke specific forces. It added elements that nothing else could, but at the same time it was a dangerous tool and had to be treated with great respect. A grace was properly drawn from the outside toward the center, circle, square, circle, star, and then the rays back out across those elements. Everything inward and then back out. Drawing it improperly or in an improper sequence, when it counted, could cause magic to fail or even go terribly wrong. Drawn in blood, a grace could invoke alchemy of consequence. It was said that a person with enough knowledge and power could alter the grace and thus alter elements of it. Though a grace was a commonly used tool of the gifted, Baracus had often said that despite its seeming simplicity, it was rarely mastered. Not many people would dare to wear a grace. That alone said something important about his abilities. Merritt stared down at his ring, burnishing the design of the grace with the thumb of his other hand. He seemed lost in thought. Magda touched his wrist, making him look up. "You were saying?" His eyes focused again on her face. "I was saying that the spell forms in play to create a key are dangerously unstable in such combinations without the links from the rift calculations. You need those links to make the structure rigid. Only in that way can the various parts then fuse in the proper sequence. The Council wanted us to try anyway. They wanted the key completed. What happens if you don't have those elements? What happens if you try it without them? Without those rift and breach connectors, you can't stabilize the verification web and hold the spell form together. Without them, there is nothing to brace the various elements against. And those particular elements happen to involve both additive and subtractive magic. As you can imagine, letting the two touch in the wrong way, much less combine, is highly reactive. Almost as soon as you bring the structure up in a verification web, with those opposing elements both so openly contained within the formation, and before you can begin to activate the generation process, it begins to collapse in on itself. The additive and subtractive components attract each other as it implodes, accelerating the reaction. Anyone nearby trying to hold it together in order to bind and fuse the components into the key would be seriously injured or killed. It doesn't matter how you try to construct the web, or what different routines or sequence you use. Without all the parts needed to complete it, there is no chance that it might work. None. As far as I'm concerned, it's insanity for anyone to think that you can put those particular additive and the subtractive components together in that way without the necessary bridging elements and expect them to coexist. The attempt is not merely pointless. It's suicide. Wouldn't others realize that? Some do. But when people want something bad enough, they tend to fixate on the prize and ignore the dangers. The first attempt went as I had predicted and men died. Some people saw the risk as the price of the prize and wanted it to be the one to prove themselves better than anyone else. They think they will gain glory, being the one to make it work, yet more men died in subsequent attempts. "But you do that same kind of thing," she said. "You're a maker. You don't accept that something can be done. You figure out how to do things that are said to be impossible, so how can you fault them for wanting to make their attempts? The things I do that have never been done before are different. I study the problem and rationally analyze if it is really possible. Then, and only then, I work on how to do it. I develop a plan based on facts, not wishes. I know each step, each element's nature, and I know where the lines are. To an outside observer, it may seem that I'm attempting impossible things, but that's not the case." He gestured across the room toward a statue. "It's like carving. Before you make a cut, you know why. You know what to cut away. That's not what they're doing in this case. They are trying to carve, as it were, by hacking away without knowing what they're doing. They're substituting wishing for knowing. Some of the men I know understand the dangers involved, and were worried about attempting to make this key, but the Council insisted. Even in the face of deaths, they insisted that the effort to craft this sword continue. They've put all their hopes into wishing it to work. I refuse to be a part of it." Magda frowned. "I don't understand something. Is it a secret that the chests containing this power are locked away in the Temple of the Winds, and no one can get to them?" "No. Everyone involved in the attempt to make the key knows it. The chests were listed on the Temple's team manifest." "Then why is the Council so insistent that the key be made when they know that there is no use for it?" Merritt lifted his hands in a gesture of frustration. "Exactly. I made the same argument. They didn't want to hear it. Elder Cadle offered that it was a safety measure should the power ever be returned to the world of life. He said that we couldn't wait for something to go wrong and only then find out that we are unprepared to deal with it." "Elder Cadle said that?" "That's right. The Council wanted me to lead the team that was to make the key. I agree with their motive, but that doesn't mean it can be done. When I told them that it was impossible and would only get people killed, they became angry. They questioned my loyalty to the cause of the Midlands. They said that if I refused to help them and anyone was killed, it would be my fault. They thought that by putting me into such a position I would have to go along. And if I went along, then I would somehow find a way to make it work. They apparently have a great deal of faith in your ability as a maker, Magda said. Merritt could sit no longer. He went to the table again, where he leaned on his hands as he stared down at the sword, lying on red velvet. As Magda watched him, waiting for him to go on, his fingers lightly tracked the length of the blade's fuller. "It's as if they want us to be able to fly," he finally said. "And so they command people to leap off a cliff, flap their arms, and fly, thinking that because they have commanded it to work, it will. But then when those people plummet to their death, I'm the one blamed because I'm the one who told them the truth, that it wouldn't work." Chapter 52. "So you refused to lead them, and they went ahead with the attempt anyway," Magda said when he had been silent for a time. "Then what happened?" "What do you think happened? A lot of good men died for nothing, that's what happened." "I see." She remembered all too well the man down in the lower portion of the keep, lying sprawled on the floor dead, with a large fragment of a blade jutting from his chest. "Do you?" He shook his head without looking back. "You say that you think Baracus died for something worthwhile, so you at least have that consolation. These men died for nothing. What consolation is there for those they leave behind? Do you know what it's like to face the widows of such men? Men whose lives were wasted? Can you imagine the grief of those women, knowing that their husbands are dead, hearing that I'm responsible, hearing that I could have prevented it had I not been selfish, and instead helped them? Can you imagine what it's like to hear their children I've given rides on my shoulders, crying for fathers they will never see again? Can you imagine what it's like to have the widows, mothers, sisters, and daughters of men who died lie at your door all night, wailing inconsolably, blaming you for the death of their loved one? "No, I can't imagine it," Magda said into the stillness. She felt shame for being one of those who had so easily thought him guilty of the charge merely because she had heard it made. She had formed an opinion of him without ever meeting him. She felt a fool for so willingly embracing lies. "How could I convince people in such pain that I tried to prevent such needless deaths? They wouldn't listen. They wouldn't hear it. They believe the council's word that had I helped it wouldn't have happened. It's easier for the families to blame me than to try to grasp the complexities of the issue. They can't understand that even if I had stayed and led the effort, their men would be just as dead, and me along with them. Easier for them to embrace lies than the truth." Magda could hear children running up the street, playing a game as their barking dog bounded after them. She could only imagine the anguish of children very much like them losing a father. When they finally receded into the distance, the pall of silence again settled over the small, cluttered home. "That's why you moved away from the keep," Magda said aloud, as the realization came to her. His back still to her, he nodded. "That's why." She could see how much it hurt him to be put in such an impossible situation and so unfairly blamed. She understood why Baracus had said that he wished he could have helped Merritt. Magda rose and crossed the room to lay a comforting hand on the back of his broad shoulder. She finally understood the depth of the compassion Isidore saw in him. "Thank you, Merritt, for explaining it to me. I understand now. I'm greatly relieved that what people say isn't true, but at the same time I'm ashamed that I blindly believed that you were to blame for those deaths." He nodded his appreciation as he lightly touched the blade of the sword. "A lot of good people have died for nothing. I'm afraid that a lot more good men are going to die before they finally give up the attempt as impossible." Standing beside him as he turned toward her, she saw then for the first time a full view of the magnificent sword lying on the red velvet. The fuller ran the length of a gleaming blade that flared beneath side notches near the top. An aggressive, down-swept crossguard tapered to sharp points. The hilt was covered in tightly wound, perfectly twisted fine silver wire. Gold wire woven through the silver spelled out the word, truth. The beauty of the sword nearly took her breath. Almost involuntarily, she reached out and touched the hilt, her fingers trailing over the word truth, standing out in gold. She'd never seen such a thing done before. Merritt watched her for a moment. Then, as he lifted the sword, her fingers finally, reluctantly, came off the word truth. He laid the blade over his forearm and offered her the hilt. Magda couldn't resist letting her fingers close around it. As she gripped the hilt, lifting the weapon, she could feel the raised letters of the word truth with her fingertips on one side, and the woven wire letters of the word truth on the other side of the hilt pressing into her palm. She knew a thing or two about using a sword, but she was by no means expert with one, as she was with knives. This sword felt magical in her hand. Its weight and balance were extraordinary. It felt light, swift, and remarkably right. It also stirred something deep within her, called something forth in a way that she hadn't expected and didn't quite understand. The only way she could interpret it was that it felt rather like righteous anger boiling just beneath the surface of her awareness, wanting release. "This is meant to be the key," she whispered half to herself. He was watching her eyes. "Indeed it is, but as I've explained, I can't complete it." "It all makes sense now," she said, still speaking to herself as much as to him. "I understand what you meant about the magic of the key serving truth, and at the same time protecting the power. The power needs truth to work. Truth is reality, the laws of nature. They're inseparable. That relationship is represented by the sword woven into the hilt. That makes this a sword meant to serve more than just the power. It is also meant to serve truth." She at last looked up into his eyes as the realization came to her. This is the sword of truth. A warm smile softened his expression. "That's a good name for it. In fact, it's perfect. I don't know why I never thought of it myself. More than you realize, this sword serves truth on many levels and in many ways. I've always meant for the one who yields this sword to be a seeker of truth." "Thank you, Magda, for the clarity." He gestured to the sword in her hand. "From now on, it will always be known as the Sword of Truth." Magda lifted the blade upright, letting her eyes take in its graceful lines. Its fuller added not only lightness, which made it faster, but at the same time added strength to the blade. It was at once exquisite and deadly. Below the crossguard, the wire-wound hilt felt at home in her hand. "Where did you ever get something this magnificent?" His smile widened. "I made it." She again lifted the sword in astonishment, watching the light flare along the length of the blade. "You made this?" Merritt nodded. "Well, any would serve the purpose. This is the sword I made with the intent that it be the key. It has always been the sword I intended to invest with the power. I feel something. I can feel something stirring as I hold it." By his reaction, he was not at all surprised. "Like I explained before, we are all born with a spark of the gift. Though you are not gifted as such, you still respond to magic. This sword is invested with magic. That is what you feel." Magda frowned. "What sort of magic?" "In addition to preparing it to become the key, I also gave it abilities to help in its service to protect the power, as well as to serve truth. Those are the elements you feel." His smile ghosted away. "But that was before I knew that what I needed to complete it isn't in this world any longer. I won't let others use this sword to try to make the key because such a fruitful attempt would destroy it. At least the power is safe." Magda finally handed Merritt the sword. As his fist closed around the hilt, around the words truth on either side, she closed both hands around his, holding them tightly. They were close as she searched his eyes. "Answer a question for me." He shrugged, making no attempt to take the sword and his hand from under hers. "What do you want to know?" "How many chests contain the power that the sword of truth you hold is meant to protect?" He seemed reluctant, but finally answered. 3. Magda felt a tear well up and run down her cheek. The 3 boxes of Orden. Something more than the gift alone shone in his eyes. That's what the power was called before the star shift. How is it that you know that name? The name Orden is only used in the most ancient of sources. How is it that you know it? How could she tell him? How could she not? Chapter 53. Merritt, I have to tell you something. Concern creased his features. What is it? Magda cleared her throat, hoping that her voice wouldn't fail her. When Baracus returned from the Temple of the Winds, returned from the underworld, I was there in the first Wizard's Enclave waiting for him. I was, of course, happy to see him, and he was happy to return safely to me. But he was strangely quiet. I asked him what it was that so troubled him. Baracus told me that a great power, a very dangerous power, was no longer in the Temple of the Winds where it belonged. He said that it was supposed to be there, but it was gone. I asked him what he was talking about. He said that the 3 boxes of Orden were missing. Merritt's face went ashen. Missing? He said that much was not right in the Temple of the Winds. When I asked what he meant, he just stared off and was quiet for a time. He finally told me about the boxes of Orden and how important they were. I asked if he was certain they were gone. He said that the Temple of the Winds was a big place, but there was no doubt that the boxes were no longer there. Who else has he told about the boxes being gone? He said that he could tell no one but me. The Council doesn't know? No. I'm the only one who knows. And now you. I was waiting for the new First Wizard to be named. I had planned to tell him once he is named. One of her hands came off his holding the sword, so that she could grasp his muscular arm to urge his gaze back to her eyes. But I realize now that you are the one who needs to know, Merritt. You are the one I needed to tell. His face still hadn't regained its color. His gaze again drifted away to focus into distant thoughts. She couldn't imagine what he, having worked so long to create the protective key for the boxes of Orden, must be thinking. Thank you, Magda, for telling me, for trusting me. She nodded as her other hand finally slipped away from his on the sword. His expression abruptly turned expectant. Did Baracus say anything about the rift calculations for creating a 7th-level breach? Maybe he brought them back with him. Magda shook her head. I'm sorry. No, he didn't say anything at all about that. His momentary eagerness faded, to be replaced by suspicion. And the Council doesn't know about this? You're certain they don't know? Yes, I'm certain. Baracus said he could tell no one but me. I don't know why, but he was clear about it. He wouldn't have said such a thing unless he meant it. It makes no sense. How could the boxes of Orden not be in the Temple of the Winds? Merritt stared off again. I wonder if maybe someone else could go there to retrieve the formulas. I wonder if I could try it. I don't know how, but if I could— No, Magda said with an emphatic shake of her head. Baracus told me that there was much wrong at the temple. He said that it would be thousands of years before anyone again set foot there. That sounds ominous. I wonder why he said that. I don't know. But if Baracus said it, he must have known what he was talking about. That means that you or anyone wouldn't be able to get in. Merritt thought for a moment. The temple was supposed to be brought back to this world after the war is over and it's safe again here. Magda looked up at him from under her brow. Baracus was a war wizard. Part of that was his ability for prophecy. Maybe he meant that it wouldn't be safe in this world for thousands of years, and so it will have to remain banished. That's a grim thought. Maybe it's because of the other thing he said, though, that there is something seriously wrong there. Maybe it's not because of what's happening here in this world that it can't return, but because of the trouble there. I suppose that could be, Merritt said, deep in thought. That means that those things you need are never going to be within your reach. Merritt's shoulders sagged in frustration. That still doesn't explain anything about what happened to the boxes of Orden. If they aren't there, then they have to be here, in this world. It would seem so. She agreed. The temple team put the boxes there, in the temple, he said as he reasoned and thought out loud. Lothane tried to get into the temple to fix what the temple team had sabotaged, but he couldn't get in. Then, when Lothane's attempt to enter the temple failed, Baracus sent some of his best men to try to get in to find out what the temple team had done. When none of them returned, he finally went there himself. He confirmed the trouble there. That's right, Magda said. He gestured with the sword. That would seem to indicate that the boxes of Orden were never actually placed in the temple in the first place. That must have been part of the team's treachery. There has to be more to it than that. What do you mean? He asked. If the boxes were never there and no one else got in, then why did the Temple of the Winds turn the moon red in warning that something had gone terribly wrong there? Long after the temple team had been tried and executed for reason, something made the moon turn red in warning. Baracus sent wizards who failed to return and then went himself to answer the temple's call for help and find out what was wrong. Something had to have happened that made the moon turn red. I can't imagine what. Did Baracus give any hint? Magda's gaze dropped. He killed himself before I had a chance to really talk to him about it. She looked back up at Merritt. Maybe the boxes really were there in the temple all along, right where they belonged. Maybe someone else got in and took them. That's why the moon turned red. Merritt looked disturbed by the thought. Someone else? Like who? You mean the enemy? Magda shrugged. I don't know. But maybe someone got in and stole the boxes of Orden and caused the other trouble that Baracus spoke of. Maybe that's why the moon turned red. Merritt ran a thumb along his jaw as he considered. I suppose that's possible. Maybe it was the enemy. Someone Emperor Sulachan sent. Merritt looked over at her. That's a troubling thought. Besides that troubling thought, as I told you, there are a number of troubling things going on at the keep. I heard rumors of some of our wizards bringing the dead back to life. Do you know anything about such efforts? I've heard that they are working to try to learn about the weapons Sulachan had developed. Besides that troubling thought, as I told you, there are a number of troubling things going on at the keep. I heard rumors of some of our wizards bringing the dead back to life. Do you know anything about such efforts? I've heard that they're working to try to learn about the weapons Sulachan has developed, he said. I think that Isidore was helping with just that sort of thing. She was dealing with matters from the spirit world. Now, other strange things are going on. Enemy forces are harvesting the dead. They took all the dead from Isidore's town of Grandingard. Reports I've heard say they've taken the bodies from other places as well, and from battlefields. Why would they do such a thing? Merritt heaved a sigh. I don't know. Magda went to the wicker couch and retrieved the bundle she had brought along. Take a look at this. Chapter 54. Magda unfurled the wispy cloth bundle and held it up so he could see it the way it had looked when it had hung in the maze of hallways outside Isidore's place. Merritt set the sword back down in the red velvet and crossed the room, drawn by what he was seeing. She could make out his silhouette through the silky cloth as he ran his fingers over the spell forms drawn on it. This is remarkable, he whispered. I certainly think so. It saved my life. Merritt pulled the edge of the cloth aside to peer at her. What do you mean? The monster who killed Isidore came after me. He was no less intent on killing me than he had been on killing Isidore. He chased me through your maze. I was lost and trying my best to stay out of his reach. He finally trapped me in a dead end behind this cloth, but he couldn't pass it to get to me. This cloth somehow stopped him. Merritt lifted the side of the cloth out so he could examine all the symbols crudely painted on it. I can see why, he said as he studied the symbols. Isidore told me that the spells she drew were derived from her work as a spiritist, and that they were both powerful and significant. He was still studying the drawings on the cloth. There is no doubt of that. He shook his head as his gaze wandered from one symbol to another. I taught her the basics of these spell forms, but she has added some very peculiar elements to them. Isidore told me that the dead must heed them. Merritt glanced her way but didn't say anything. So she did. I can testify to the truth of what she said. Magda joggled the cloth. This is what stopped the monster, that dead man, from getting at me. He wouldn't go past it. Isidore said that the dead must heed the things she drew. There's another reason that I believe that this man who killed her was trying to kill me was actually dead. He heeded this warning. Merritt glanced her way. That might be true, but it's not necessarily the case. He took the cloth, draping it over an arm as he paced across the room, pulling folds aside one at a time as he considered the symbols lying across his arm. This is very disturbing, though, he muttered. These are keeper spells, meant to ward the dead. Keeper spells? Merritt, why was Isidore worried about dead people? Why did she have these keeper spells drawn on hangings in the hallways around her that stopped the dead? He looked back at her a moment. Perhaps because she had a reason to fear them, or perhaps it was only a precaution. She was dealing with the world of the dead, after all. That was her profession. Besides that, she was searching for spirits that are trapped in this world. Those spirits belong to the corpses that General Kuno took from Grandengard. But those are spirits of the dead, not the dead themselves. What are you getting at? Well, if what I've heard is true, and some of those wizards down there really are able to bring the dead back to life, or not really life, but, well, you know what I mean. What if they are creating monsters out of dead people, mindless slaves to do their bidding? Merritt arched an eyebrow as he handed her back the silky cloth. I have learned not to dismiss things that sound preposterous, but do you really believe that? She took the cloth from him and folded it back up. I don't know what I believe. She lifted the bundle. But I sleep under this. She thought that he might laugh at her. He didn't. Good girl, he murmured as he turned away in thought. Merritt, there are too many things happening that make no sense. I fear that something terrible is going to happen before I can figure it out, and no one but me seems to care. I care, he said quietly. She was momentarily caught off guard. She hadn't expected him to say that. It was what she had hoped for, more than she had hoped for, in fact. It was why she had come to see him in the first place, but she hadn't expected it. Thank you, she whispered. You're right, there are too many unexplained things happening, not only the things you mentioned, but others as well. In isolation, they each might seem innocent enough, or might be able to be explained away. But when you consider the larger picture, those things together become suspect. Do you know anyone who could help us get answers? He ran his hand back and forth along a curved iron piece of a strange, complex metal composition as he considered. It almost looked like a sculptural representation of verification webs she had seen before. I might, he finally said. Encouraged, Magda stepped closer. I'm listening. He turned to face her. Do you know about the defector? Defector? No. What defector? What are you talking about? Just within the last day or two, a sorceress from the old world, a woman who is rumored was close to Emperor Sulichan, arrived in the keep seeking refuge. I heard that she told people she wanted to join our cause. If that's true, she might know something about the enemy's plans. We know precious little about what is going on under Sulichan's rule. I never heard of her, Magda said. You're right, we definitely should talk to her. Do you know where we can find her? In the dungeon. The dungeon? Magda frowned. If she defected and wants to join our cause, why is she in the dungeon? I heard whispers that she was tried and convicted of being a spy and that she is going to be executed. Magda gaped at him. I never heard about any such trial. He lifted his brow. Why should you? You're a nobody, remember? Magda's mouth twisted. Before Baracus died, I used to know a lot more about the goings-on at the keep than I do now. She folded her arms. We need to go see her, find out if she can tell us anything. I already tried. They wouldn't let me talk to her. There have to be some people around who would be willing to help. As she considered the problem, Magda went to the table where the sword of truth lay, gazing down at it. Lord Rahl told me that some of the officers had given the devotion to him. Do you know which ones? Officers Rendell and Morgan have, she said. I trust them. Either would help me. They're both with their troops, somewhere outside of Eidendrill. General Grunwald of the Home Guard swore the oath as well, she said. I know him, although not well. He often came to Baracus with reports. Merritt nodded as he considered. I've only met him once or twice, but commanding the Home Guard, he could certainly get in to see a prisoner. He glanced her way. Do you know him well enough for him to get me in there to see this sorceress? I think I know him well enough for him to get me in there. I might be able to convince him to let you come along. He smiled briefly. It quickly faded. Let's hope they haven't beheaded her already, and that she would be willing to talk to us. We should do that first, then. Do you know anyone else you can trust? Merritt rubbed his jaw as he thought it over. I know lots of trustworthy people, but most haven't sworn the oath to Lord Rahl, so as trustworthy as they might ordinarily be, we can't trust that a dreamwalker isn't watching through their eyes. A lot of people don't take the threat seriously. That creates an opportunity the enemy can take advantage of. Then we dare not take a chance with any of them. I do know one person I trust, and he has sworn the oath. Who's that? She asked. He's assigned to guard the Sliff. I trust him, and I know that he's one of the gifted who believed in Baracus. Since he is usually with the Sliff, he sees a lot of important people coming and going. He also knows a great deal about the wizards at the keep. Who's doing what, that sort of thing. You mean Quinn? Merritt's brow furrowed. You know Quinn? Magda smiled. I grew up with him. When I was younger, I would sometimes go for walks with him in the forests around Idendrill, out to an isolated pond that was home to loons. You were sweet on him. Magda could feel herself blushing. No, nothing like that. I liked him. But we were just children. He was a couple of years older, though, and that alone made him seem quite impressive. But Quinn was more interested in his journals. Ah, yes, Quinn's journals. You certainly do know him, then. He pored through books all the time. He loved to study the past. He used to tell me that history shaped people's beliefs, and that one day he was going to be the keep's historian and write about all the goings-on. He seems to be well on his way, Merritt said as he lifted the baldric off the chair and slipped it over his head. He placed it over the right shoulder with a scabbard at his left hip. He has quite the collection of journals that he keeps down there with him as he guards the Sliff. It keeps him busy, Magda said. It's probably pretty boring being down there most of the time. Merritt picked up the sword and slid it into the beautifully tooled silver and gold scabbard at his left hip. Let's go see if you can convince General Grunwald to take us down to the dungeon. You take the Sword of Truth with you often? I never let it out of my sight. It already has certain conjured elements locked into it in preparation for the final process. I guess that's not to be now. But even with the powers it has, it's still a dangerous weapon. I wouldn't want it to fall into the wrong hands. She supposed it made sense. Magda scooped the folded bundle off the wicker couch, tucking it under an arm. On her way past the bookshelf, she paused, pointing at the tiny clay figures of people floating in the air, just off the end of a small scroll sticking out from under the shelf. Merritt, do you mind me asking what in the world this is? Merritt pulled the scroll off the shelf. The little figures floated around through the air, staying close to it. I call it a gravity well. Smiling at the little figures hovering in the air, she turned back to him. A what? If you toss something in the air, it falls to the ground. In a way, we're all like these little figures, pulled to the ground by gravity. He unfurled the scroll to show her that it had a spell form drawn on it. She was a bit alarmed to see that part of the spell form was made up of an altered grace. You created gravity in a spell? Not exactly. I created a spell that attracts specific things. I guess you could say that it only mimics gravity. In this case, I had it attract these clay figures, so they always are compelled to stay near the spell form, like we must stay on the ground because of gravity, so I call it a gravity well. What's it for? She puzzled at the paper and its clay people drawn to it. What is its purpose? Merritt shrugged. Nothing, really. It's just something I came up with while I was working on something else more important. I've never thought of a use for it, so I guess that it's just for my amusement. He folded the scroll up small enough to fit in his hand, The figures floated close. He took her hand and placed the small folded paper in her palm. Here, a gift for you to make you smile. Magda held the folded paper out in the palm of her hand, watching the small clay figures float around it. Really, I can have this? Sure. If you promise to smile that lovely smile you have when you look at it. She couldn't help smiling. I promise, she said as she gathered up the figures in her hand and put it all into her pocket. With 2 fingers on the crossguard, he lifted the sword a few inches and let it drop back into place, making sure it was clear in its scabbard. Now, shall we see if we can go talk to this defector before they behead her? Magda nodded and hurried to follow after him. For the first time since Baracus died, Magda didn't feel totally alone. She had someone who believed her, who took her seriously, someone who was going to help her. Chapter 55. On the stone bridge that spanned the vast chasm before the keep, 2 women crossing, near the short stone wall on the opposite side, spotted Merritt and momentarily froze in their tracks. Both were in long gray dresses and both had short hair. One was a couple of years older than Magda, while the other appeared old enough to be the first woman's mother. Magda saw blood on the younger woman's dress. Both threaded their way through the throngs coming and going from the keep to intercept Merritt. Mary, what's the matter? Merritt asked the younger of the 2 as she grabbed one of his hands. The older woman stood behind, expectantly wringing her own hands. The younger woman's face was tear-stained, and she was in obvious distress. It's James. He's been hurt bad. Hurt? Merritt asked, clearly alarmed. How? What happened? How badly is he hurt? He was working on an assignment from the council to make a sword of some sort. She had to pause to choke back a sob. James never talked much about the work he does, so I don't know a great deal about it. But earlier this afternoon there was some kind of an accident down in the lower regions. 3 of the men with him were killed outright by a massive explosion. 2 others standing farther back were hurt, but not seriously. James is in a bad way, though. He was closer and breathed in the inferno. They say it burned his lungs. He can't breathe. He's hurt bad, Merritt. As she fell against him sobbing, she clutched his black shirt in both fists. What will I do if he dies, Merritt? What will I do? It had something to do with magic gone wrong, the older woman added when the first succumbed to her tears, hoping that somehow the information might help him. Merritt cast Magda a look as he circled an arm around Mary's shoulders. His big hand gently held the woman's head to his chest as she wept. Magda knew what the look meant. Yet more men had just died and others had been hurt, in a futile attempt to make the key to the boxes of Orden. Are they healing him? Merritt asked. Are there gifted workers to heal him? No, he wouldn't let them, Mary sobbed, barely getting the words out. What? Why not? The older woman placed a hand on his forearm. James is asking for you, Merritt. But why? Why won't he let the gifted help him? Apparently he believes that you are the only one who knows enough about what they were doing, what elements are involved to have a chance to heal him. The wizards with him are trying to keep him alive until you could be found. But they told me that they don't know enough to heal him and they need you. It's only chance that Mary and I spotted you on our way down to the city to look for you. Hurry, please. Merritt, with one arm around the younger woman, holding her as she cried against his chest, put his other hand on the older woman's shoulder. Of course. He turned to Magda, concern shaping his features. I need to help James. Wait for me? Magda nodded. Hurry, help him. Magda put a hand on Mary's back. She knew what it was like to fear for a loved one. She knew the terror of it. She was getting tears herself at the sight of Mary's distress. At least this woman was not yet grieving her husband's death. Magda hoped that Merritt could prevent that from happening. Try to be brave, Magda said. Merritt will help. Your husband will need to see you being strong for him. The woman nodded as she reached out to squeeze Magda's other hand. I'll try. Where will I find you? He asked in a private tone. I'll either be in my apartments, Magda said, or in the storage room next door getting my things ready to move so the new First Wizard can have the space. Wait for me then, and I will come and get you as soon as I help James. His hazel eyes looked even more green in the late daylight, and they spoke more than mere words. He knew how important their business was, but at the same time he couldn't let a man barely clinging to life die if there was anything that could be done to save him. Merritt reached out and briefly touched Magda's cheek, then let the two women lead him away in a rush. Magda stood in the center of the massive stone bridge, still feeling the touch of his fingers on her cheek as she watched the three of them cross the bridge and race toward the gaping iron maw of the portcullis. It had been a small but rather remarkable gesture, she thought, as if to say that he understood the trouble they were in and to hold tight until he was back. Magda knew that healing a seriously injured person could take a while. If everything went right, it could sometimes be done in a matter of hours. But it could also just as easily take days. The man, James, was apparently a friend. He needed Merritt's help, or he would certainly die. Merritt, of course, had to go help to try to heal him. Magda would expect no less of Merritt. But Magda didn't think the rest of them had days to wait. The boxes of Orden were missing. Dreamwalkers were haunting the keep. Traitors were among them. People were dying mysteriously. And dead men hunted among the dark passageways. Magda knew that no one else but Merritt even believed her. Chapter 56. As a jumble of thoughts fought for her attention, Magda gazed out over the stone wall at the side of the bridge and down into the vast chasm. The split in the mountain spanned by the stone bridge dropped nearly all the way to the very floor of the valley. Clouds frequently drifted by below the bridge, but not this day. This day a humid haze dimmed the details far below. A flock of birds passed beneath the arch of the bridge, and far below them trees clung in places to small ledges in the cliff. Far down at the bottom she could just make out boulders. The boulders reminded her of the ones below the cliff, where Baracus had jumped to his death, and she almost had. At that thought she had to turn away from the dizzying drop. The dark, soaring stone walls of the keep caught the last warm rays of the setting sun. The humid air had gone dead still as the day neared its end. Magda stood gazing out at the blue haze of mountains in the distance across the other side of the bridge, unsure what to do, unsure how long she dared wait for Merritt before she had to go without him, down to the dungeon to look for the enemy sorceress. Someone coming across the bridge caught her eye. It was Councilman Sadler. He looked grim as he strode resolutely across the bridge, head bent, watching the ground before him as if in a daze. Magda stepped out and gently caught him by the arm. "Councilman Sadler, good afternoon." "Magda." He blinked at being so suddenly jarred from his thoughts. "Good afternoon." As he started away, Magda held on to his arm, pulling him to a stop again and keeping him from leaving. "What's wrong?" she asked. He scowled unhappily. "Am I that obvious?" "No, not at all. Just a feeling I had when I saw you. Is there anything I can do for you?" He peered at her a moment. His clear eyes behind drooping lids finally looked away from her before he spoke. "The council has made some decisions," he said. "You caught me thinking over the matter. And you don't like what was decided?" "I can't say that I'm entirely in agreement with their determinations." It was uncharacteristic for him to voice such personal feelings about matters decided by the council. He was usually quite stoic. With thoughts of all the trouble at the keep still in her head, she decided not to let the matter go. "May I ask what they have decided that troubles you?" He pressed his lips tight for a moment, thinking it over, but then he finally relented. "People will know soon enough. Won't be a secret for long." "Have they named a first wizard?" she gasped. "Is that it?" He straightened and studied her face before finally letting out a sigh. He gazed off at the city far down in the valley. "Yes, and more." Puzzled, Magda was not about to let the matter go without more details. "I don't know what you mean. What more?" He came out of his private thoughts and glanced around to see if anyone was close, then took her arm and led her over to the stone wall edging the bridge. Women carrying bundles hurried past on their way back from markets in Idendrill. Men walked before carts pulled by mules or rode in wagons piled high with supplies of every sort, from firewood to barrels of salted fish. A double column of soldiers coming from the keep rode past on big black horses. Their breastplates reflected the amber glow of the late daylight. Chainmail and armor jangled as the horses trotted past. People scurried out of their way. All the equally big men carried lances at a perfect upright angle. These heavily armed men, called the Black Lancers, were some of the most lethal soldiers in the Home Guard. Besides wearing black tunics beneath their armor and chainmail, they also proclaimed their identity with long black pennants as well as their beautiful black horses. Sadler watched the Black Lancers gallop away once they reached the far side of the bridge. He waited until all the nearby people continued on their way again, waited until the two of them stood apart from everyone crossing the bridge. "You're a good woman, Magda, always fair and always well-reasoned. So, I'll tell you before you hear it elsewhere tomorrow." Magda tilted her head toward him so as not to miss his quiet words. "What is it, Councilman Sadler?" "Lothane has been named First Wizard." Magda's mouth hung open. It was a moment before she finally found her voice. "Lothane? Head Prosecutor Lothane? That Lothane? He has been named First Wizard? Are you serious?" "Quite serious." Sadler's expression was grim. "His installation will be held soon, within a matter of a few days, I would expect, although I've not been informed of exactly when. With pressing matters of the war, the Council wants to forgo the usual large public events such as when Baracus was named. They want it to be somewhat smaller than is customary, in order to hurry arrangements along so he can get on with the business of First Wizard." Magda was too stunned to know what to say. "That's not all," Sadler added. He gestured down the mountain. "I'm moving down to my cottage in the woods. No need for me to live at the keep any longer. But the Council," his eyes still as sharp as ever, flashed her way. "I won't be sitting on the Council." Magda blinked. "What do you mean?" He looked suddenly uncomfortable, even embarrassed. "I have been dismissed." Magda had to run the word through her mind again to be sure so she heard it correctly. "Dismissed? You can't be dismissed. Unless, of course, you have been convicted of—" "No, no, nothing like that," he said as he waved with a gesture to indicate that she had gotten the wrong idea. "Then what do you mean you've been dismissed? How can you be dismissed? By whom?" "Lothane." Magda stared a moment before again having to remind herself to close her mouth. "I don't understand." He grimaced a little as he looked away from her. "Lothane suggested, and the rest of the Council agreed, that changes needed to be made so that decisions in such difficult times could be more easily reached. With 6 members on the Council, we were often deadlocked. But it's supposed to be that way so that a majority can't run roughshod and dictate. 6 members is meant to be more deliberative, meant to promote a measured pace in the Council working toward the truth. It prevents rash decisions." He gestured with a flick of his hand, as if he agreed with her but could do nothing about it. It was thought that in wartime, with problems such as we now face, what the Council needs most is the ability to reach swift rulings. 5 members gives them that ability. 3 members in agreement is all it takes now to pass a proposal. Magda didn't know what to say. She had known Sadler for a long time. She had brought matters before him for several years. He hadn't always agreed with her, but unlike some of the others, he had always listened with an open mind. She reached out and laid a hand on his forearm. "I'm so sorry. Are you going to be all right?" He again waved off her concern. "Don't worry for me. I'll be fine. I always wanted to spend more time in my quiet little cottage in the woods. Since my wife passed, well, I guess that I could use some time to reflect. Worrying about matters of war are probably too harsh a burden for me anymore. At least, that was what the others said. A slight breath of breeze pulled some of her short hair across her face. Magda pushed it back. "Can I come see you sometime?" He grinned and pinched her cheek, something he had never done before. It was an extraordinary gesture that stunned her. "I'd like that, Magda. I'd like that." He seemed so much less reserved than, in her experience, he had always been. His weathered, wrinkled face looked tired. She thought it must be that he had believed he had to present a measured and resolute facade appropriate to being a councilman, now that mask had faded away to reveal the man beneath it. As he started away, she watched him turning his back on the keep, on a life's work. He looked hunched and older to her than he ever had before. Magda suddenly thought of something and called out to him. Chapter 57. Magda took a step away from the stone wall at the side of the bridge. "Councilman Sadler." He stopped and turned. "It's just Saul now. I am no longer a councilman, I am just Saul." Magda smiled a sad smile. "I'm afraid that I could never in my life bring myself to call you anything other than Councilman Sadler." He accepted the sentiment with a slight smile and a nod. "If you wish. I guess my ears are accustomed enough to the sound of it, and as long as we are alone, I guess that there is no one to object." Magda glanced around to make sure that no one was close. Everyone looked to be mostly concerned with their own business and in a hurry to get where they were going before it got too dark. They didn't pay the two of them undue attention, although people who did recognize him stared for a moment on their way past. Magda took another step, closing the distance to him so that there was no chance that anyone could overhear them. She again glanced around. "Councilman Sadler, can you tell me anything about a woman, a sorceress from the old world, who defected and came here to the keep to join our cause?" He rubbed a hand back and forth across his mouth as he thought it over. He lifted a finger. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I do recall now that Lothane mentioned something about a woman coming over from the enemy side, claiming to want to change her loyalty. I think you're right that she was a sorceress. He said that she was a spy, though. Could that be the woman you mean?" "Most likely. Do you know anything about her?" "I'm afraid not. I never met her. Why do you ask?" Magda didn't want to say. A councilman, of all people, would certainly be a prime target for a dreamwalker. For all she knew, there could be a dreamwalker hiding in the shadows of his mind at that very moment, watching and listening to her every word. She had to be careful. She also had to think quickly. She lifted a hand in a casual gesture. "I was hoping that maybe she might be able to help in our war effort. If she really did come from the old world, I was hoping that maybe a woman like that would know something that could help us." For the first time, his expression turned suspicious. "You mean, like, with information about the dreamwalkers? Such as what tasks occupy their attention and how far they've gotten?" Magda showed a brief, if insincere, smile. "Well, yes, that had crossed my mind, but I was thinking in a more general nature. We could use all the help we can get." He nodded. "Sorry, but I can't say. Not because I wouldn't tell you, Magda, but because I don't know anything." "I see. Well, thank you anyway, Councilman Sadler." She smiled again, but sincerely this time. "I'll try to visit you soon and see how you're getting along." He smiled warmly in return. "I'd like that, Magda. I'd like that very much." He took a step, but then paused and turned back to her. He laid a hand on her shoulder, his fingers tightening as he drew her a bit closer. "Of all the people who came before us, Magda, you were the one who always represented truth. I want you to know that." She suddenly felt a bit guilty for being deceptive in her answer about the sorceress. But it was a pretense necessary to protect lives. The dreamwalkers, after all, could be anywhere. "I came before you to represent those who have no voice." He smiled a sly smile as he let the hand drop. "No, not exactly. You did not speak up for the deceitful, the covetous, the greedy who have no voice. You spoke only on behalf of the innocent. or those of principle who have no voice. You came before us to represent truth. Others on the council may not have noticed the distinction, but I want you to know that I always did. Though you are not gifted, there is power in a voice such as yours, power in truth. Our reasoning minds, after all, are where our greatest ability lies. Though you are not gifted, that ring of truth resonates with people more than you know. There are things going on at the keep that I don't understand. Perhaps others do, perhaps even you do. But I don't. As a councilman, I was, in a way, shut off from many of the real goings-on around us. I saw only what was shown to me. In that capacity, I saw a great many people who came before us for a great many reasons. You, Magda Cirrus, were the only one who always came before us concerned only with the truth. We live in dangerous times. We may be living in the end of times. If we are to survive, we need truth more than anything else. Of all the people I have known, you are the only one who stood out to me as someone dedicated to finding the truth of things. I doubt that you have any idea how rare that is. Don't ever give up on that calling, Magda. Know yourself. Know who you are. Though few would admit it, even those on the council, I truly believe that we all need you. Magda was stunned to hear him say such things. But I'm not even gifted. She almost said that she was a nobody. I'm not able to do much on my own. His smile returned. Standing for truth is everything. Truth is power. Don't ever forget that. I won't. Thank you, Councilman Sadler. He smiled at the title. Oh, and Magda, I want you to know that I took your advice. My advice? What advice? He lifted an eyebrow. Your advice to give the oath, to Lord Raw, to protect our minds from the dreamwalkers. Magda stared at him. You did? When? He smiled. The night after you came to the council covered in blood. Like I said, I know that you are the only one who came before us concerned with nothing more than the truth. As soon as I was in my room that night, I went to my knees, as you had instructed, and gave the 3 devotions to Lord Raw. Magda hoped for his sake that he was telling the truth. Did any of the other council members swear the oath? He shrugged. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I would not tell any of them, and I'm sure they would not tell me. I just wanted you to know that if you do come to see me, you can speak your mind without worry of a dreamwalker hearing it. Magda grinned. Councilman Sadler, you are a devious man. He returned the grin. How do you think I have managed to live this long? Be well, Magda Cirrus, and be true to yourself. I will. And please take good care of yourself. You can never tell when the Midlands may have further need of you. As Sadler once again started out across the massive stone bridge, mingling into the crowds, Magda felt a breeze kick up. She glanced to the horizon and noticed a black band of clouds. The hot, humid weather had been a harbinger of approaching storms. Before passing under the iron fangs of the portcullis, she gazed up at the massive dark walls and towers of the keep, rising up into the darkening sky. The silent keep seemed to be waiting for her, waiting to swallow her up. Magda was alone, again. Even though she had only just met him, she missed Merritt being with her. There was something about him unlike anyone she had ever met. It felt easy, natural being with him. But now, she was alone. Chapter 58. Magda was just closing the heavy mahogany door to her apartment when she heard footsteps and then a knock. She thought it might be Merritt, even though she knew that it was too soon for him to be back. Unless he had been unable to help James. She pulled open the door. Lothane filled the doorway. He smiled in that private sort of way he had whenever he looked at her. It was a lecherous look that always made her skin crawl. After taking a quick appraisal of the room dimly lit by a half-dozen lamps, the man's black eyes again fixed on her. She could tell by the way he was looking at her that he was having some kind of private thoughts about her, thoughts she was sure she would not like. Magda wanted to slam the door in his face, but she thought better of it. She had already pushed him to the edge once before. It would be risky to do it again now, when they were alone and he didn't have to worry about witnesses. The word of the head prosecutor would be taken at face value if she were to end up dead. Enough people already thought she was disloyal to the Midlands that anything he said would likely be believed. He smoothed a hand over his short, wiry black hair and down the back of his bull neck. His shoulders and arms were as beefy as his neck. Though he had more formal, dignified clothes that he often wore when conducting official business, such as during trials, this night he was wearing unadorned brown robes, a simple reminder of his high rank as both prosecutor and wizard. Lavish outfits were all too often worn as a pretense of status, since the poor could not afford fine clothes. Plain, modest robes were meant to be a humble reminder that even those of the highest standing were still mortal. More, though, they were a subtle statement to all that they were of such high rank that they didn't actually need to prove it with stylish attire. Their rank transcended fashion. Those seeking standing would only look silly should they try to mimic the standing with simple robes, since everyone would know they were pretenders. So they were left the middle ground of finery to scrap for standing. "Good evening, Magda." She didn't like the arrogance of his informality any more than she liked his greasy smile. She stuck to the proper address, Prosecutor Lothane. His smile widened into a smug grin. "First Wizard Lothane," he corrected. She bowed her head slightly with a single nod. "Congratulations. You come into a difficult role with the heavy burden of a terrible war. The people of the Midlands will wish you well with such responsibility, I'm sure, in the hopes that you might guide us safely through these troubled times." She wondered if he was to also remain as head prosecutor. That would allow him to retain his private army, but she didn't want to ask and prolong the conversation. "Yes, a grim duty and heavy responsibility has been placed upon my shoulders," he said in an indifferent tone, his gaze wandering beyond her to the apartment within. It occurred to her that he was checking to make sure that she was alone. He started to step past her into the apartment, then stopped. "Oh, I'm sorry, Magda. Where are my manners? Here I was already thinking of the place as mine. Forgive me. May I come in?" Magda stepped back, opening the door wider. As she did, she noticed his large contingent of personal guards down the hall. "Of course, it's your place now. Or at least it will be once I am able to have my things moved out. I will try not to delay you any longer than necessary." She couldn't seem to make herself call him First Wizard. "As a matter of fact, I'm here to discuss that very subject with you." Magda didn't give him the satisfaction of asking what he meant. He wasn't at all a shy man. He liked the sound of his own voice. She knew that he would get around to it in his own good time. He didn't need her prompting. He strode into the room, peering about, taking in all the furniture, the gold-fringed draperies, the plush, multicolored carpets, the richly plastered walls, and the layered cornices at the edge of the ceiling. He ran a finger over a sideboard of banded mahogany that was beautifully inlaid with silver stems and leaves. It had been a wedding gift from Baracus, one of many. She hadn't liked the idea of Baracus getting such opulent furnishings. She didn't want people to say that he had only been able to win such a beautiful young woman into marriage because as First Wizard he was able to shower her with lavish gifts and provide her with a home like a palace. He had gotten her the gifts anyway. When people thought what she had feared, he had laughed it off and said that he didn't care about gossip because he knew better. He had insisted that the place needed the warmth if she was to live there. Magda had never in her life lived in such splendor. As beautiful as the surroundings were, though, they had never meant all that much to her. In fact, she preferred the small storage room because that was where Baracus's workbench was. She had often sat on her throne of an old crate and watched him work. "Nice," Lothane said, still looking around. "Very nice. You've obviously gone to a great deal of expense and effort adding a woman's touch to what used to be rather cold quarters." "I can't take credit. It was all Baracus's doing." He glanced back briefly, looking like he didn't believe her. He strolled past a wall of books in arched bookcases. Well, he created quite the comfortable home for you here. It's not my home. It is the First Wizard's home. She moved to the door, hinting that now that he had seen enough of the place that would soon be his, she expected him to be on his way. She wasn't going to show him the rest of the apartment. He could see the other rooms once she was gone. I really should get to packing my things. The sooner I move out, the sooner you can move in. He returned to stand before her. His burly build seemed all the more intimidating standing so close in front of her. She forced herself not to take a step back as she casually moved her hand closer to her knife, hidden in the small of her back, beneath her dress. A small slit in the dress provided access to the weapon. His smile was back as he fixed her in his gaze again. That isn't necessary. I don't know what you mean, she said. Moving out, he said offhandedly. It isn't necessary. You see, I think that it's time that we came to an arrangement. Even though she was truly puzzled at his meaning, she didn't want to coax him into talking about it. She simply wanted him to leave. No arrangement will be necessary. If you will leave me to it, I will pack up my things and move out as quickly as I can, so as not to inconvenience you. You are to be First Wizard, so this place is to be yours as well. No, I mean that we can make an arrangement so that you don't have to leave. He gestured briefly around the room. It's such a beautiful home. This place really does fit you. I want you to stay. Stay. I don't need... as my wife. Chapter 59. Magda stared, unsure that she had heard what she thought she'd heard. What? I have decided that it is socially appropriate for a man of such standing as the First Wizard to have a wife. She was beginning to grasp more graphically the nature of the thoughts that had been so evident behind those black eyes. What in the world would make you think... She checked herself, rethinking the wisdom of the insult she had been about to make. What makes you think that I would in any way make an appropriate wife for you? His gaze drifted down her curves. Oh, I think you will do just fine. When the calculating look finally made it all the way back up to her eyes, his tone turned a bit more serious. You see, you have already been the wife to a First Wizard. You know the protocols. You are familiar with the duties. You handled household matters admirably for Baracus, relieving him of menial tasks. And you will do the same for me. There are maids and such assigned to handle household matters. They come with the apartments. You will do just fine with their help. Be that as it may, there are larger issues at stake. You are a woman who also needs the protection of an important man. Magda was getting the distinct feeling that there was a hidden agenda that he was working toward. Protection? He shrugged. Of course. Your being the wife of the new First Wizard will bring an end to the questions about your allegiance. It would put to rest the whispers about your apparent loyalty to Lord Rahl over the Midlands. It would help disassociate you from the irregular matters Baracus was entangled in. It would also bring an end to suspicions about all the strange things you have been up to lately. Strange things I've been up to? What are you talking about? You have been sneaking about, trying not to be seen, hiding your face. In other words, you have people spying on me? It so happens that as the former wife of the First Wizard, I simply want to avoid undue attention. The fact remains that a virtuous woman, a woman with nothing to hide, would not do such things. It makes people wonder about you, wonder exactly what you have been up to. Very unsavory behavior for someone of your standing. He glanced at her short hair. Or should I say, former standing. If my loyalty to the Midlands and our cause is so suspect, why would you, as First Wizard, want to have a woman like that as a wife? More to the point, you are many things, but you are not stupid. You know what I think of you. Why would you be so interested in protecting my virtue? His smile widened. Your virtue? You think I care about your virtue? I have use of you, that's all. Saving your reputation and perhaps your hide is merely a plum I offer in return. You have use of me? What use could I possibly be to you? He glanced back over his shoulder, then returned his gaze to her eyes. Why don't you show me the bedroom, Magda? And I will make clear to you one of your many uses to me. Magda could feel the blood rush to her face. She worked to control her voice. Yelling at him was not going to get her to the bottom of what this was really all about. You're a powerful man. You can have your pick of most any women. A few of them might even be willing. The rest you can easily afford. You don't need me for that. His grin remained in place. That may be true, but I would rather have you. The most unobtainable of all flowers is the most desirable, don't you think? It would prove me the most worthy of any man at the keep to win the widow of Baracus as my wife. I wasn't aware that your self-confidence was so shaky. His smile finally departed, leaving a grim expression. Self-confidence is not my problem. How people perceive me is. You see, having you as my wife would give me credibility as First Wizard. It would put people in mind of Baracus. It would put us on the same plane. I would be his equal, and as his equal, I would have the same woman at my side. Magda gritted her teeth. You are not the equal of Baracus. He chuckled. My dear, you will reconsider that after our first night in bed together. Get out, Magda growled through gritted teeth. She pointed through the open door. Leave. His humor vanished as his pinched expression took on a vicious cast. He jabbed a beefy finger against her shoulder. Now, you listen to me, Magda Cirrus. You've caused a lot of trouble here in the keep. Trouble that has spread down to the city. I don't know why, but there are a lot of people who believe in you. You got everyone in a fearful uproar. With your bloody show before the council session, when you put your wild theories about dreamwalkers out where people could hear them. Far worse, though, are your disrespectful and despicable accusations against me. Improbable as it seems, those insulting charges brought by a nobody have caught the attention of many. Those accusations have found support and created divisions within the keep. You have disgraced and discredited me in the eyes of some. Your allegations have made people less willing to trust me, to follow me. We are at war, and you have created speculation, divisions, and suspicion when we instead need to be united. Your theories and fanciful notions have shaken people's trust in the Council's wisdom, and especially in my authority. You have undermined faith in me. You, Magda Cirrus, have become a threat to order and therefore to our cause. If you care about the Midlands and the people, as you claim, then you would see that it is your duty to bring peace among them. You are the cause of the dissension and discord, so it is your duty to put an end to it. By marrying me, you will put to rest all the absurd theories flying around the keep. Absurd theories started by you. The gossip and speculation will end. You becoming my wife will calm fears and bring suspicion to an end. It will show people that your behavior was only your grief playing tricks on your weak, feminine mind. Marrying me will put an end to the whispers about you, and especially about me. Marrying me will silence the dissent that is brewing, will restore unity to the people. You are going to marry me in order to restore faith in my unquestioned authority, faith you undermined. You are going to do this for the good of the Midlands. I am not going. This is not a matter open to debate. It is for the good of our people, and you are going to do it. He smoothed a hand back over his bull neck and calmed his tone. Now, I will give you a chance to think it over. It's a big step, remarrying, but it will do you good and give you a renewed purpose here at the keep. I hope that you don't make it any more difficult for yourself than it needs to be. Either way, I can assume that you, in the end, one way or another, you will be married to me and serve me as a good and loyal wife should serve her man and her leader, the First Wizard. He leaned close, his teeth clenched. as he jabbed his fat finger into her shoulder over and over, punctuating his words. "That is the road of life you are going to travel. Don't make that road any harder than it needs to be." Magda ignored the throbbing pain from his finger jabbing her shoulder. "I told you to get out." He flashed her a cold, patronizing smile. "So you see, since you will be marrying me, you will be remaining in your apartment, or should I say, our apartment, surrounded by the luxury to which you are accustomed, living the privileged life of the wife of the first wizard. Fears and doubts about the leadership of the Midlands will soon be forgotten when people will see you faithfully at my side." "I asked you to leave." Magda's heart was hammering so hard with rage she couldn't think straight. He gestured. "You will have to let your hair grow out, of course. It's only fitting for the wife of the first wizard to have long hair. I told you." "Is there a problem here?" Magda turned. Merritt filled the doorway. Chapter 60. Merritt had Lothane fixed in a dangerous glare. "No, there's no problem," Magda said. "Prosecutor Lothane was just leaving. He had a minor issue to ask me about, but as it turns out, I'm afraid that I'm unable to help him with it." Lothane stared at her for a moment, as if to say that it was already decided, and he would have his way, before letting his icy look move to Merritt. "What are you doing here, Merritt?" The two men glared at each other like two stags unexpectedly encountering each other in an open meadow. She knew that she had to do something before one of them decided to. "I asked him to come," Magda said into the dangerous silence. Lothane's brow twitched as he looked over at her. "You asked him to come? Why?" Before Merritt could say anything, Magda replied, in an offhand manner, "Baracus was a maker." "What does that have to do with anything?" Lothane asked before Magda had a chance to explain. "Well, when the council told me that they needed the apartments for a new first wizard," she went on, "I told them that I would find a new place and move my things out. I'm in the process of picking them up, but I have no use for Baracus's old tools. I heard that Merritt is also a maker, so I offered him the tools. They aren't of any use to me. I thought they not only might be of some use to Merritt, but it would save me the trouble of moving them. Besides, I won't have the room for them in my new quarters." Lothane smoothed a hand over his head as he considered what she said. "I see." Lothane's legendary temper was balanced on a knife edge, and she knew that it could go either way. She was overwhelmed by what he had told her, and she needed time to think. But if she didn't do something to cool him off, or at least move him into another direction, there was going to be trouble. With Lothane's private army filling the hall, she knew that Merritt didn't stand a chance. "I'm glad that I was here and had the chance to show you the quarters," Magda said before he could say anything. She gestured to the door. "If you're finished inspecting them, then I will see to getting rid of Baracus's old tools and move the rest of my things out as soon as possible." Magda had always thought of Lothane as a sizable man, but next to Merritt, he looked almost puny. Still, one man was no match for all the soldiers in green tunics. For whatever reason, Lothane took the opportunity to pass up an ugly confrontation. He flashed her a cold smile and a meaningful look. "Of course." He bowed his head slightly. "Thank you, Lady Cirrus, for listening with an open mind to my proposal. We will be coming to an agreement on it very soon, I assure you." Lothane let his gaze turn to take in Merritt. From his long wavy hair to his boots, and back up again. It was a condescending examination. "Didn't anybody ever tell you, boy, that real wizards don't need swords?" Magda expected the trouble to begin, but Merritt instead did something that surprised her. He grinned. As he leaned against the door frame, he shrugged with his other shoulder. "I'm compensating for my many inadequacies." Lothane arched an eyebrow as he bowled the taller man out of his way. "I imagine you are." Merritt looked back over his shoulder, watching Lothane and the prosecutor's private army depart. "What did he want?" Merritt asked, his grin gone. "A wife." "What?" Magda waved off the question. "I'll tell you later. What about James?" Merritt sighed. "I got lucky. He was having a lot of trouble breathing. They thought his lungs had been burned when he inhaled the illumination from the explosion of the collapsing web. They just didn't understand the reaction caused by the combination of spells involved. Those spells were still stuck together, I guess you could say, still reacting and suppressing his ability to breathe. Once I decoupled the elements of the spell forms to cease the reaction, he could breathe again. He's still hurting, but the others can heal him now. We have more important things to worry about. Magda let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Merritt didn't look to share her relief. There are still 3 other wives mourning the deaths of their husbands. Magda nodded. Let's go next door, to the storage room, just in case Lothane comes back. I told him that you were here for Baracus's tools. Let's not give him any excuse to think we're up to something. Chapter 61. As they walked into the storage room, Merritt swept an arm out to ignite the lamps. Since he was gifted, his presence also lit the half-dozen heavy glass light spheres and iron brackets on the walls. The closed shutters held back the night and the distant flickers of lightning at the horizon. So what's this about Lothane wanting you as his wife? His tone betrayed his displeasure. We have trouble, Magda said without answering his question. More trouble than Lothane wanting you as his wife? Lothane has been named First Wizard. Suddenly speechless, Merritt stared at her, not unlike the way she had stared at Councilman Sadler when he'd first told her the news. The only sound in the storage room was the hissing sputters of the freshly lit lamps. Merritt finally found his voice. That is trouble. I've never trusted the man. He's not half the man needed for First Wizard. Believe me, I have a far lower opinion of him than you do, but he's apparently a man with enough power to get himself named as First Wizard. That's true enough. A lot of people support him. His reign as head prosecutor has seen a lot of formerly respected people brought down. Many people hold him in high regard for so vigorously going after criminals and traitors. You have to admit, he has been able to prosecute a lot of traitors. Merritt leaned toward her as they crossed the room. I have to confess, though, that I've always had my doubts about the guilt of some of those he has prosecuted. Magda frowned over at him. Like who? Merritt pressed his lips tight before finally giving in. I knew some of the wizards on the temple team. I'd always thought favorably of them. I can see that many on the team turned against our cause and betrayed us, but all of them? I wonder if some of them might not have been scapegoats. Charging someone and beheading them ends the investigation. It makes Lothane look like he successfully prosecuted all of the guilty, but I wonder. Magda was a bit surprised to hear Merritt say such things. She had thought that she was the only one. Being ungifted, she had assumed that she didn't know enough about the whole thing to judge. She didn't know the wizards had doubts about the guilt of the temple team. Maybe Merritt was the only one. She looked back over her shoulder, at his eyes. I've wondered as well. That's not all of it, she said as she reached the familiar workbench. Right after you left me to go to James, I ran into Councilman Sadler as he was leaving the keep. Besides telling me that Lothane was to be named First Wizard, he also told me that Lothane dismissed him from the council. Dismissed him? Merritt leaned in. Can he do such a thing? Apparently. Sadler put on a brave face, but I could tell that he was heartbroken about it. Merritt scratched his cheek as he considered it. Why would Lothane get rid of Sadler? In order to reduce the council's number to 5, so as to make it possible to carry any motion with 3 votes. There were 6 members before, so the vote could be split 3-3, preventing action. Now, with 5 members, the council can't be evenly split anymore, as happened with difficult decisions. Now, no matter what, they are always guaranteed to have a majority to decide up or down on any matter. That is troubling. I've never really had much to do with the higher powers running the keep. But this doesn't sound good to me. What I'm more worried about, though, is what does Lothane know about running a war? He has his own private army. Merritt arched an eyebrow. It doesn't make him a general, it makes him a petty tyrant with muscle behind him. Well, if I'm right about him, he may now become a bigger tyrant. Merritt considered silently for a moment, and then folded his arms. All of this news is troubling enough, but what's this about you marrying him? Magda took a deep breath. She hated the whole subject. Well, Lothane says that I'm causing all kinds of trouble in the keep. He says that the keep has become divided and filled with discord and distrust. Apparently a lot of people besides us don't think he is the right man to be First Wizard. Lothane thinks that his problems with credibility are chiefly my doing. He thinks that because of the things I said about him, I've undermined his authority and have made people doubt him. You said something about him. What did you say? When I was in front of a crowd in the council chambers, he accused me of making up the story about the Dreamwalkers in order to get people to switch allegiance to Dara. I, in turn, accused him of chasing phantoms, just to make a bigger name for himself. I said that he sees conspiracies lurking in every shadow, spies hiding around every corner, traitors behind every door. I said that he cared only about inventing wrongdoing in order to advance his own personal fame and power. Merritt let out a low whistle. You said that? Publicly? I'm afraid so. In front of everyone. I accused him of coming up with conspiracies that were only meant to promote his own status. I said that in order to elevate himself, he was deliberately ignoring the truth about the Dreamwalkers. No wonder he blames you for tarnishing his credibility. He also says that I've given birth to wild speculation about Dreamwalkers. He says that my groundless accusations have turned people in the keep against him. He says that such divisions are harmful to our cause. Merritt paced a few steps away, and then returned with heat in his voice. Then why in the world would he want to marry you? His solution to people's doubts about him, doubts that he says I created with what he calls my baseless accusations, is to have me marry him. He thinks that if I were to marry him, it would convince everyone that I've reconsidered my views shaped by my grief and not any true failing on his part. He says that my consent to marry him would show people that I'm putting my faith and trust in him, and so they should as well. He thinks that it will banish any lingering doubts. He thinks that only in that way will people unite behind him in the war effort. He says that I need to do it for the good of the Midlands and our cause. Merritt, arms still folded, stared at her with an unreadable look. Magda finally leaned toward him and said, I'm not going to marry him. He let his arms drop. Oh, all right then. Magda turned to the familiar worn workbench. She knew how angry the very idea of marrying Lothane made her, but she was a little surprised to see how upset it made Merritt. It made her feel good, though, that he cared that she didn't make the mistake of marrying Lothane. Shadow jumped out from the darkness among crates and supplies stacked on the floor and up onto the workbench. The silky black cat came close and rubbed against Magda's hand. As Magda stroked the cat's back, Shadow lifted her hind end, hoping to have it scratched. As she enjoyed the attention, her tail curled around Magda's wrist. "Who's this?" Merritt asked. "This is Shadow. Isidore told me that cats have some small capacity to see between worlds. She said that black cats scratch glimpses of the spirit world." Merritt held his hand out so that Shadow could get to know him. Isidore would know. Shadow inspected each finger in turn. Shadow detected the presence of that dead man that attacked us before we knew he was there. She definitely didn't like him. Magda smiled. But I see that she really likes you. Shadow was rubbing against Merritt, purring in response to his touch. With his black shirt, the cat matched him, looked almost part of him. Magda wondered if Merritt, too, could detect the presence of spirits. The limits of the gift were often a mystery to her. I now sleep with the cloth from Isidore's maze as a blanket, and Shadow curled up beside my pillow. Magda scratched the cat's head. "Don't die, little one. But now you need to move." "I'm glad to hear it," Merritt said. "For someone ungifted, you seem to know how to use the things of magic at your disposal." Magda smiled as she lifted the cat and set her to the back of the workbench, where she lay down on her side, curled a paw under, and settled in to watch as Magda pulled a piece of wood out that covered a secret compartment in the bench top. "I have something to show you." Chapter 62. "This is the note Baracus left for me," Magda said. You asked before about its exact wording. I thought we had better check. I know how important such little details can be to a wizard. Suddenly alert, Merritt stepped closer. Would you mind if I knew what the whole note said? Context can be important in such matters. Besides that, I might be able to pick up on something you missed. I mean, only if you're willing. Would you mind? Magda smiled. No, of course not. She carefully unfolded the piece of paper and then held the note up to the light so that she could read it aloud. My time has passed, Magda. Yours has not. Your destiny is not here. Your destiny is to find truth. It will be difficult, but having the courage to take up that calling. She looked up. I was right. It doesn't say find the truth. It just says find truth. Merritt was frowning, deep in thought. After a moment, he gestured to the note in her hands. Is there more? Magda nodded and went on. Look out to the rise on the valley floor below, just outside the city to the left. There, on that rise, a palace will one day be built. There is your destiny, not here. She had to swallow and compose herself before she could read the last part. Know that I believe in you. Know, too, that I will always love you. You are a rare, fierce flower, Magda. Be strong now. Guard your mind. And live the life that only you can live. The only sound was Shadow's tail, slowly, softly, slapping the top of the workbench. It's a beautiful note, Magda, Merritt said in a soft, compassionate voice as she stood staring down at the paper in her trembling fingers. It's clear how much you meant to him. Magda wiped a tear from her cheek. She hadn't realized how shaken she would be to read it again. It brought back so much, and at the same time reminded her of how distant it had all become. Baracus was gone. The world of life had moved on. Magda cleared her throat. Do you have any idea what he could mean about a palace, about my destiny being there? Sorry, but I don't. Baracus was a prophet, though. So he must know something about the future. A possible future, anyway. Our free will makes the future sometimes uncertain, even for prophets. I think that what he means is the future is yours to decide, and he is hoping that you will make the right decision. Magda's arm lowered. When the Dreamwalker was trying to kill me, I remembered what he said in this note. Ulrich Rahl told me that the devotion he created, the one you helped him create, is meant to guard our minds from Dreamwalkers. When a Dreamwalker had me and was trying to kill me, those words in the note made me realize that I had to give the devotion to Lord Rahl in order to guard my mind and save my own life. Baracus's words made me choose my own future, choose life. And, as a result, his prophetic words proved true. Prophecy is often like that, Merritt said. He seemed to surface from deep thoughts. It also says that your destiny is to find truth, just like you said, not the truth, as I had thought when you first told me. Does that mean something to you? Merritt gave her a meaningful look, then drew the sword at his hip. As it emerged from the scabbard, the blade made a soft ringing sound that filled the quiet storage room. Magda could see something besides the gift in his eyes when he held the sword. It was a kind of deep, distant rage, something almost alive with its power. Merritt carefully laid the sword on the workbench. Shadow gazed with drowsy green eyes at the blade he laid before her. Merritt finally looked at Magda in a way that told her he expected something from her. She looked from Merritt to the sword and back again. What? Merritt gestured to the sword. What does it say? She knew very well what it said. She hadn't been able to get it out of her mind. Still, Magda's eyes turned to the hilt. She let her fingers slightly glide over the raised gold letters. It says truth. She lifted a brow at Merritt. Are you saying that Baracus's words in his note, your destiny is to find truth, are meant to say that my destiny is to find the sword of truth? You really think that's what he meant? You really think it could be that obvious? Merritt shrugged. I don't know. I'm a maker, not a prophet. But I made the word truth on the hilt. And you came to me and found the sword with the word crafted into it. You are the one who named it the Sword of Truth. A jumble of thoughts tumbled through Magda's mind. Was Baracus saying that her destiny was to find merit in the sword with truth on it? Or was he saying that this was the beginning of the path to her finding truth, and that path had taken her to merit? Chapter 63. Magda again ran her fingers over the letters as Merritt stepped up beside her at the workbench. His gaze scanned the tools off to the side. This is where Baracus made things, then? This room? This workbench? Magda nodded as she gestured to the side. I used to sit on this crate here and watch him work. Magda glanced to the ornately engraved silver box to the side of the table that held treasured memories. Baracus seemed so distant now. In some ways it was all like only yesterday, but in other ways it all seemed so long ago in her life. She missed him, but even the pain was gradually fading as she worried about all the immediate problems. Did he make this as well? Merritt asked, gesturing to the silver box. Magda nodded as she pulled it closer to show him. She ran her fingers over the top, much as she had done with the letters on the sword, and then opened the lid. It just holds some small memories of things he gave me. Magda lifted out the white flower to show him. Merritt looked somewhat surprised. That's pretty rare. I've only seen one of those once before. Magda twirled the flower between a finger and thumb. You know what this is, then? Baracus said it was rare, but never mentioned the name. It's called a confession flower. Magda frowned. Really? A confession flower? Why would it be called that? Because a confession is a revelation of the truth. Truth is pure. White is pure. Thus the name. That's a lovely name for a lovely flower, she said as she replaced the flower and closed the lid. Maybe you could come watch me make something someday. Magda smiled. I'd like that. She hopped up onto her seat on the crate and pointed at the well-used collection of exquisite metal smithing tools, semi-precious stones in divided wooden trays, assorted supplies, and the small books filled with notes that had belonged to her husband. I was making an excuse at the time, she said, but I think Baracus would like you to have his tools. Merritt's eyes lit up. You really think so? Me, have the tools that belonged to a first wizard. I guess that they're my tools now. I know that I would like you to have them. I really do think that Baracus would approve. He would want them to go to a good use, to a good person. Merritt reached out and reverently touched some of the small tools in the collection. They really did seem to mean a great deal to Merritt. He respected their value. These are some of the finest tools I've ever seen. I'm glad you like them and that you can put them to good use, Magda said with a smile. He pointed then at the little books beside the tools. What are those? Magda lifted her head to see where he was pointing. Oh, those. Notes he took, I guess. Merritt gestured to the books. May I? Magda's smile widened at seeing how excited he was by such simple things such as tools and notes. She leaned forward enough to slide the stack of little books closer to him. Of course. Maybe they can be helpful to you. Merritt picked up the one on top and opened it, slowly turning the pages, taking a look at what was written there. She watched his hazel eyes move as he scanned the pages. As he read, his smile vanished. His eyes grew wide, and then the blood drained from his face. Dear spirits, he whispered. Magda frowned. What is it? What's wrong? He began rapidly turning the pages. He studied each briefly, then turned to the next page. Celestial calculations, he whispered to himself. That makes sense, Magda said. She didn't understand why he was so excited. Baracus was forever writing down celestial calculations and measurements. He would take distances and angles from stars to stars, or from certain stars to a distant spot on the horizon, or sometimes to the moon. I often heard Baracus speaking to other wizards about celestial calculations, measurements and equations. I thought all wizards knew about those kinds of things. No, you don't understand. He tapped the book as he held it before her face, as if maybe she, too, should be able to decipher the tangle of lines and numbers and formulas. These are celestial calculations. You said that before. I'm sorry, Merritt, but I can't make sense of them. Magda, these are the rift calculations for creating a 7th-level breach. His voice broke. Dear spirits, these celestial calculations are the measurements and formulas from before the star shift. These are the formulas that I knew had to exist, but had never been able to find. These are the formulas that Baracus said he couldn't give me because they had been taken away and hidden in the Temple of the Winds. Magda felt goosebumps tingle up her arms as she hopped down off her crate. Are you sure? Are you sure that these are those formulas? Yes, yes, the very ones. He tapped the book excitedly again. This is them. These are the occulted calculations and templates for creating a 7th-level breach. It's all right here. As Merritt dropped heavily into the chair at the bench, Magda looked down at the small, open book he was holding. The lines in writing looked like nothing but a bunch of angles and numbers to her, the same kinds of measurements Baracus took all the time from his own observations. It was like a foreign language to her, but it was a language that Merritt, like Baracus, understood well. It came to her then. Merritt was still staring at the open book. I understand now, she said in little more than a whisper. With a finger, Magda lifted his chin until his gaze met hers. I understand. What do you mean? Understand what? Baracus knew that you needed these. He must have brought them back with him from the Temple of the Winds. She felt the goosebumps on her arms crawl the rest of the way up to the nape of her neck. Remember when I told you before that when he got there he found out that the boxes of Orden were gone and he could tell no one but me? He knew they'd been taken. Do you see? He must have brought these back so that the key could be completed. Merritt could only stare at her. Magda swallowed past the lump in her throat. He brought them back for you, Merritt. He knew what you were making, and he knew that you needed these. He wanted you to be able to complete the key, hoping you could use it to protect the boxes of Orden. He said that my destiny was to find truth. That led me to you, so that I could bring you to what Baracus wanted you to have to complete the key. He put a hand to his forehead. You're making my head spin, Magda. Do you grasp the enormity of what you're saying? It's all so hard to believe. The truth is there in your hand, in that book. It certainly is. These formulas are staggeringly valuable. Some believe that their existence was only gossip and rumor. Some believe they never existed and were only a myth. But some of us knew from our work that they had to exist. And here they are, sitting on the first wizard's workbench. They've been here ever since he returned from the underworld with them. He hid them in plain sight. Merritt's eyes filled with tears as he stared up at her. His voice broke with emotion. Do you know how many good men have died trying to recreate these formulas? Died making wild guesses in the dark. And now you have what you need to finish the Sword of Truth. Merritt reached out and touched the blade. He lifted the little book. With these I do. I believe that I now have everything I need to complete it. You should be able to get some of the other men to help you finish the sword. The key will be complete. He went silent for a moment as he considered her words. I've already done all the preliminary work, and I did that by myself. No one helped me. I don't really need any of those men to complete it. Then why are the people trying to make the key always working in teams? The council ordered the key made, but they didn't know how to make it. They assumed it would take teams of wizards. A lot of things do. Didn't you tell them? Every chance I got. His face twisted with frustration. They wouldn't listen to anything I was telling them about how I thought the key needed to be made, since it was such a complicated task. They guessed that a team would be needed just like they guessed about everything else. They wouldn't listen. They thought that with more men, they would be able to cover more ground, overcome the difficulties and figure it out, but all that did was get more men killed. But shouldn't you have someone you trust help you? He regarded her with a meaningful look. Yes, but with all that's happening at the keep, I don't dare trust anyone. After all, you didn't trust even the council with the news that the power of Orden is back in this world. I guess you're right about that. Worse, though. The more people who know that the key has been completed, the more we risk word leaking out to whoever has the boxes of Orden. Baracus didn't trust telling anyone but you. If I do it by myself, no one will know that a key exists. Then I can work to try to find the boxes and protect them. Magda looked from the sword back to his eyes. Are you sure that you should finish the Sword of Truth? I mean, if the key doesn't exist. Whoever has the boxes very well might try to access the power without the key. That intoxicating temptation has always been the danger. By doing so, and if they do certain things wrong, they could unintentionally destroy the world of life. If that happened, the key would be the only way to control the power and walk us back from the brink. Then I guess it's better to complete the sword, and then we can try to protect the boxes. We? We're the only two people who know all of this. Baracus trusted me with the information about the missing boxes for a reason. The people who have the boxes don't know about the formulas that Baracus brought you. We're the only two people who know the whole story. We need to work together. Merritt mulled over her words. You're right about that much of it, but I don't know if I like that idea. It's too dangerous for you to be involved. Magda cocked her head. Too dangerous, Merritt? I'm already at the center of this whole thing. What unexpected threat might come after me next? The only true safety is to figure out what's going on and put a stop to it. He wiped a hand back across his face as he let out a weary sigh. I don't like it, Magda, but I have to admit that you very well might be right. No matter which way you turn, you seem to always be at the center of the storm, whether it's dreamwalkers or dead men trying to kill you. Baracus's prophecies in his note to you, or the boxes of Orden. Magda was glad he understood. That's the way I've always looked at it. I have to find out what's going on at the keep before it's too late. It's something that maybe only I can do. Merritt closed his fingers around the hilt of the sword and lifted it off the table. Shadow's green eyes followed the blade. Merritt's own eyes were filled with iron determination. I need to do it right now before anything happens. What about going to the dungeons to talk to the sorceress who defected? We have to do that too. We need to get her before they execute her. He placed the sword's point in the scabbard and slid the blade home. If she is still alive, they are going to behead her at night. They usually do beheadings in the afternoon, so we have at least until tomorrow. That gives me tonight to complete the key. That's true, I suppose, but that's for public executions. This may be something different. Magda didn't want to lose the opportunity to find out if the woman could tell them anything important about the enemy's plans. Are you sure, Merritt? What that woman knows could be important. We may never get another chance to learn about secrets from the old world. I understand, but this is more important. With a thumb, he tapped the hilt of the sword. We need to do this first. Then we can go to the dungeons and see if we can find her. For all we know, she may not even still be alive. This is more important. All right, then. Let's head down to the lower reaches of the keep and finish the sword. With his palm resting on the pommel, Merritt drummed his fingers on the crossguard as he considered. I think it best not to do it in the keep. I don't know for sure how big a reaction the release of that much power will create, but I expect that it will be pretty violent. It's sure to attract the attention of anyone nearby. Besides, I need water, lots of water. Water? Why? To cool the reaction. Magda brightened. I know a place like that out in the woods, the pond I used to go to when I was younger. The one you went to with Quinn? Magda nodded. That's the place. It's not too far, and it's not only secluded, it's deserted. We should go now. At night, we wouldn't chance anyone being out for a stroll in the woods. Merritt paced for a moment as he considered. Even though I have what I need, it's still profoundly dangerous. Such a thing, with the real elements, has never actually been attempted before that I know of. I think it would be better if you waited here. Magda waved the note. Baracus said that my destiny is to find truth. I name it the Sword of Truth. It's not complete yet, and it needs to be. I think my destiny is to be there with you when you complete it. Besides, she added, you said you needed help. Who else can you trust? He watched her eyes for a moment. He finally succumbed to a smile. I'd like that, Magda. I'd like that very much. Besides, like I said, I do need another person to help me. But I'm not gifted, she reminded him. What are we going to do about that? I don't need you to be gifted. Then what do you need me for? I'll need your blood. Chapter 64. Magda glanced toward the call of unseen creatures echoing out from the darkness. She had little chance of seeing anything, of course, but she couldn't help looking every time she heard a strange sound. The hoots, yelps, and howls coming from the distance in the deep woods, even though she was familiar with many of the animals that made them, were unnerving at night, and especially a night such as this one. The lightning and thunder didn't help either. The dark shadow of Merritt behind her felt like she was being haunted by a spirit. After leaving the keep, they had walked for quite some time through the blackness of the dense woods that stretched away in all directions from Idendrill. She often thought of that thick carpet of forest as nearly going on forever, because it seemed to touch the most distant of places. The roads and trails through those forests connected Idendrill with the rest of the world. She had traveled the vast wilderness too many times to count as she journeyed to visit distant peoples of the Midlands. She had followed woodland trails through mountains to small kingdoms to the north, the routes off to the distant settlements to the west, the woods roads to cities in Dara in the east, and the nearly trackless stretches all the way down to the peoples that inhabited the open grassland of the wilds, far to the south. Beyond the wilds, farther south, lay the boundless mysteries of the old world. Though they were well-traveled trade routes down into the old world, she had never had a reason to venture to the distant empire. By some of the trade goods brought back from there, it seemed like it must be an exotic land. Not wanting to distance Merritt's mind from what he needed to do, she hadn't said much since they had left the city of Idendrill. He had considered the task that lay ahead in silence, as Magda had guided him along the little-used path in the deep woods. She couldn't imagine what Merritt must be feeling. He had worked toward this moment for years, only to come to believe that the goal was out of his reach. Men had died trying to do what he was now about to attempt, but now, because of Baracus, he had a real chance to complete the key. While it had been years since she had been on this particular trail, she used to walk it often enough that it was still familiar, although it seemed more overgrown and narrower to her now than it had as a young girl. The lantern Magda carried lit only a small patch of the trail close around her, but it lit enough between the flashes of lightning for her to make her way without difficulty. Since they had left Idendrill, the clouds had built and the lightning had taken on a kind of stormy urgency. Magda recognized a forked tree and then a particular jumble of granite ledges that abruptly loomed up out of the darkness. She knew that the rock led up and over the spine of a long descending ridge. Without having to think about it, she took the correct footholds in roots and cracks to smoothly make the brief but tricky switchback ascent. She noticed that Merritt followed in her footsteps, taking the exact same route so as to be able to make the climb without any trouble. He looked at ease in the dark woods. In his dark clothes, he blended right in. Being used to traveling herself, Magda could tell by the way he moved through the woods that he was used to being in the wilderness. A lot of wizards weren't. A lot of wizards rarely left the confines of the keep. That contrast, too, made him stand apart from other wizards. With rain imminent, Magda wanted to finish their business as soon as possible and get back to the shelter of the keep. Since her encounter with Councilman Sadler, just before sunset, the cloud she had seen at the horizon had moved in to lower the sky into a brooding mass, seething with flashes, that revealed a menacing green cast deep inside. That color, she knew, often foretold especially violent weather. The arrival of the clouds had pushed out the hot, muggy air, replacing it with chill, gusty breezes. The sudden bursts of lightning lit the towering pines all around in flashes of harsh white light that cast bizarre shadows, making the journey through the dense forest unsettling. When the lightning abruptly cut off, it suddenly plunged the woods back into darkness. It made for alternating glaring light and then total blindness. The loud crack of thunder that followed each flash was equally unsettling. Sometimes a bright flicker of lightning and the low bang were quickly followed by deep, rolling thunder that shook the ground. Unlike most storms, this lightning became ever more incessant. As they made their way between the towering trunks of pines and occasionally followed the trail as it tunneled through thick foliage, the lightning flashed relentlessly in a nearly continual display of crackling intensity. In fact, the lightning was often so closely stitched together that she could almost, but not quite, have made her way without the lantern's light. The intervals of darkness between flashes were surprisingly brief. But without the lantern, it would have been like being blind as they went from brightly lit to darkest night. The air smelled like rain, was imminent. Magda was resigned to getting wet. She could also smell the dry pine needles matting the ground, along with the occasional balsam trees or swaths of cinnamon ferns beside the trail. "How much farther?" Merritt asked as they descended the back of the low ridge. Magda stopped and pointed off to the right. "If it was light, I believe you could see the pond through the trees, down there." Merritt cast out his hand, as if he were tossing a pebble. A flare of light, not unlike a tiny, solid bit of the colossal light show overhead, sailed out in the direction she had pointed, illuminating the dark trunks of trees as it passed. She saw the water reflect the light before it touched down on the rippling surface, and was extinguished. "That's too steep and wooded here down to the shore," he said. "We need to have some open space." "Just up ahead is the place I told you about," she said. "The trail just ahead will take us to the open area at the pond's edge." Magda led him onward until she reached a familiar ancient oak. She passed just beneath a fat, low limb and warned Merritt to watch his head. He ducked under as he followed after her. The trail wound its way down across a band of open ledges, and then through a narrow cut in the screen of cedar trees. Dropping down a steep but brief slope, they arrived at a broad, flat, open area, with scattered tufts of grass. In the spring it was often flooded at the windward end of the pond, but by high summer it was dry and open. Lightning flashes revealed the pond before them, and the towering stand of trees to the sides that sheltered them somewhat from the wind. In the flashes of lightning, Magda could see that to the right the surface of the pond was thickly layered with lily pads, riding the choppy surface. Off to the left stood a band of rushes bending and whipping with each gust. Stretching out from the gravel shoreline was the black expanse of the pond, with a short cliff backing it at the far side. "It's perfect," Merritt said as he looked around. A bright, crackling flash of lightning, followed by booming thunder, silenced all the night creatures. When the thunder rolled away into the distance, it left an interlude of quiet in its wake. The only sound was the wind in the trees and the small waves lapping the shore. The quiet was quickly broken by yet more rolling thunder. When Magda turned back, she saw Merritt down on his knees, smoothing the sandy dirt among clumps of long grass. Once he had a clean, flat area. He stood and brushed his hands clean. "Set the lantern down over here, on this rock," he said, pointing beside the area he had just smoothed out. As Magda was setting down the lantern, the chilly air rang with the sound of a sword being drawn. The blade coming out of the scabbard made a uniquely menacing sound that sent a chill up her spine. In the faint lantern light, she could see Merritt standing with his feet spread and the sword in one hand. A bright flash of lightning cast a shadow across the area. He had prepared. "You know how to draw the grace, right?" he asked her as he lifted his fist, showing her the ring he wore with the grace engraved on it. "Merritt, I'm not gifted." "I told you, it isn't necessary. I will be the one doing what is needed with magic. But you will have to be the one to draw the grace. That's all I will need you to do." Well, since I'm not gifted, I never had reason to draw the grace. But I've seen it often enough. It's not that complicated. I shouldn't have any problem at all drawing it. It needs to be drawn in blood. She had expected as much, and nodded. He had that serious look again that had a way of making her brow bead with sweat. The sword needs to taste the blood as well, he said. The blood connects the sword to the grace. Magda eyed the sword. She didn't know what he meant about the sword needing to taste blood. She folded her arms against a chill gust. How much blood will it take? He stepped into the center of the flat area and, using the sword to point, gestured to a circle around him. The grace needs to be big enough to surround where I'm standing. It has to be enough blood to complete the whole thing. All the lines you draw have to be complete. There can't be a bit here and another bit there. It has to be fully drawn with complete lines. I'm afraid that it will take quite a bit of blood to do that. She pulled strands of wind-blown hair back off her face. She had known it wasn't going to be easy. She had insisted on being a part of it. She had to be the one to do it. She wasn't about to back out now, no matter what it took. I understand, Magda said. I'll do my best. Chapter 65. Merritt stepped closer. He swept his hair back. Lightning cast his handsome features in stark light and black shadows. Listen, Magda, for the last time, you don't have to do this. It's dangerous. There are wizards on the teams who would— Wizards we can't be sure we can trust, she reminded him. Especially not with something this important. I know, but you need to understand that this particular sort of conjuring requires the use of blood in order to power certain elements. Your blood would link you to the event. It ties you directly into the elements involved. Those elements contain not just additive magic, but subtractive. The mixing of those elements is what got a lot of wizards killed while trying to do this very thing. He had told her all that before, several times, when they had been crossing through the city as he began having second thoughts about her being a part of finishing the key. She hadn't let him dissuade her then, and she wasn't about to let him do so now. But she also hadn't asked for explanations of some of the things he'd said. She figured that what was necessary, and she would find out what she needed to know when the time came. That time had come. You said that before, but I don't even know what it means, actually, to be linked to the event. Merritt looked sympathetic. He stepped closer still, gazing down at her as he lifted her first to show her the ring he wore. The grace represents the interconnection of everything, the world of life and the world of dead, additive and subtractive, as well as the spark of the gift that runs through it all. The grace does more, though, than simply represent additive and subtractive magic. Creation and obliteration, life and death, it connects them into a cohesive whole. By using your blood to draw the grace, you are the one providing those living elements, that cohesive whole, to the completion of the key. What was missing before was the breach formulas that are supposed to guard those new links in the sword. While the combination routines allow the elements to coalesce, those breach formulas are meant to keep the whole thing stable while the additive and subtractive parts are fusing. They do that by actually breaching the nature of the grace long enough for the elements to fuse into the target. In this case, the key. That's how the others were killed. There was nothing breaching the grace until the two sides could combine in a stable fashion. That's what happens in life, when a wizard with both sides of the gift is born. Both sides are fused into him, but we're trying to do that same thing artificially. And we didn't have the formula to create the breach that would allow it to take place. Now, with the breach open, the whole process can draw what it needs from you, through the grace drawn in your blood, as it uses both sides, life and death, that are inherent in your existence. Much to her amazement, Magda was actually beginning to understand the principles involved. That wasn't making it any easier to work up the nerve to do it, but at least she was grasping the true nature of the danger. So I would be providing the power of death as well. Yes, we all will die one day. So I think that we also carry latent death within us from the moment we come into existence. Your spark of life is what powers the grace you draw with your blood. That grace thus contains both the power of life and the power of death because you do. The power of Orden deals with life, death, and the whole nature of existence. So the key also needs to have both sides. It needs both additive and subtractive, life and death, to be complete. Through the grace, you would be providing those forces. As I invest those elements in the sword, with the breach open, it will draw strength from your life force. But if something goes wrong because the formulas I use have flaws, or I make a mistake in conjuring spell forms, or if the 7th level breach doesn't open and then close properly, you could be caught between the veil to the underworld, just like those wizards Baraka sent to the Temple of the Winds in the underworld. They were caught beyond the veil and never returned. Magda twined her fingers together. I trust you, Merritt. You've been working on this for a long time. No one knows more about it than you. If it can be done, you can do it. I could be in no better hands. And what if I'm wrong about some part of it? He gestured vaguely. Look, Magda, you don't need to do this. I can get a wizard from one of the teams to try it first. This kind of thing is their job. They've devoted their lives to creating such dangerous things. I'm not sure that you should... Well, we've had this argument already, and it's settled. This is more important than my life, and you know it. This is the only life I have, and I don't want to lose it. But there are profoundly important things at stake here this night. Things I care deeply about, things I believe in, like not letting harm come to all our people. The boxes of Orden are here, in the world of life. Someone stole them. They obviously must want to use those boxes, and when they do, they will intentionally, or even unintentionally, bring all of our lives to an end. Stopping that from happening is what matters. What good will it do to worry about a possible danger to me tonight, at the cost of all of this tomorrow? Who else but you can stop that from happening? Who else but you can complete the key? Who else but me can we trust to help you? I have to do this, Merritt. I trust you to take care with my life. But if I lose it in the attempt, then I will have died trying to save all life, and I don't want you to blame yourself. This is worth doing. I'd rather die trying to preserve the value of life than watch it all end because I failed to do what only I can. Trust in yourself, Merritt. Do what no other but you can do. Use me for what you need to complete the key. He watched her eyes for a long time as lightning flashed and thunder boomed. You're something else, Magda Cirrus. He slowly shook his head. You really are. She realized that she was glad he was having a difficult time putting her life at risk. She wouldn't want him to be indifferent. Merritt finally held out a hand, palm up. Give me your arm. Magda held her arm out for him. Merritt closed a big hand around her wrist and held it in a firm grip. Be still now, he said. I don't want you to jerk, or I might cut too deep. Magda took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to steady her racing heart. It wasn't the blade she feared as much as the unknown of the ordeal that was to follow. She glanced around, briefly wondering if she would ever see the world of life again. She met Merritt's gaze. I'm ready. Do it. Without preamble, he drew the blade across the inside of her forearm, close to her wrist. She felt the razor-sharp edge bite into her flesh as he dragged it across her arm, carefully controlling how deeply he cut. It sent a shock of pain through her. Blood immediately began gushing down her arm. He had cut deeper than she had expected. She felt faint. She fought the feeling. She knew that she had to remain conscious. Magda watched the blood flow down her arm, her wrist, down over her palm, to finally engulf and run off her fingers. She was shocked to see how much blood there was. Hurry now, Merritt said, before you lose too much blood. Feeling like she was watching herself in a dream, Magda took a couple of steps away to begin drawing the outer circle, the one representing the beginning of the world, of the dead. No, Merritt said, holding her shoulders as he guided her back. I need you to start in the center. You need to draw the star first. She looked up at the shadow of his face. But I know what you thought, and ordinarily you would be right. but it can't be drawn the way you were taught. This is for something entirely different than the grace is usually used for. We're altering the elements involved." He nodded his encouragement. "Draw the star first." Magda had been taught that a grace was always started with the outer circle, then moved inward through the square to the inner circle, to the center 8-pointed star, and then finally the rays of the gift were drawn from the start across that inner circle, the square, and finally across the outer circle, out into the underworld. She had always been told that the grace was never to be drawn in any other way, not even casually. The grace was a serious device that carried great importance as well as powerful magic, if done by the right people, and especially if done by them in blood. Worried about the implications, Magda nonetheless did as Merritt asked, letting the blood drip in a steady line across the sandy ground he had smoothed out. She was careful to go slow enough that the lines of blood were unbroken. "Good," he said. "Now draw the beginning of the world of life around it, touching the points of the star." Lightning flashed all around, thunder booming. Magda followed his instructions. Wind whipped her hair across her face, and she had to pull it back to see what she was doing. When the lightning didn't light for her, the lantern did. After the circle was completed, he had her draw the square, and then the outer circle, where ordinarily a grace was begun. "Now," he said, "draw the rays, but you need to begin them out beyond the outer circle, in the world of the dead, pulling the lines inward through the whole thing, until they touch the points of the star, until they touch creation." Magda stared at him. "Merritt, are you sure? I've never heard of a grace being drawn that way. I've never heard of anyone daring to draw the rays inward from death toward the light of creation. It seemed sacrilege." He was nodding. "I know, but that's what I need you to do. We're mixing elements, remember? This is what the rift calculations are for. This is why I need the 7th-level breach formulas. Hurry, before you lose too much blood." By the time she was finished, she was feeling decidedly lightheaded. She tingled all over, except for her fingers. They had gone numb. Magda realized that the dim world all around her seemed to be tilting at an odd angle. Merritt caught her in his arms before she hit the ground. He set her down, leaning her against a log off to the side. He placed a hand over the cut. "You did good, Magda." She felt the heavy warmth of magic flowing into her arm. "This will stop the bleeding so that it can start to heal," he told her. She could hardly hear his voice. "While I'm working, I want you to sit right here and rest. Be strong for me now. I need you to be strong for the next part." Magda nodded, but he was already rushing back to the grace drawn in blood. Her blood. Chapter 66. Magda lay back against the log, watching the lightning flicker deep in the clouds overhead, turning them a greenish color deep inside. The lightning danced from place to place, running to jumping, jagged lines as it ripped across the sky, causing a great crackling, booming sound in its wake. She could feel the deep rumble of thunder through the sandy ground. Something about the greenish color tickled at the back of her mind, but she couldn't seem to bring it forth. When Magda realized that not all the lightning, not all the rumbling roar was coming from the sky, she used her elbows against the log to push herself a little more upright. Standing near the center of the grace, Merritt was using a finger and thumb to pull a line of light through the air, as if he were pulling yarn from a skein. Before him stood a structure of hundreds of thin lines of light, all connected into a complex scaffolding. It was a verification web beyond the complexity of any she had seen. Lightning crackled around it, jumping around from point to point on the framework, or coming down from the darkness above to connect with it, touching here and there, testing, almost as if the threads of lightning were tasting it. In the center of the armature, the sword of truth floated in the air, a goodly distance above the ground. It stuck halfway out at the top, turning slowly as if turning on a spit. As it turned, the blade reflected flashes of the colored light from the glowing lines in all directions out across the grace. As Merritt added more lines, and yet others spontaneously sprang on their own from various points to establish new junctures, the structure grew even taller, with the sword continuing to rotate inside. Merritt circled around the outside of the lighted framework, adding bits of lines here and there, pulling some of them in arcs from intersection to intersection, as if reinforcing areas he deemed weak. As the structure began building more rapidly on its own, Merritt raced to the points of the Star of the Grace and began drawing spell forms in the sandy ground. He used his finger and drew each line with swift precision until the form was complete. He moved from point to point on the star, adding a complex and exacting drawing at each of the points. Each spell form looked different to her. When all 8 had been completed, he returned to the glowing structure, pushing at it here and there with his palms, testing, then carefully adding a line of light here, another there, to stiffen the whole thing. Magda's head felt as if it were in a vice. The pressure was painful. She didn't know the source of the pain. She wondered whether it was her connection to the grace and the spells, or simply the loss of blood. She didn't know what to expect as she watched the framework continue to build on itself, growing ever upward, growing broader at the base. Legs of light grew from the side of the skeleton of lighted lines to anchor themselves at places along the lines of the star, drawn with her blood. She saw blood being drawn up along the beams of light. Merritt put a finger and thumb together at a spot in the structure, as if pinching the air itself pulled a radiant line all the way from the glowing scaffolding out and down across the grace, until he attached it at the end of one of the rays from the star, where it crossed the circle representing the world of the dead. Magda gasped as she flinched. She gritted her teeth against the stabbing pain. It felt like someone had pushed a knitting needle through her left side and taken a big stitch. She struggled to breathe against the pain bearing down on her. Merritt quickly returned to the opposite side of the structure and pulled another line of light from the scaffolding to the end of a ray on that side, where it crossed over into the underworld. Magda gasped again as she felt another stitch at her waist, but this time on the right side. When Merritt pulled the next line of light across the grace, Magda felt yet another stitch of pain sear through her in the small of her back. She put her hands to the pain, urgently wanting to make it stop, but it didn't. Overhead, dark, cloudy shapes had begun to swirl around the glowing structure of the verification web. Threads of lightning flickered from the framework to the shapes moving in a circle high above it, as Magda felt yet more stitches of pain knitting around her waist, coinciding with Merritt pulling lines of light out past the veil of the grace. She felt as if she were being sewn to the ground. She could hardly move, hardly breathe. Above them, the lightning and the clouds had the whole sky boiling with a writhing greenish light that seemed to be spreading through the firmament. She saw then that the sword had begun to glow with a soft light that pulsed between a warm yellow and a green color, not unlike that green light deep within the clouds overhead. Merritt dropped to his knees, drawing yet more spell forms at various places in the grace. Magda couldn't move and could barely pull each shallow breath through gritted teeth. She felt as if she were being torn in half. The rotating dark mass over the structure grew in breadth as it revolved until it seemed like the entire sky was moving above her. The farthest out parts rotated more slowly. The closer in toward the glowing web, the faster they spiraled around. At the center, a point of intense greenish light flared. Magda realized that the green color was not merely in the clouds. It seemed as if the very air itself was becoming the same strange tint of green. She remembered then what had been at the back of her mind. Baracus had told her that the veil to the world of the dead had glowed a strange green when he had passed through it. He had told her that when he had gone through that green wall, that was how he knew that he had crossed over into the underworld. He had called it the Green Meadow of the Spirits. Magda gasped when she thought she saw a face in the rotating clouds over the structure. In the billowing green light, she saw another, and then another. Each had its mouth wide open, releasing a terrible scream. Each face was disjointed in pain and terror. The howls filled the air so that they all joined together into the sound of the roaring wind. Before long, it seemed as if thousands of vague, filmy corpses were fluttering through the spinning air above the glowing structure. The sound they made was unbearable. It was terror, misery, and pain, all melted together into one long, ripping howl. The green air seemed packed full of writhing, diaphanous figures, like so many swimming, squirming, twisting souls, all fighting for space. None of them seemed real. None of them seemed alive, and yet they moved with frenzied purpose. Magda wondered if she had died and was being swallowed up into the spirit world, or if she was suspended, barely alive, beyond the veil, in the world of the dead. She wondered if this was what it had been like for Baracus. The air above the sword ignited with a massive jet of flame that shot upward, even at the distance she was. The heat of it felt as if it might burn her flesh from her bones. The sword heated to white-hot. It glowed brighter than anything else, even the bolts of lightning. It was so bright it hurt her eyes. Above it the sky burned with reddish-orange flame that turned and churned, blackening as it rolled away, replaced by yet more bright orange fire continually boiling forth. The ground around the glowing verification web seethed with a carpet of bluish flame that flickered and jumped. In the center of it, Merritt raced through the walls of flame to pull more lines and draw yet more spell forms. The world seemed an inferno, while forms in the greenish light howled in fury and agony. Magda could feel waves of heat off the white-hot, glowing sword rolling over her. The blade glowed incandescent. Magda thought that surely the heat was burning her lungs. The air above them was a rotating, turning, churning ceiling of flame. The noise of it was deafening. Black lightning, as dark as death itself, crackled through it all as it arched from the fire above to the hilt of the sword. Every time the black lightning touched it, the blade went momentarily just as black. Magda knew that she was seeing subtractive magic called to life before her. Black lightning erupted from points of the grace outside the outer ring to arc to the pommel of the glowing sword. Every crackling, twisting streak of it felt as if it was born in her very soul. At the same time, blinding flashes of bright lightning grounded at the pommel of the sword exploded skyward with ear-splitting booms. The blade looked as if it might explode, from all the heat and the mixing of lightning from different worlds. Merritt stood then and lifted his arms. As he drew his arms upward, over and over, great columns of water erupted from the pond, pouring up and over the sword. As the waves of water broke over the sword and the structure, she could see the glowing sword through the water. Clouds of steam billowed up as more and more water funneled up from the pond in a twisting column that cascaded over the sword. The flashes of white-hot and inky black lightning hurt her eyes. The thunderous noise hurt her ears. The sword smoked and steamed with a howling sound that matched that of the spirits twisting through the greenish air. Magda's head felt as if it might explode. The stitches of pain in her side hurt so much that she couldn't draw a breath. It felt like a great weight was crushing her chest, preventing her from drawing air into her lungs. Everything began to dim. Even though she knew that all the sight and sound was still going on, it seemed even more distant. And then, the sword of truth suddenly plunged straight down toward the ground. Magda screamed. As the sword fell, it felt as if an iron spike was being driven down through the top of her head, through her insides and right into the core of her soul. Like a great iron door slamming closed, the world went from green to black. Chapter 67. Magda was dimly aware that she was lying on something soft. She slitted her eyes, squinting. The light hurt her eyes. She was shivering all over. She realized that for some reason she was not simply cold, but also soaking wet. She remembered then that it had started raining fat drops of icy rain when they had been out in the woods. She didn't think that she was still in the woods, but she was having difficulty, between bouts of shivering, trying to figure out where she was. She saw the hazy figure of Merritt moving about, not far away. It was comforting to see him. Her vision wouldn't focus, but she could make out a table and a chair. There was a bit of red on the table. She saw statues, Stacks of books, scrolls, bones, and all sorts of strange devices sitting everywhere around the floor. There were lit candles around the room, too, some on low tables, some on the tops of short pillars, some on the table. As the room came into more focus, she realized that she was on the wicker couch in Merritt's home. She had no recollection of how she had gotten there. Merritt came closer and quietly bent over her a little, moving his hands in the air above her, sweeping them from her head downward. As his hands moved, she felt her frigid, soaking wet dress turn dry. By the time he had worked his way down to her feet, she was completely dry. The bone-chilling cold melted away as a calming, radiant warmth seeped back into her bones. But she still hurt everywhere. "Am I still alive?" she managed. Merritt turned to look at her. He smiled. "Quite alive. We're at my place in Idendrill. It was closer than trying to make it to the keep. I wanted to get you out of the rain. It was quite the storm." "You were in trouble." The reaction of all the elements combining was greater than I had hoped, but not as bad as I had feared. The breach held. His fingers touched her shoulder. "You were strong, Magda. You did good. But I was afraid to try to make it to the keep." "You carried me?" He nodded. "I didn't think. Well, I thought it best to get you out of the rain here and see to making sure that you're all right as soon as possible." "The sword," she said, licking her cracked lips. "What about it?" "Did it work, Merritt? Were you able to complete the key?" His handsome smile widened. "Thanks to you. Yes. Thanks to your strength and determination, I was able to do it." "You did it." "We did it." He squeezed her hand. "I've healed you, but more than anything, you need to rest now. I can't use magic to give you that, and you desperately need it." In the dim recesses of her memory, she recalled him holding her head in his hands as he worked to save her. She had been healed before, so she had known what he had been doing. His touch, though, felt different from any healing she had felt before. It had fierce intensity, yet a warmth to it that calmed her and let her relax so that she could do as she needed. She could remember only bits and pieces of him bent over her, holding her head as the rain poured down on them. She did remember, though, how much she hurt, and how terrified she had been that she would have died there in the dark woods. Magda didn't know what she had needed healing, but she was aware that for a time she had been on the side of the veil of life. Merritt had come after her and brought her back. "Is it still night?" she asked. "No," he said. "It's morning." Morning? Magda tried to push herself up on her elbows, but she couldn't seem to muster the strength. "Merritt, we have to go. We need to get to the dungeon. We need to find that sorceress who defected, if she's still even alive. If she is, they could execute her at any time." Merritt's hand on her shoulder gently pushed her back down. "I know. But right now you have to rest. I healed you, but if you are to recover, you still need to rest. I can't do that part for you, and you can't do anything if you don't finish getting better first." There was something serious about his tone. She looked up to his face. His eyes revealed the level of his concern. The look in his hazel eyes gave her a ripple of terror. "Am I going to be all right? Am I going to live?" A touch of his smile returned. "If you rest, your body needs sleep to fully recover." Magda narrowed her eyes, peering, trying to focus her still blurry vision to see the sword at his hip. Trying to focus her eyes gave her sharp pains in her temples. She didn't see the scabbard there at his hip. Merritt saw where she was looking and gestured. "It's hung on the chair." "Please," she managed past the pain in her throat. "Can I see it? I want to touch it." Merritt scratched his temple. "Sure." He went to the chair sitting before the table with the red velvet where the sword used to lie. When he drew the blade from its scabbard hanging on the chair, the room filled with a clear ring of steel. It sounded the same, yet somehow different. The ring had a nature to it that resonated with something deep inside her. He brought the sword to her, holding it out in both open hands. Magda reached up and touched the hilt, running her fingers over the raised letters of the word, truth. She stretched both hands toward it, wanting it, needing it. Merritt let her lift it from his hands. Magda laid the blade down the length of her body, feeling the satisfying weight of it against her. The hilt rested on her chest, just beneath her chin. At that moment, after all she had been through, it was more comforting than any blanket. Knowing that it was now complete was gratifying beyond words. She held the hilt with both hands, letting the deep satisfaction of knowing that they had done it seep through her. Merritt had accomplished the near impossible. The key was complete. Magda had managed to do her small part to help him, and as a result, the Sword of Truth was now complete. Though she was ungifted, she could clearly feel the power of the magic the sword now possessed. It was power unlike anything she had ever imagined. It churned the way the storm had. It held more power than the storm had. It was fury and rage and love and life all folded together over and over, blending them into the finest layers of something new, something remarkable. This was now a weapon unlike any other, more than any other. It felt so good holding it, knowing they had done it, that she never wanted to let it go. Magda let out a deep breath of contentment, and, with the Sword of Truth held in both hands, lying down the length of her, listening to the steady drumming of rain on the roof, she allowed herself to succumb to sleep. Chapter 68. "Are you sure that you're all right?" Merritt asked in a quiet voice as they made their way up the broad hallway. "I know I would feel more confident in your recovery if you had gotten more rest. You've been through quite an ordeal." This section of the keep was reserved for the home guard. The hall was simple stone block walls, beamed ceilings, and plank floors. There were barracks, dining halls, and assembly rooms down various corridors. As they passed intersections, she saw that some of the halls were filled with soldiers. Iron brackets held torches with flames that flapped in the breeze as they passed. The hall smelled musty, punctuated with a heavy aroma of pitch each time they passed a hissing torch. Two soldiers in polished armor breastplates over blue tunics, their heads bent close in a confidential conversation, were walking swiftly toward them. Magda waited until they passed and were out of earshot before she answered Merritt. "I'm fine," she said. "Really, stop asking me, would you?" As they marched down the long corridor, Merritt glanced over with a skeptical expression but didn't answer. From time to time he looked over at her out of the corner of his eye, as if checking to make sure she was still upright. Magda wished it weren't so late. She had slept the entire day and on into the night. No matter how much she might need rest, she didn't want to sleep any more. She was strong enough to do what had to be done. That was all that really mattered at the moment. "Don't I look fine?" she asked. Merritt finally smiled. "Yes, you certainly do look fine." His face reddened. "I mean, you look like you've regained your strength." Magda smiled at his look of embarrassment. Truth be told, she didn't feel at all fine. She was so exhausted that she could hardly put one foot in front of the other. But she was more concerned that the sorceress from the old world might be executed before they could get to her. It might be their only chance to get information about what the enemy was up to. She couldn't afford to worry about how tired she was when there was so much at stake. Despite the late hour, she expected General Grunwald to still be up. She knew him to be ferociously dedicated to his duty of protecting the keep and those who lived and worked there. She remembered Baracus often reminding General Grunwald to get some sleep or he wouldn't be good for anything. The man rarely took the gentle reminders to heart. By the clusters of men crowded around the archway to the Home Guard's headquarters, she was sure he would be there. Some of the soldiers in blue tunics and light armor clutched paper or scrolls, waiting to give the general their reports. Other men were gathered for their patrols. The dozens of reflector lamps along the stone walls outside the archway reflected sparkles of light off polished armor and weapons that all the men carried. It was a decidedly male environment that made her feel out of place. As Magda and Merritt made their way up the corridor, past soldiers coming and going, as well as clusters of men discussing their work and their plans for the night, she spotted the general coming out of the arched opening to his headquarters. He was average height, but built like an oak tree, with thick arms and a neck that started flaring right from his ears down into his broad shoulders. She thought that he looked like a man who could shove a mountain aside if it was in his way. He spoke to various people with brief, direct orders, sending men on specific types of patrols, or telling officers how he wanted watches run, or taking papers with reports from waiting men even as he was talking to others. He scanned each report and thanked the man giving it. Before long, he had a sheaf of papers in his big fist. When General Grunwald spotted Magda weaving her way through the swarm of soldiers, his face lit up with a big grin. Magda instantly went on alert. The general smiling like that was out of character. He was a serious soldier, healthy and fit despite the gray at his temples. He often rode with his men or walked miles and miles of patrols through the keep with them, up and down countless stairs as he checked that his people were safe. He was focused and serious. He was not a man to smile casually. Since the strange deaths at the keep, he was, if anything, short-tempered. He felt that the murders reflected poorly on him personally, that the deaths put him continually on edge. But here he was, grinning as if he were at a ball and full of wine. "Lady Cirrus, so glad to see you," he said as he rushed up to her. Merritt, standing beside her, made the general look not nearly as big and muscular as she had always thought of him. "General Grunwald, can we speak privately? I need to ask you something." Of course," he said, still grinning as he gestured expansively, urging her into an alcove to the side that held several statues of famous soldiers from history. Before she could say anything, the general, still grinning, did. "I must congratulate you, Lady Cirrus." If Magda had been on alert before, now she was alarmed. Again, the general spoke before she had a chance to ask what he meant. "It's wonderful news, simply wonderful, just what the keep needed." It lifted the gloom. Magda was not merely bewildered, she was becoming ever more apprehensive. She thought it best to be as careful as possible. "And how did you hear the news, General?" He straightened with a proud grin and hooked his thumbs on his weapons belt. "Prosecutor Lothane told me himself." Magda had to force herself not to act startled. "He did?" General Grunwald nodded. He glanced around to make sure no one was close enough to hear him. "I have to say, I've been worried about matters here at the keep, but now, with you to marry our new first wizard, I have been put at ease." He held up his hand as he glanced around again. "Don't worry, I haven't told my men yet that Lothane is to be named first wizard. I know that the news is supposed to be saved for an announcement at the council session. But the biggest news, as far as I'm concerned, is that you will once again be the wife of our first wizard. I can't tell you how relieved I am at that news." Out of the corner of her eye, Magda shared a look with Merritt. She couldn't help herself. "Why are you relieved?" His brow lifted. "Lady Cirrus, you are widely respected. You may not be aware of it, but your word is widely listened to and valued. People know of all the times you have spoken with measured reason before the council, oftentimes being their conscience. You have always spoken for those who have no voice before the council. That has earned you the quiet respect of many people in the keep. A lot of people have doubts about Lothane, and what you had to say about him before, well, your words put voice to the concerns of many. At the same time, though, there are others who believe in Lothane, believe that he is our savior for going after all the traitors among us. Those people who believe in Lothane would like to cut your throat. I have worried greatly for your safety because true believers are often quite vicious. But Lothane explained it all to me. He made it clear how your grief over Baracus' suicide weighed terribly on your nerves, that's all. As he says, such deep grief can make even good people act out in misguided ways, and so they must be forgiven. But by your marrying him, it will settle the matter and end any misgivings about Lothane being named first wizard. People will be very pleased to have the reassurance of your confidence in him. After all, you're marrying him." He thumped his chest with a fist. "I'm reassured. I'm pleased. I have to tell you, it will really quiet things down in the keep. I can't tell you how happy I am for you, and that you once again are to be the wife of the first wizard." Magda did her best to conceal her rage. "And who have we here?" The general asked as his typical suspicious gaze turned to Merritt. "I'm Merritt," Merritt said with a pleasant smile, a smile that she could see was forced. Merritt held out his hand. General Grunwald, still looking suspicious, shook the hand. "Merritt is a maker," Magda said, drawing the general's attention back to her. "Since I have no use for them, I am giving Baracus's tools to Merritt. Here, he will be able to put them to good use." "Ah," the general said with a nod, indicating that his suspicion had been allayed. "Well, that's a nice thing to do. I'm sure that First Wizard Baracus would have wanted that." "That's what I thought," Magda said. General Grunwald leaned close. "Now, what was it you wanted to ask me?" Magda was taken off guard, and her mind suddenly raced for an answer. If this man was now on the side of Lothane, she couldn't very well trust him to take her to see the sorceress that Lothane was intent on putting to death. She momentarily considered taking him into her confidence and telling him that she had no intention, under any circumstances, of marrying Lothane. She was furious at Lothane for having the audacity to tell people that she was going to marry him. As he stared at her, waiting for her answer, she reminded herself to focus. She couldn't take the chance of trusting him. "Well," she said, "I was taking Merritt to show him Baracus's tools. Like I said, we were passing nearby, and I hoped to run into you. I wanted to ask you if you had found the man who had murdered Isidore, the spiritist." "Oh, the spiritist." The general frowned. "No, we've not been able to find anything at all. Even more disturbing, she is not the only one to be murdered in such a horrific fashion." Magda let out a disappointed sigh. "I'm sorry to hear that the killer is still on the loose in the keep. I was hoping he would have been caught by now." The general nodded grimly. "A number of wizards working in the lower parts of the keep, and even a few a bit higher up, have been murdered." "Murdered? By murdered, do you mean murdered like Isidore was murdered? In that same fashion?" "That's right. Ripped apart. They aren't the only ones. I've had 2 patrols killed as well." Surprised, Magda leaned in a little. "Patrols? You mean soldiers? Armed soldiers?" He folded his meaty arms. "That's right. One of the patrols had 3 men. Then, several days later, a patrol of 4 men was also attacked and killed. They were torn apart. Blood, guts, and brains everywhere in the hallway where their remains were found. We didn't even know which body parts went with which men. We couldn't even identify the remains, and only determined who they were when we took a head count." "Dear spirits," she whispered. "That's terrible. I'm so sorry to hear about this. And you have no suspects?" None at all." His gaze had turned abruptly, penetrating and uncomfortable. "And you say the man who did it, the man you saw kill Isidore, was a dead man?" Magda shrugged, trying not to be argumentative. This was not the time or place. There were more important considerations. "He looked dead to me, that's all I can tell you. I suppose that maybe he was just disheveled and filthy. Maybe he used magic. Maybe that's why he appeared so strong and could do what he did." "Ah," the general nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense." "It's quite frightening to hear that no one has been caught." He peered at Merritt for a moment, and then again eyed Magda carefully. "Are you all right? You look, I don't know, tired." "I am tired, I'm afraid. A lot has been going on in my life recently." His grin returned. "I understand." Magda could feel her renewed flash of anger heat her face. "Well, I must be going. Merritt here wants to pick up his tools and be on his way. I probably should get some rest." "Of course, Lady Cirrus," the general said with a bow of his head. "Once again, my congratulations on your imminent marriage to our soon-to-be new first wizard. I'm sure that everyone else at the keep will be just as happy and relieved at this news as I am. People think a great deal of you, and will be encouraged by your decision." Magda nodded. "Thank you, General Grunwald." Before he could say anything else, Magda turned and headed away. Merritt jumped to quickly follow after her and stayed at her side. Chapter 69. Magda fisted her hands in fury as she marched away. She and Merritt passed groups of soldiers coming in the other direction as she resolutely made her way down the stone corridor. "What was that all about?" Merritt finally asked. He sounded about as angry as she felt. "Isn't it obvious? There must have been opposition to Lothane being named First Wizard. Apparently he's trying to quell dissent, shore up his support and win people over. It appears to be working. Grunwald thinks it's going to be good for the people of the keep. Lothane is no doubt counting on just that attitude. He probably thinks that when I see how pleased everyone is, how it eases tensions and reassures people in a time of crisis, I will have no choice but to go along with his plan. He knows that I care about the people here. He's trying to shame me into doing it for the good of the keep." "But you're not going to actually do it," Merritt said. It didn't sound like a question. Magda frowned over at him. "Are you out of your mind?" He heaved a sigh of bottled exasperation. "Where are we going anyway?" "To the dungeon." "The dungeon?" Merritt grabbed her arm and pulled her to an abrupt halt. He checked both ways to make sure none of the soldiers coming and going from the Home Guard headquarters were close enough to hear him. "Are you crazy?" Magda squared up to him. "Look, Merritt, we're running out of time. If that woman is still alive, we have to get to her before the executor." She threw her hands up. "I already wasted the entire day sleeping. We can't afford to waste any more time." "It wasn't a waste," he said in a tone meant to calm her down. "It kept you from dying." Magda took a breath, trying to calm her anger over the things the general had said. She didn't want Merritt to think she was angry with him or blame him for what they'd had to do. Merritt was the only one who believed her, and he was trying to help. She lowered her voice. "I suppose. And I'm grateful, I really am. You healed me, and I'm better. I know I need more rest to get back to myself, but right now it doesn't matter how exhausted I am. We may never get another chance. We have to get to that sorceress." Merritt nodded as he visibly cooled off. "I understand, and I share your sense of urgency. After all, I'm the one who told you about the sorceress defector in the first place, remember?" "I remember." "So, how do you propose we get to see her without General Grunwald? They don't simply let people in to see prisoners." A group of soldiers hurried past, eyeing the woman in the midst of their domain. She flashed them a brief, polite smile of greeting. Most of the men returned the smile. Once they were past, Magda pulled the hood of her cloak up over her head and started out once more. She peered around the edge of the hood at Merritt. "You heard the general. I'm respected. It's news to me, but maybe not to the men down in the dungeon. They certainly won't be expecting a woman, the wife of their dead first wizard, to show up in their midst in the middle of the night." Merritt looked to be getting agitated again. "And what good is that going to do you?" "Sometimes. Surprise is sometimes the best advantage a warrior can have." He eyed her suspiciously. "Where did you hear that?" "Baracus told me." "He's right, but this is different from what is typically meant by that saying. That's why this surprise will work to our advantage." "And if it doesn't?" Magda took his arm, leaning closer to him as they started down the stone steps of a broad stairway. Their footsteps echoed through the stairwell, so she kept her voice low. "Merritt, we have to try. Time is working against us. They haven't executed her before, or even today while I was sleeping the day away. They will surely behead her soon. Maybe even tomorrow. We can't delay. If they've tried her and condemned her to death, they're not going to keep her alive down in the dungeon for long, a few days at most. Every day we don't get to her adds to the odds that we never will. Maybe she doesn't know anything and can't help us. But what if she does know something about what's going on here in the keep, or Emperor Sulachan's battle plans? By the way she was tried without the public knowing about it, someone must have a reason to want to get rid of her. After all, why wouldn't Lothane want to try her publicly so he could add another executed traitor to his list of heralded accomplishments? Could he be doing a favor, or protecting someone, maybe even protecting himself? Why was the trial conducted out of the public eye? I was wondering those same things. Merritt looked both up and down the stairwell to make sure no one was near. What we really have to ask ourselves is why they've let her live this long. What do you mean? If they charged her with being a spy and sentenced her to death, maybe it's because someone had a reason to want her dead. Maybe it's to shut her up. So, if that's true, and they want to shut her up, then why don't they just put her to death immediately and find her guilty? Merritt leaned closer and arched an eyebrow. If they want her dead, then why have they kept her alive for this long? It dawned on her what Merritt was implying. You mean you think they're torturing her? You think they haven't killed her yet because they're torturing information out of her? Wouldn't any spy in the keep want to know if she has any companions defecting with her? And if she does know, how much they know about the people of Emperor Sula-Chan might have secretly slipped in here? Nor will killing her solve their problem if she's already spoken with people here at the keep and given them names of traitors working on behalf of the Emperor. They would need to know that before they killed her, don't you suppose? Magda glanced over at him. For a traitor worried about being discovered, finding out how much she knows would be reason enough to torture her. Merritt waved a hand. But this is all speculation. For all we know, maybe she really is a spy, or even an assassin, posing as a defector, intent on using her gift to kill our leaders. Maybe they want to keep the trial out of the public eye in order to find any accomplices. Maybe they did a good thing by uncovering her plans. For all we know, they may very well have beheaded her right in the beginning, right after convicting her. We don't know that she's even alive. All the more reason to get down to the dungeons as soon as we can. We may never get another chance to find out the truth. Maybe she is an assassin. Maybe she really is a defector who wants to help us, and if they're torturing her, she may soon enough be as good as dead as far as helping us is concerned. Merritt considered her words as they continued down the broad stairs leading to the lower levels. The stairwell was a core passage used by the home guard to move quickly between different areas of the keep. As they kept taking flight after flight down, several patrols passed them going up. I don't like it, Merritt said after a group of half a dozen soldiers, climbing the stairs 2 at a time. We're far enough above them not to be able to overhear. But I have to admit that what you say makes sense. We won't know the answers to any of it. If she's still alive, and if she is she in any condition to talk to us, unless we get down there and see for ourselves? The thing that worries me, Magda said, is that these dungeon guards might not necessarily be the reasonable type. Likely not, actually. That's why they're chosen for the task in the first place. Some very nasty criminals and killers are kept down there before being put to death. Those guards need to be tough men. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Magda headed to the broadest corridor. It led to the immense chamber down in the heart of the lower keep. Their shadows from the torchlight rotated around them as they moved swiftly down the simple hall. That's what I mean, Magda said. I'm not sure they will have any desire to let us in. But, on the other hand, they are liable to be surprised to see me down there, that we may be able to bluff our way through. I'd prefer that to having to kill them, he said under his breath. Magda blinked in surprise. Kill them? They're on our side, Merritt. They're our men. How do you know that? What if the traitors in the keep have had those men placed there to keep the likes of you and me away from their dirty work? You said yourself that something terrible is going on at the keep, and there seem to be a number of people involved. This woman might have some answers about that, and that's why she's in the dungeon. So who are we up against? Who's keeping her there? Who is involved in wanting her dead? We're at war. We can't afford to fail, or we could easily end up dead, along with all the innocent people of the Midlands. Those guards down there may be our men, or they very well may be working for a traitor, for the enemy. With what we're doing, we've already crossed a lot of lines here. And don't forget, Merritt added, we're probably dealing with an enemy who stole the power of Orden. This sorceress may know something about all that. She may know who has the boxes or where they are. If we're really serious, then we can't be half-hearted. We dare not let this chance slip away, no matter who gets in our way. If we go down there, and those guards won't let us in to see this woman, we may have to end up killing them. Magda sighed in frustration. You're right. If we don't discover the enemy's plans before it's too late, everyone could die. The risk is too great. We're going to have to do what is necessary. She looked over at him as they turned down a carpeted corridor. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Hope isn't a plan. We have to get in, and to do that, we may need to kill the guards. I'd rather bluff my way in. If it works, I'm with you, but I need to be ready to have your back. Magic doesn't work in the dungeon, she reminded him. The dungeons are shielded to prevent any gifted prisoner from using magic to escape, or from any gifted ally of a prisoner from getting in and using their magic to break them out. Down in the dungeons, it's muscle that matters. That's why they have the kind of guards they do down there. Without looking over at her, he said, the sword will still work down there. When they crafted the shields, they didn't shield against the magic. I invested in the sword. How do you know? Because it didn't exist at the time. No one had ever thought of the kind of power I put into the sword until I did. It never existed until I created it. So it's impossible for them to have shielded against it. So if you have a way to defeat our shields, it would be foolish to think the enemy didn't as well. That thought had occurred to me. Magda nodded, already thinking about the journey down into the lower reaches of the keep, into the place of the dead. Chapter 70. Magda's legs ached from the long descent down into the place of the dead. She was so exhausted that at times she felt she might fall over. She knew that what she was feeling was more than normal fatigue. She hated to think about the eventual long climb back up. Magda knew that Merritt was telling her the truth about needing rest to complete her recovery from the ordeal of creating the key. Healing alone hadn't been enough. From little things he had done at the time, to hints in the way he had acted, she suspected that the use of her blood and life force in the effort to create the key had come close to costing her her life. Before she could rest, though, they needed to get down to the dungeon. That was the prime concern. If the sorceress was still alive, they had to talk to her. The deserted corridor they hurried through, carved from banded, tannish sandstone, created a maze of twisting passageways. None of the walls were square or straight. For the most part, the passageways were little more than a warren of tunnels gouged out through the stone. She hadn't been in these particular underground passages the last time she'd come down into the catacombs. This area was considerably deeper beneath the section she'd been in before, where not only were there resting places for the dead, but rooms where wizards also worked. That level was also where Isidore's place had been. Over time, as ever more people had died, the available space in the catacombs had been filled to capacity. The living then had to dig even deeper to create more room for the newly deceased. That meant that some of the areas they were entering were not nearly as old as the places above where she had been before. Up above, some of the tombs were centuries old. Some were said to be thousands of years old. Magda didn't know if that much was true or not, but it was clear enough that some sections of the catacombs higher up were ancient. This part, though, was newer. In fact, it was repulsively new. The stagnant stench of death hung in the air down in this place. Even the scent of the stone all around, and the smell of burning pitch from the occasional torches stuck in holes drilled in the soft rock of the walls, as well as pots of aromatic oils, was not enough to mask the smell of death. In spots, some of the rooms they passed with the recently dead reeked so strong of rotting flesh that it gagged her and spurred her to hurry past. As they made their way through the tunnels, Magda couldn't help glancing off into the dark recesses where the dead were laid to rest. The light spear Merritt carried cast a greenish glow into the hollowed-out chambers. In the tunnels, the light sphere helped fill in shadowy stretches between torches. In that greenish light, Magda could see countless corpses lying in niches. Some of the dusty finery was filled with bones and nothing more. In other places, the dead were desiccated, with mouths hanging open and eye sockets staring up at nothing. In some of the rooms they passed, the places that smelled the worst, The bodies had grotesquely swollen tongues protruding from gaping mouths and eyes bulging out of sockets. It was a natural process that bodies went through as they rotted, but it was horrifying to see. It was one of the reasons she was glad that they had reduced Baracus's remains to ashes. Magda speculated that the sites they passed were also one of the reasons the dungeons were down below the catacombs. As prisoners were brought down through the place of the dead, the rotting corpses would be a demoralizing spectacle, meant to be a disturbing preview to the living being taken to the dungeon, of the fate awaiting them if they caused any trouble, or a reminder to those condemned to death of what they would soon look like. Magda only hoped that those condemned really were guilty. If they were guilty of murders, then they deserved their fate. But such an end was too horrifying for her to contemplate, if the condemned were actually innocent. She knew that guilt was not always clear-cut, and there were instances where people wondered if the true guilty party had avoided paying the price, and an innocent person was instead being put to an unjust death. It seemed like an endless spectacle of corpses as they made their way down the tunneled hallway. It was numbing to see so many dead people. Magda missed a step, and then jerked to a halt. She stood frozen in place. The realization ran an icy shiver up between her shoulder blades, to the nape of her neck. With a sudden comprehension, she could feel her hands begin to tremble. Her heart started beating faster. Merritt turned, holding the light sphere up to better see her face and to look into her wide eyes. He leaned down a little. "What's wrong?" Magda glanced around at all the niches carved out of the stone, all filled with remains of the dead. General Grunwald said they hadn't found the man who killed Isidore. "That's right," he said. Magda met his gaze. "That night, when I was lost in the maze outside her quarters, a lot of men, wizards with gifted abilities to see the living, came to see what the commotion was all about. They fanned out and searched the maze. They didn't find anyone. General Grunwald says that they haven't found those responsible for the murders." "I'm listening." "How is that possible? I mean, really, how in the world is that possible? How could a killer like that vanish? The keep is a big place, and there are tunnels everywhere down in the lower reaches, as well as down here in the catacombs, but still, they've had a lot of soldiers searching day and night. Think about it. How could the killer evade all those searchers? How did the killer manage to vanish so easily each time he struck?" "Well, I don't know, but even with all the soldiers, what if the killer really was dead?" Merritt stood staring at her. He glanced to the rooms filled with the dead. "You mean like these dead, here?" he finally said. Dead?" Magda gestured to one of the rooms beside them. There were dozens and dozens of desiccated corpses lying inside in various degrees of decay, some with hands crossed over their chests, others with arms at their sides, all with dead eyes, staring at nothing. Some had been reduced to almost nothing but bones. Yet some, dark and dried out, didn't look at all unlike the man Magda had seen murder Isidore. "Yes, what if," she said, lowering her voice, "what if the killer was one of these dead men? What if, after he killed, he simply went back to his resting place down here and, well, resumed being dead? He would have vanished in our midst. How would anyone find him? How would anyone know who it was?" "They would have the blood of the victims on them," Merritt pointed out. "No one searched all the dead to see if they had fresh blood on them," Magda scoffed. "No one believed me that it was a dead man who killed Isidore." "That's true. After the murders, the soldiers searched for a killer, but no one checked all the corpses looking for fresh blood. If it wasn't discovered soon enough, any evidence of fresh blood would soon deteriorate. In many cases, it might just look like natural decomposition and fluids seeping from the dead. The blood of the victims would become part of the dead." She gestured to a nearby room. "I mean, look at them. Yes, some are neat and tidy. But with a lot of these bodies looking like they do, it would be hard to spot fresh blood on them. Within a short time, you couldn't see it even if you were looking for it." Merritt slowly shook his head as he peered in rooms. "Dear spirits, Magda. I wish that didn't make so much sense. You told me that the shields wouldn't stop your sword because they weren't made to stop the magic it contained. That's right. There are shields everywhere in the keep. Think about it. What are the shields made to stop? The enemy, he said. What enemy? Merritt grasped her meaning. The living enemy. The shields work by detecting life. They can't detect something that isn't alive, something dead. With the war going on and the attacks in the keep, as a safeguard, the council ordered new shields placed all over. I've had to make detours to get around shielded areas. Magda lifted a finger. Yet it hasn't halted the murders, has it? Or helped soldiers trap the killer. The shields wouldn't stop a dead man. The shields wouldn't even be able to detect one, would they? No, they wouldn't. Something dead wouldn't even set off any of the alarms, much less the shields. After all, why would an alarm need to be set off to warn of the dead? What do shields do to intruders? Magda asked. Some of the shields are set to kill any unauthorized person who tries to pass. He arched an eyebrow. But you have to be alive to be killed. What is it that Isidore was searching for, looking into? What were the wizards that she was helping trying to do? Merritt showed her his ring with grace on it. They are trying to interfere with this. They are altering the natural order of things, the flow of life and magic and death. I haven't heard a lot of specifics about what they were doing, but I assumed that they were looking into what Isidore was so worried about. The dead the enemy took, and their missing spirits. From rumors I've heard, Magda said, wizards down in the lower reaches have been working to try to bring the dead back to life, or an imitation of life anyway. I wonder if it could be that some of those experiments have gone terribly wrong. I wonder if that is the source of the murders. Merritt stared at her for a long, uncomfortable moment before he gestured with the light sphere. We'd better get down to the dungeon. Chapter 71. The chiseled stone of the narrow passageway, cut through the granular granite bedrock of the mountain beneath the keep, was not only darker, but much harder than the extensive vein of fine, tan sandstone of the catacombs up above them. This was not a place that had been so easily carved out, as were the subterranean galleries for the dead higher up. This place had required a great deal of muscle, sweat, and effort to construct. All to confine evil. At least, that had been the original intent. The smell of stale sweated acrid rat droppings permeated the dark, dank tunnel just above the entrance to the dungeon. Magda wrapped her cloak tighter against the chill air and wrinkled her nose at the stink. When they reached the iron stairs at the end of the single shaft, she started down without hesitation. Gritty rust and crumbled bits of remaining paint from the iron railing stained her hands. At the bottom of the long, steep descent, a pair of burly men waited. They had clearly heard the visitors to the dungeon approaching. Both were shirtless, and as round-shouldered and hairy as bears. In the illumination of the light sphere Merritt carried, their white eyes peered out from dark, grimy faces stained by soot from torches. They were clearly surprised to see a woman and suspicious of Merritt. An oil lamp sitting off to the side on a small, simple plank table provided the only light. It wasn't much, and so the men, used to the near darkness, squinted in the relatively bright light Merritt was holding. They were as filthy as a pair of moles. Before the men could speak, Magda did. "You have a woman prisoner, a spy. We're here to see her." The two guards shared a look, surprised that it had been she, and not Merritt, who had spoken. "Prisoners don't get to have visitors," the first guard said in a gravelly voice. "I'm not a visitor," Magda told him. She kept her voice cold and unfriendly. "I am here to question her." In ill humor, the man planted his fists on his hips. "Prisoners don't generally answer questions either." He grinned as he glanced over his shoulder at the second guard, "unless it's under torture." They both chuckled. Magda knew that she had to be bold in her bluff if it was to work. She had convinced Merritt to go along with her plan and follow her lead, so he was letting her do the talking. She reasoned that it would be unexpected and thus more convincing. Coming from her than from a man, although he had agreed. Merritt stood ready if it didn't work. Not speaking, resting a palm on the hilt of his ever-present sword, towering just behind her left shoulder. He looked quite forbidding. Magda leaned toward the grinning man, putting her face close to his, looking him in the eye, and gritted her teeth. "Then I will have to torture the bitch now, won't I?" He blinked in surprise. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Magda again spoke first. "Do you know who I am? Do you have any idea who you are talking to?" His thick brow drew lower. "Yes, I'm talking to—" Merritt, off to the side and just behind her, gestured from side to side with his fingertips across his throat, a warning to the man not to say anything to make her angry. It apparently looked convincing, because the man paused and reconsidered what he had been about to say. He poked his tongue out between missing bottom teeth to swipe at his lower lip, unsure what to do. The second man, picking up on Merritt's warning, spoke up instead. "I'm afraid that no, we don't know who you are. You have us at a disadvantage." Magda pushed the hood of her cloak back off her head. "I am Magda Cirrus." The first man's brow came up a little. "Wife to dead First Wizard Baracus?" "Well, yes," she said as she flicked her hand, dismissing the importance of that much of it. "But more to the point, as far as you gentlemen are concerned, I am soon to be the wife of our soon-to-be new First Wizard." "New First Wizard." His brow drew back down. "What would you be talking about?" She turned to Merritt. "Don't they tell the guards down here anything?" When Merritt shrugged, she turned back to the guard and again leaned toward him. "I'm talking about Prosecutor Lothane." Both men backed away a bit at the name. They clearly knew who Lothane was, and they were afraid of him. "Prosecutor Lothane to be named First Wizard?" the second man asked. Magda planted her fists on her own hips. "Who else? Do you have a suggestion for the council as to who would make a better First Wizard? Shall I tell the council and my soon-to-be husband that the two guards down here in the dungeon have someone better in mind?" Both men held out their hands. "No, no," they said together. "No," the first repeated. "We have no better suggestion." "You misunderstood. Lothane will of course make an excellent First Wizard." "And husband," she said in cold correction. "Like I said, we're soon to be married. He will be First Wizard, and as such he wants me to serve beside him as his wife." Again she leaned toward them. "Unless, of course, you two gentlemen have an objection." The second man leaned in a little around the first. "Congratulations, Lady Cirrus. He could have chosen no better woman for his wife. Everyone will be delighted by the news." She bowed her head once, acknowledging the proffered praise with a brief, deliberately insincere smile. "Now, gentlemen, when my betrothed sends me to question one of his prisoners, he fully expects me to return with what he sent me for, don't you suppose? If you would like, I will wait right here for one of you two to trot on up to his office, interrupt his important work, and question him. Or better yet, we can have him dragged down here just for you two, so that you both can question his wishes and intentions. I'm sure he would be only too happy to explain it to you." She grinned wickedly as she glanced back over her shoulder at Merritt. "I think that would prove quite entertaining, don't you suppose?" Merritt chuckled. "Indeed it would." Both guards shared another look. "I don't think that it will be necessary, Lady Cirrus, as long as—" "Then open the door." They both flinched. "Of course, Lady Cirrus," the first said as he nodded vigorously, even as the second was pulling out a big key as he turned to the door. As Magda started for the door, the first man held up a finger. If I might inquire, Lady Cirrus, I can understand Prosecutor Lothane sending you to see the prisoner, but—" he gestured to Merritt. "What would be the purpose of this fellow you have with you?" Magda glared at the man, as if she were having difficulty believing how stupid he was. "Do you really expect me to torture the prisoner for information myself?" He straightened in relief at the explanation. "Oh, I see what you mean." He glanced at Merritt's stony expression, and then bowed quickly. "Of course, Lady Cirrus? I mean, no. Oh, of course not." The man with the key in his beefy fingers fumbled at getting it into the keyhole. The first man backhanded the side of his meaty arm and told him to hurry. Once the man got the key into the lock, his mouth twisted with the effort of turning it. He strained to turn the key. and it finally threw the bolt back with a loud clang. Both men seized the iron handles. Together, they pulled and tugged. The door appeared to be too heavy to be opened by one man alone. Rusty hinges protested as, inch by inch, the door was jerked open. When they finally had an opening wide enough to pass through, the first man gestured to the second and, under his breath, ordered him to get a torch and take the two visitors in to see the prisoner they were interested in. It was obvious that he was eager to be out of Magda's sight and away from her sharp tongue. The second man nodded at the instructions and snatched up a torch from a pile at the side against the wall. He bent over the table to quickly light a splinter in the lantern and then set flame to the torch. As soon as he had the torch lit, he gestured for Magda and Merritt to follow, as he ducked under the low opening and stepped through the doorway. Magda hiked up her skirts and stepped over the high threshold. She and Merritt followed the hunched guard into a twisting maze of narrow tunnels that in places were no more than what looked like cracks in the bedrock. They took the second passageway to the left, down a split in the rock. That was so narrow, they had to turn sideways to pass through it. In places they had to walk through ankle-deep, stinking, stagnant water. To the sides, at intervals, were small iron doors set into places carved out of the solid rock. The fist-sized openings in the doors were all dark. "Here it is," the guard said, lifting a finger to the door. When Magda only stared at him, he jumped to stab the key into the lock and turn it. As the bolt clanged back, the sound echoed through the cave-like tunnels. Holding the torch in one hand, he used his other to tug the heavy door open. Neither Magda nor Merritt made any move to help him with the difficult task. When the door was opened enough to pass, Merritt cut in front of the guard and stepped through the doorway first. Magda followed close on his heels. The guard followed them in. She could see by the light of the glass sphere Merritt was holding that there was a second iron door. The outer room they were in had a ceiling so low that she and Merritt had to stoop over lest they hit their heads. She knew that the cells for the gifted had double doors, with an outer room as an extra layer of protection. Besides the iron doors, the small outer room, as well as the inner room, would be heavily shielded. "Give me the key," Merritt said to the guard. "You can wait for us back at the entrance." The squat, burly guard hesitated. Merritt snapped his fingers and held out a hand, palm up, wiggling his fingers impatiently. The guard reluctantly placed the key in his palm. Seeing the two of them silently waiting for him to leave, he fidgeted a moment, scratched a hairy shoulder, and then stepped back out the first doorway. He ducked his head back in. "If you need anything, yell. Sound echoes down here, so we'll hear you." "Well, if you hear the woman screaming, that doesn't mean we need you," Merritt snapped as he gestured a curt dismissal. "It only means we're questioning her." As Magda watched the torchlight disappear into the distance outside the first door, Merritt unlocked the second. As she waited anxiously, he put his weight into pulling open the inner door. It was so cold down in the dungeon that she could see her own breath rise slowly in the still air. Finally, the greenish light penetrated into the inner darkness. There, hanging by chains from manacles attached to the wrists of her spread arms, was a bloody, naked woman. Chapter 72. The woman in the center of the inner room, hanging by her wrists, appeared to be nearly unconscious. She barely slitted her eyelids to see in the dim greenish light from the light sphere who was entering her cell. Only her eyes moved to take in Magda and Merritt. She wasn't older, as expected, but instead looked closer to Magda's age. Her disheveled, straight, jet-black hair was shoulder-length, with bangs that came to just above her eyes. She was so beautiful, even with strings of blood across her face, that Magda found herself pausing for an instant to stare. Magda's heart ached at the sight of what had been done to this poor creature. The woman, even though she was only half-conscious, still managed to level a black look at the two people entering her cell. She obviously expected more torture. Even though she was chained and helpless, Magda sensed that this was not a woman to be trifled with. Magda reached out and gently touched the woman's cheek. We're not here to hurt you. I promise. She tells the truth, Merritt said in a compassionate voice as he looked around, trying to see if there was a simple way to get her down. The woman watched Magda's eyes, but didn't answer. Magda turned to Merritt. Get her down, will you? The chains are pinned into the rock. The key is the only way. Merritt stretched up, fitting the key into the lock in the manacles. Despite how he tried, the key wouldn't turn. It doesn't work, he said. It's probably rusty, Magda said. Try harder. No, it's the wrong key. I can feel that it doesn't fit the lock properly. If I try any harder, it will just break off in the lock, and then we'll never be able to get them open. Magda started to turn away. I'll go get the right key from the guards. Merritt caught her arm, stopping her. I have the right key. Magda frowned at him. What are you talking about? As the sword of truth came out of its scabbard, the blade sent a clear, distinctive ring through the small prison chamber that had been hollowed out of solid bedrock. The steel looked as menacing as the greenish light flared off it as it sounded. The woman's eyes widened, expecting the worst. They're heavy iron, Magda said. You can't cut iron with a sword. Merritt flashed her a private, one-sided smile before turning to the woman hanging before them. As he lifted her a bit by her forearm and held her steady, he carefully slid the blade of the sword under the iron manacle around her wrist. Don't move, he told the woman. I'm going to get these off you. The blade won't cut you, but just to be sure, don't move. It appeared to be too much effort for the woman to turn her head to see what he was doing. Instead, only her eyes turned to look at his face as he cautiously worked the sword under the iron band. She seemed puzzled. Her smooth brow twitched slightly. Hold still now, Merritt said. With a mighty effort, the muscles in his neck straining, Merritt pulled the sword. A loud crack rang out as the metal band shattered. As the blade of the sword of truth erupted from under the iron manacle, bits of metal ricocheted off the stone walls and clattered across the floor. With one arm suddenly freed, the woman's weight dropped. Her bare feet were finally able to touch the ground, but she was unable to hold her weight, and her knees buckled. She hung limp by her other wrist. Magda could see that her weight hanging in the manacles had cut up her wrists. With the sudden added weight on just one wrist, fresh blood started flowing and running down her arm. Magda swept an arm around the woman's middle to try to take some of the weight off the bleeding wrist. The woman let out a small moan. Magda pulled off her cloak and wrapped it around the woman, covering her as best she could, even though the woman still had one arm trapped and hanging from the chain pinned in the ceiling. The woman's lips moved as she whispered her thanks. It was a voice as gracefully feminine as the rest of her. Merritt tried to work the sword in under the other manacle, but it wouldn't go. Can you lift her any? Her weight is pulling her hand into the top of the shackle, and I can't get the sword through. Magda nodded and strained to lift the dead weight. Can you help at all? She asked the limp woman. Can you use your legs to lift just a little, for just a moment? The woman strained to put weight on her legs. It was just enough of a help for Merritt to start to get the sword through. Magda could feel the woman shaking with the effort. As soon as Merritt was able to get the blade fully under the manacle, he immediately gave the sword a mighty yank. The iron band shattered with a loud bang. Pieces of iron clanged against the stone walls. One piece hit Magda's arm. The metal felt hot when it hit her skin and bounced off, but fortunately it didn't cut her. The woman collapsed into Magda's arms. Controlling the descent, Magda went to the ground with the weight of the woman, keeping her from falling hard and hurting herself. Once safely down on the ground, Magda hugged the woman close and pulled her cloak around her, trying to cover her and begin to warm her icy flesh. Who did this to you? Magda asked, unable to contain her anger. Who put you in here and ordered this done? The woman looked up and shook her head. I don't know them. Men, some men. She squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, in a stitch of pain. I came to help. They wouldn't let me. They hurt me instead. They said they were going to send me back in pieces to show others what had happened to them as well if they tried to do the same as me. I'm so sorry, Magda whispered. Looking rather mystified, the woman frowned as she reached up and touched her finger to a tear rolling down Magda's cheek. Magda quickly wiped her cheek. "We're going to get you out of here," she told the woman. The woman laid a hand on Magda's shoulder. "Thank you, but you can't help me." "Yes, we can," Magda insisted. "Do you think you can stand?" "You don't understand. You must not help me. I am lost. You must leave me. You don't know what you're dealing with. The Dreamwalkers will tell their contacts here, and then they will do this to you as well." Magda shared a look with Merritt. "We have a way to stop the Dreamwalkers from doing that," Magda said. "Dreamwalkers are powerful." The woman turned her eyes up. "Are you so sure?" "We're sure," Magda said. "Now, can you stand just until we can get you out of here?" The woman nodded. "If it kills me, I want to walk out of this place." Magda had to smile at that. She could easily understand the sentiment. "I'm Magda, by the way. This is Merritt. He's gifted. As soon as we get you out of here, we'll protect you from the Dreamwalkers so that they can't enter your mind. And then when you're safe, Merritt can heal you." The woman reached out and squeezed his hand. With a finger, Magda lifted some of the jet-black hair back off the woman's face. "What's your name?" "Naja Moon." It was a name as exotic as the woman's looks. "Well, Naja, can you tell me why you came here, to the keep?" Naja looked up at Merritt and then back to Magda. "I came because Emperor Sulachan must be stopped, or he will destroy the world of life." Magda straightened a little as she glanced up at Merritt, standing over them with the light sphere. She leaned in again towards Naja. "How do you know this, Naja?" "I was his spiritist." Chapter 73. Before Magda could ask anything else, Naja's eyes winced closed as she endured a shudder of pain. When the stitch of agony eased up, she struggled to catch her breath as she rested, huddled in Magda's warm embrace. Steam from her labored breathing rose into the still air of the small stone cell. Instead of asking anything else for the moment, Magda rubbed the woman's hands, letting her rest while working some warmth into her icy fingers. The chill of being deep underground was an insidious killer, over time, sapping a person's energy and eventually their life. Magda knew that the woman needed to gather her strength after having her arms freed. No longer hanging from the ceiling, she was at last able to breathe properly. Her wrists had finally stopped bleeding, but she had other, more insidious wounds that Magda knew needed tending as soon as possible. Merritt was impatient to get out of the dungeon, to be away from the shield so that he could heal her, but also to get them all away from the ever-present threat of the guards. By the way he kept checking the corridor outside the inner door, it was clear that he was concerned that the longer they waited, the more suspicious the guards would get. They also had to worry that someone else might show up, possibly even those who had captured Naja, had put her in the dungeon, and had been torturing her. Getting trapped down in the dungeons would be the end of them all. No one knew they were there, and if they were locked in, no one would be coming to help them. After catching her breath for a short time, Naja, without being asked, started to try putting weight on her legs. She looked to be even more impatient than Merritt to get out before the guards returned. Naja finally stood to her full height. The woman's clothes were nowhere to be found in the cell, but fortunately Magda's cloak was big enough to wrap around her. Naja was thankful to have it and clutched it to herself as she stood, testing her legs. She was proving to be stronger than Magda had expected. The cloak would have to do for the time being. She was close to the same height and build as Magda, so Magda would be able to give her some of her own clothes. First, they needed to get her out of the dungeon. "How is it that your blade did not cut me?" Naja asked Merritt as she moved her arms about, working the circulation back into them. He looked back after checking out the doorway. "It is magic that prevented it from cutting you." "Magic does not work down here. I tried. I tried very hard." "This magic is not obstructed by the shields down here. It's something similar to the way the magic of the light sphere isn't blocked by the shields. It's complicated, and I don't want to oversimplify it. But basically the sword's magic won't harm an innocent or a person believed to be a friend. I don't consider you the enemy, so the sword didn't cut you. I hadn't tested that aspect of it, though, so I had to be careful. It appears to work as it should. It also appears, by the way it cut through those iron manacles, that the other side of its magic is working as well. This was news to Magda. He hadn't told her the part about its magic not being able to harm innocent people. Merritt was full of wonders. "Why are you two helping me?" Nadja's voice was clearly laced with pain and justifiably some suspicion. "We're actually hoping that you can help us," Merritt said. "I heard that you wanted to join our cause. When we found out where you were, we knew we had to get you out." "I thought that the people here did not want my help. I thought I was wrong about the New World and the wizards who live and work here. Instead of my help, they chained me up in this awful place. They said that I was a spy and I was to eventually be put to death." "We believe that there are traitors here in the keep," Magda told her. "I think they had put you down here to keep you from helping our people. I thought that I had made the worst mistake of my life in coming here," Nadja said, shaking her head. "I'm glad to learn that what I believed really is true, that there are good people here, as I had heard, but maybe it is not that there are traitors here." Magda frowned. "What are you talking about? Why would the men who captured you put you down here if they weren't collaborators with those in the old world?" She looked from Magda to Merritt, and back to Magda. "Maybe Dreamwalkers possessed them and made them do it." Merritt stiffened. "Do you think that could be what is really going on?" "It's possible. Dreamwalkers can make people do terrible things." Magda let out a sigh. "We don't know what is really going on. That's why we came down here looking for you. We hope you can help us learn the truth." "If this place is shielded," Nadja said, "then maybe in here we are safe from the Dreamwalkers hearing us." "That's possible," Merritt said. "The dungeon is heavily protected with some of the most powerful suppression shields ever created." "Your sword has a newly created form of magic," Magda said. "It works down here in spite of the shields. The Dreamwalkers were likely also created after these shields, so the shields may not be able to protect us from them." She cast a meaningful look at Nadja. Nadja caught her meaning. "If one of them found me and was in my mind, watching us, I wouldn't know it." Magda looked up at Merritt. "We can't trust that the bond will work through the shields. We only know for sure that it works when not shielded. We dare not take a chance. Before we talk, we'd better first get her out of here and then get her protected from the Dreamwalkers." "She's right," Nadja said. "If you have a protection that works, then we need to get out of here and use it." Merritt lifted his sword a few inches and then let it drop back into its scabbard, making sure that the weapon was clear. "As soon as you feel strong enough to go, we're ready. We're glad to have you on our side in this war, Nadja, and we do need your help," Merritt added, "just as soon as we heal you." "If there are traitors in the keep, spies who are working for Emperor Sulichan, and not merely Dreamwalkers using people, then you need my help more than you realize." Magda didn't like the sound of that. Before she could say anything more, Nadja started sinking again toward the ground. Both Magda and Merritt held her up. "We need to get her out of here," Merritt said to Magda. "I think that she's as recovered as she is going to get until I can heal her. We can't wait any longer. We need to get her out of here, bonded and healed. She's strong, but her injuries are serious. It can't wait any longer." "He's right," Nadja said through gritted teeth from a stitch of pain. "I'm able to stand now. Let's go." Magda nodded. "We'll help hold you up as best we can, but it's narrow, and you have to be strong for a little bit longer. Merritt can carry you once we're out of the dungeon." "Thank you both," Nadja managed between gasps of increasing pain. Chapter 74. Now that the surge of excitement from being cut down from the chains was wearing off, it was clear that Nadja's strength was flagging. By the twitches of her brow, Magda could see that even though she didn't complain, she was enduring increasingly serious waves of pain. Her determination was keeping her moving better than Magda would have thought possible. Nadja had difficulty trying to make it out through the small doorway of her cell. It was proving easier to stand than to bend. Merritt held an arm on the outside of the door, while Magda, still in her inner cell, held her other arm. After Nadja was through, Merritt picked the woman up in his arms and carried her across the outer room. He stopped before the outer door, still holding Nadja in his arms. He gestured with the tip of his head. "Check outside. Check outside," he whispered to Magda. Magda carefully stuck her head out of the door and peered into the darkness. "It's too dark to see," she told him. "Take the light. I'll carry her." Magda lifted the heavy glass light sphere from his hand. Merritt rearranged his hold on Nadja, while Magda struck the light out into the passageway, checking. She signaled to Merritt that she didn't see anything. Nadja wrapped her arms around his neck to help hold on as he bent low to pass through the slightly larger outer doorway and follow Magda into the narrow tunnel. Merritt was easily able to carry the woman, but in places it was so narrow that he had to turn sideways, and even then it was a tight squeeze. "How are we going to get her past the guards?" Merritt asked as he followed behind Magda. Magda looked back over her shoulder without slowing. "I guess we bluff our way out the same way we bluffed our way in." Merritt looked more than a little skeptical. "You really think that they'll go for that with us trying to leave with her?" "I'll tell them that we have to take her to my soon-to-be new husband because he personally wants to question her." Merritt let out a sigh as if to say how unhappy he was with such a sketchy plan, and that he didn't think for a minute that it was going to work. "Unless you have a better idea," she said. "We can try it. You know my backup plan." Magda hadn't liked his backup plan of killing the guards, but now that she'd seen the condition Nadja was in, Merritt's suggestion that they might have to kill the guards was not sounding like nearly such a bad idea. She still didn't know, though. If the two guards actually had anything to do with what had happened to Nadja, they might be nothing more than they seemed. Guards who didn't know what was really going on. Before they reached the outer door to the dungeon entrance, where the two guards would be waiting, Merritt came to a halt. "Do you think you can walk?" he asked Nadja in a quiet voice. "Just until we get past the two guards. I may need to get at my sword." She nodded. "I'm getting some of my strength back. Put me down." He set her on her bare feet. For a moment, Magda wondered if the woman was going to be able to stand, but she steadied herself, and with an effort straightened her back. "I'll go first and do the talking," Magda whispered. "Nadja, stay close behind me. We're going to try to walk you right out of here before they have a chance to argue." The three of them made their way silently the remaining distance down the stone tunnel toward the light coming from the outer door. The lamplight from the doorway was a relief, because that meant the heavy iron door was still standing open. Magda hiked up her skirts and boldly stepped over the raised threshold out to the area where the guards waited. Nadja's hand lightly touched Magda's back for guidance as she stayed close behind. The two burly men stood waiting, one a little in front of the other, blocking the iron stairway up out of the dungeon. The big man in front had his thumbs hooked onto his belt. The men were close enough that she could smell how badly they stunk. There wasn't a lot of room to maneuver. Magda hoped that Merritt had enough room to use his sword if needed. If he did have to go for his sword, Magda intended to pull Nadja out of the way and protect her. "Well, well," the guard in front said. A depraved grin widened as he spotted Nadja in Magda's shadow. "Look who we have here out in the light." "We need to take her for further questioning," Magda said in an icy voice, not wanting to discuss anything with the man. "Stand aside." "Well, the thing is," the man said, scratching the stubble on his chin, and no longer looking the least bit cowed. "You forgot what I told you." Magda glared at him. "What are you talking about?" "I told you that sound carries through these tunnels. We heard what you said. We're going to try to walk you right out of here before they had a chance to argue, I believe is the way you put it. Did I get it right?" Magda felt a quick touch, a light pressure at the small of her back. Before she could fully make sense of it, Nadja flew past her. Nadja had Magda's knife. The woman struck like lightning. The blade slashed the first guard's throat open from the side of his neck under his right ear, clean across his windpipe. Blood erupted in great throbbing gouts from a severed artery at the side of his neck. His open windpipe blew clouds of red mist as he struggled to breathe. As Nadja twisted around, completing the powerful slashing strike, the second man's big hand clamped down around her other wrist, where the manacle had been. Without pause, Nadja used his hand holding her wrist for leverage to spin herself around. Using the hold on her wrist, she deliberately yanked herself forcefully toward the hulking guard. As she flew toward him, she whipped the knife in her other fist around in an arc and hammered it straight into his heart. His eyes opened wide in shock. The first man hit the floor with a heavy thud. Blood from the severed artery in his neck pumped out into a spreading pool. His last breath gurgled from his lungs. The man with the knife in his chest toppled back. The back of his head hit the stone floor with a loud crack. Blood oozed out from under his greasy hair. He was as still as the stone that had cracked open his head. He stared with wide-open, dead eyes. It had happened so swiftly that only then did Magda even realize that she heard the sound of steel being drawn. Merritt stood with the sword in his hand and rage in his eyes. Magda had to catch Nadja where she stumbled back a few steps. She weakly got her balance, and then straightened herself to stand tall and glare down at the bodies at her feet. In the lamplight, Magda could finally see that Nadja's eyes were as blue as the sky on a bright summer day. Her jet-black hair and bangs made her blue eyes all the more dazzling. Now, though, those blue eyes were filled with fiery rage. "They both took turns having their way with me," Nadja said defiantly. "If I had had the time, I would not have given them the mercy of a swift death." Magda couldn't blame the woman. She would have felt no differently. The surprising strength she had shown reminded Magda again that Nadja Moon was not a woman to be trifled with or underestimated. "Then you have carried out justice," Magda told her. "You'll get no condemnation from me." Nadja smiled with triumphant satisfaction. "Well, that simplifies things," Merritt said under his breath. He slid the sword home into its scabbard. "No one knew we were coming down here. No one else but these two knew that we were in here, or would be aware that we freed Nadja, and they aren't going to do any talking. Right now we're anonymous," Magda said. "Let's get out of here before someone else shows up and identifies us." Nadja bent and yanked the knife from the man's chest. She carefully wiped it clean on his pant leg. She flipped the knife and caught it by the point, then offered Magda the hilt. "I apologize for borrowing your weapon without permission. Had my gift worked down here, I would have handled it without needing to use your knife. I don't blame you. The men got what they deserved," Magda said as she replaced the knife in its sheath under the slit in her dress at the small of her back. She headed for the iron stairs. "Now, let's get out of here." Nadja smiled and followed her up. Chapter 75. Magda carefully slid the flimsy door aside, just enough to peek through the small opening. At the moment she didn't see anyone out in the passageway through the catacombs, but a few minutes earlier she had seen two wizards, deep in conversation, hurry by. Across the way she could see one of the nearly countless chambers filled with the dead. At least this upper area didn't smell as bad as the lower levels. She didn't know how long Merritt was going to take with Nadja, but Magda hated to have to spend any time in the small catacombs library near where the wizards worked, because it was not at all far from the dungeon. The library was utilitarian, little more than a small space hollowed from the soft rock. It was only large enough for 3 short rows of simple plank shelves for books. Between 2 of the shelves sat a simple bench. There was not even any room for a table. Nadja lay on the bench, Merritt kneeling beside her, working as quickly as he could to heal the wounds that required the most urgent attention. He had said that the library was seldom used, but Magda worried that this night someone might come looking for a rare volume and happen upon the 3 of them. She couldn't think of a plausible story as to why they were there, who Nadja was, and what had happened to her. They'd had to stop somewhere, though. Merritt wouldn't have been able to carry Nadja far before someone saw them and started asking questions. The small library was the first place they could find that Merritt thought would be somewhat safe, for a brief time. Nadja had a number of injuries, including torn muscles in her legs, a few broken bones in her feet, and, most concerning, a serious abdominal wound that threatened her life. Killing the 2 guards might have been satisfying retribution, but it had ruptured her abdomen wound, and it needed to be closed. Before they'd done anything else, though, even before healing her or addressing any of their other problems, as soon as they'd gotten out from the influence of the shields down in the dungeon, Nadja had gone to her knees and given the devotion to Lord Rawl. She was so eager to be protected from the Dreamwalkers that she ignored the pain long enough to say the devotion 3 times and gain the protection of the bond. Magda ached to have the woman healed. But more than anything, she had wanted to know that they would be safe from the view of dreamwalkers. When they had finished with the devotion, they had immediately turned to the problem of finding a place to tend to her injuries. Merritt had said that healing the sorceress was going to take some time, hours at least, possibly all night. Since they knew that they couldn't risk staying in the catacombs library that long, he had decided to use the place just long enough to get her out of imminent danger of dying, and able to walk on her own, so they could get her to a safer place. Once they were able to move from the little library to a safe place, Merritt would then be able to take the time to heal the rest of her serious injuries, without the risk of being interrupted at a critical moment. In the meantime, he would do what he could as quickly as he could. Magda was nervous, though, about getting caught in the catacomb library. She knew that if someone went down in the dungeons and found the two dead guards, they would raise an alarm, and the whole place would soon be crawling with soldiers. They would look in every corner. Magda didn't know if they would know who Nadja was, or be aware that she had been in the dungeon and had escaped. But if Merritt and Magda were discovered in the library, healing an injured woman, the soldiers would certainly ask a lot of questions, and they would expect answers. Merritt had worked down in the area on occasion, so he was familiar with this part of the catacombs. He had known of a storage cabinet where wizards and sorceresses kept supplies. There, he'd found a spare sorceress's robe and some clean rags. The flaxen robes were decorated at the neck with red and yellow beads, sewn in the ancient symbols of the profession. Merritt had then taken them to the little library and stood watch at the door, while Magda cleaned Nadja up enough so that she wouldn't draw suspicion if anyone saw her. After using a damp rag to gently wash some of the blood off the face of an only half-conscious Nadja, Magda had managed to get the robe onto her. While only partially responsive, Nadja had been aware enough to be grateful to have the robe to wear. After that, Magda had let Merritt hurry and get to work healing the woman while Magda stood watch. Merritt finally stepped up behind Magda. "Anyone out there?" "No, not for a while." Magda looked back and saw Nadja standing close behind him. "How are you?" she asked the sorceress. "Merritt helped me enough for now. He is very talented. I think I will be strong enough to walk to a safer place where he can finish." "Your house?" Magda asked Merritt. He pressed his lips tight as he considered it. He glanced back briefly at Nadja. "I wish we could get there. We'd be secluded and alone. But I really think it needs to be someplace closer. She can walk for a short while, but I'm afraid she wouldn't make it that far, and then we'd be in trouble." Nadja looked past Magda to peer out the crack in the door. She abruptly stepped back in surprise. "There are dead people out there." Merritt nodded. "This is the catacombs, down under the keep, where the dead are laid to rest. We're just a ways above the dungeon where we found you." Nadja was clearly alarmed. "We need to leave now." "They're dead," Merritt said. "They can't hurt you." "Yes, they can," Nadja said. Magda slid the door closed and turned to the woman. "What do you mean?" "Emperor Sulichan uses the dead." Both Merritt and Magda stared. Magda, having fought a dead man, was not at all surprised by Nadja's claim. "Uses them how?" she asked. "To serve him." "How can the dead serve him?" Merritt asked. "For Emperor Sulichan, the dead can serve him as well as the living, in some cases better." "Better," Merritt repeated as he stared at her. "They have no heartbeat. They have no life in them. How can they do anything?" "Chickens can move and flop for hours after their heads are cut off. They have no heartbeat either," Nadja said. "And that doesn't even involve any magic." "The Emperor has rare, gifted people called makers," she said, leaning in, speaking in a quiet, reverent tone. "I never met any myself, but I do know that makers have remarkable powers of originality. They imagine what others never envisioned before, and through that mechanism are somehow able to create what others never could." Magda glanced up at Merritt. "We understand. We have makers as well." Then you understand the wide range of the totally new and unexpected creations they can sometimes come up with. Most people's minds travel along the same road, traveled by everyone else, never straying off the route of conventional wisdom. Makers know no such boundaries. They have a rare ability to make their own roads of thought. Their minds venture through the wilderness of all that exists, combining random bits of knowledge in ways that have never been imagined before. We understand that much of it, Magda said. What does this have to do with making the dead walk again? The Emperor's makers have created new forms of magic, new spells, that function in part by altering the nature of the grace. Through the new forms of power envisioned by the makers, along with the help of the Emperor's many gifted, they have learned to use magic to control the dead. How do you know all of this? Merritt asked. I know because I was one of the gifted who helped them. Through the manipulation of the spirits of the dead in the underworld and investing powerful magic into the corpses that those spirits came from, the dead are made to respond. That was the secret that the makers unlocked, using the spirits of the dead from the spirit world, linking them back to corpses they came from, using that connection to the grace, the spark that runs through creation, life, and into death, connecting it all. With the new spells designed by our makers, the dead are made to serve the wishes of Emperor Sulachan. Against their will, then? Magda asked. Nadja shook her head. They have no will. They are dead. They are like a raw material, which, through the methods dreamed up by the makers, is crafted to serve as the Emperor wants. Serve? How do they serve? Merritt asked. What purpose would the dead have that serves Sulachan better than the living? The dead never get weary. They don't know hunger or pain or pity. They don't need to eat or sleep or rest or stay warm, so they don't need any supplies. They have no ambition but the one given to them. They have no capacity for fear, so they act without hesitation. Act how? Magda asked. What do the Emperor's forces use these dead people for? For all those reasons I mentioned, they make perfect assassins. She gestured behind the door. They can be right there, in your midst, and you never know it. You walk by them and never see them for what they are. The dead can be animated as needed. They are then given a single-minded purpose. They never stop trying to carry out that purpose. For these reasons, they also make the perfect warriors. The dead have their limits of service, though. There are things for which Emperor Sulachan cannot use them. When he needs the same sorts of things done that the dead do well, but with some intelligence behind them, he uses the half-people. Half-people? Magda leaned in. What are half-people? Living people he has stripped of their souls. Chapter 76. Merritt folded his arms across his chest. How much exactly do you really know about all of this? How complete is your understanding of it? I told you, I was Emperor Sulachan's spiritist. Nadja heaved an impatient sigh. Must we discuss this now? Can we please go and talk about it later? We need to know some things first, Merritt said. Nadja gestured toward the door. What you need to know is that any one of those dead could be a servant of the Emperor. You wouldn't know it until one of them sat up, grabbed you by your throat, and ripped your arms off. If the Emperor or his minions knew we were in here, they could set one or a dozen of the dead on us to tear us apart. She's right, Magda said, recalling the horror of what had happened with Isidore. We should get out of here. How could he get any of those dead people down here to do his bidding? Merritt asked, not ready to leave before he had a better grasp of it all and exactly what they faced. He may be powerful, but he's all the way down in the old world. How could he do a thing like that from such a great distance? Easy. One of those loyal to him prepares a dead body, here, at the keep or in Idendrill, and then has it laid to rest out there in your catacombs, among the other dead people. How would you know? How would you know that the body that was being laid to rest down here wasn't one of the ones that had been prepared to serve Sula-chan's purpose. Any of his people hidden here as spies or traitors at the keep could then bring the dead out of their death sleep. She snapped her fingers. As quickly as that. Magda had to remind herself to breathe. Dear spirits, I never thought of that. I hadn't either, Merritt admitted. Is there a way to check the dead to know which have been prepared in this way? Before they are called into service, they are nothing more than a corpse. There is no way to tell, unless you were to find a way to contact their spirit in the underworld. As a spiritist, I can tell you that would not be an easy task. I could probably venture into the spirit world to probe for the spirit of a dead body, but that could take days of searching, and that's for one dead body. You have thousands out there. Do you have thousands of spiritists who could be assigned to such a monumental task? We might have a handful of such gifted, Magda said, but I'm afraid that the only one I actually know of was killed by one of the Emperor's dead servants. Then you have no way to test a corpse being laid to rest, even if you wanted to. Worse, though, those seeking to use the dead wouldn't even have to go to that much trouble. Do you have guards who check the people who come and go from the catacombs? Escort them to see what they might be doing? Merritt arched an eyebrow as he grasped her meaning. No. There are wizards who work down here on countermeasures to Sula-chan's weapons. They come and go all the time. Exactly, she said. Any of those wizards could be a spy, secretly working for Emperor Sula-chan's cause. They would have their pick from thousands of dead. They merely find a suitable corpse and prepare it to be awakened from death. The spells have already been well developed by Sula-chan's makers to use on the dead. Such spies would also be able to identify important targets among the gifted and set the dead upon them to cripple your efforts. Merritt wiped a hand back across his face in exasperation. Nadja, this is all pretty hard to take in. I need to have an idea of what exactly it is that we're up against, the larger picture, not just about some traitors assassinating people here, but how it all fits together in Sula-chan's larger purpose. It's important for me to be able to grasp the totality of it. Nadja took a deep breath as she nodded. I understand. It must be difficult to hear this all for the first time. It certainly is, Merritt said. Well, you see, Emperor Sula-chan is old and sickly, Nadja said. He fears that he will not live to see the old world unite all people into his vision of a just world. He calls that vision the People's Alliance. He wants all people ruled under that alliance. Emperor Sula-chan sees this as a just cause that transcends his life, as a larger cause for the good of all existence, the world of life and the world of the dead, as one interconnected entity, one whole, just as the grace is one whole, interconnected concept. To that end, he believes that all people must have common rule for that greater good of all, both the living and the dead. Merritt looked incredulous. The living and the dead? That's right, the sorceress said. Setting aside for the moment the issue of thinking he can rule the spirit world, Merritt said. How does he think it's going to be possible for him to accomplish this merely with the world of life if he's dying? He won't be around to carry out his plans. He seeks to continue to exist and function without life, in the conventional sense. So you can't separate the issue of ruling the spirit world. They're interconnected. You said that you wanted the larger picture. The larger picture is that he seeks an alternate form of existence, you might say. So you have to understand it in those terms. What he seeks is a way to remain connected after his death to a functioning world in this world, in the world of life, so that he can rule it all. He believes that if he rules the spirit world, he can not only rule through the spirit in that world, but rule this world as well through his spirit's connection to his reanimated body. In that way, he unites it all. It's madness. Magda shook her head as she let out a deep sigh. We stand at the twilight of everything we hold dear, not only our liberty, but our very existence. Merritt looked stymied by 1,000 questions he wanted to ask, all at once. So Magda asked a question instead. How did the dead fit into this plan of his? As I said, He uses them for assassins and is preparing to use them as warriors. They are mindless at that task. Once set to it, they are very difficult to stop. If you cut them, they don't bleed. If you chop off an arm, they don't feel it and will attack with the one they have left. If you cut off their legs, they will use their arms to continue to pull themselves after you. They don't rest. They are tireless, bloodless, relentless, remorseless killers. More corpses can be animated as needed. The dead are plentiful. They just keep going forever? Magda asked. Well, no, not forever, I don't suppose. The dead rot away. But the magic that possesses them forestalls that process as part of its function. But the magic that has been invested in the dead is not a perfect solution. It has limits. It decays with time. Much the same as a corpse would decompose. As the magic breaks down, so does the effectiveness. And so do the dead it possesses. Well, there is that, Merritt said. Maybe there is a way we can attack this magic. He rolled his hand for her to continue. The army intends to start using them at the front line as they advance in battle. Arrows and spears are of little use against the dead. Stabbing them over and over is futile. They can't really be killed because they are already dead. The soldiers on your side will waste their energy trying to kill them, trying to hack them apart, trying to stop their advance. The dead will keep coming, wearing them out. Sulichan intends his forces to sweep in after the waves of the dead have exhausted your soldiers and cut them down. Their corpses will be recovered and end up serving Sulichan's side in his lifeless army. When the dead are no longer needed, no longer have a use at the time, Sulichan's forces simply sever the links of magic and leave them as they would any of the dead. They are thus returned to what they were, corpses. They are of little value, individually. They are just a supply to be used. If he needs more, his gifted can provide them. Deep in thought as he listened, Merritt pinched the bridge of his nose. How can they be stopped? I am not really all that familiar with their use in warfare. I didn't deal with the army officers, command structure, or strategists. I dealt with the gifted who created things, not the people who use those things. But I can tell you from my general knowledge and familiarity that there are only a couple of ways to stop them that I know of, other than cutting off the magic that drives them. One way is to rip them to pieces, not as easy as it sounds, because the magic also hardens them to an extent. It's not intended to create a better weapon out of the dead person. Its purpose is rather straightforward. It's meant to counter the decomposition of the body that would otherwise allow tissues to break down. Even then, if a disembodied arm is close, it will try to grab you, try to attach itself to your leg to slow you down, or if it managed to use the fingers to pull itself across the ground into camp at night, it might clamp on to a sleeping soldier's throat to choke them to death. But as you might expect, body pieces don't have much of an ability to come after a person, so they aren't nearly so serious a threat. Your forces will try to use shields, but I can tell you from experience that shields don't work. Shields key off life. They have nothing to latch onto with the dead. That's true enough, Merritt said, still deep in thought as he listened. Keying a shield to things that aren't alive would paralyze the shield because it would try to ward the world around it. He looked up. What about fire? That would have to work. Nadja nodded. That's the second way to stop them. Fire. Any kind of fire is effective because it can reduce the dead to ashes. That certainly would be one sure way to stop them. Wizard's fire would obviously work because it would stick to them and keep burning. But as you can imagine, the effectiveness of using it would degrade over time, because Sulichan's gifted can send endless ranks of the dead into the face of the wizard's fire. I can also tell you that his gifted are working on ways to shield the dead that send it from wizard's fire. I don't know if they have perfected that sort of shield, or if they ever will. But you need to be aware that they are trying. Even if they don't come up with a counter to such conjured fire, it's not a significant setback because they don't care about losses. Eventually, the wizard summoning such fire would begin to tire. It takes effort to keep up such conjuring. That is the advantage of using the dead. As I said before, they don't tire. Enough of the dead would eventually make it through. Through the process that animates them, some of the dead will be dedicated to the task of going after specific targets, such as your gifted. If it takes 100 or 1,000 dead to take out one wizard on the battlefield, what does Sula-chan care? If it takes 10,000, he wouldn't care. Magda thought that Merritt was looking numbed by such horrifying accounts. It was overwhelming, and she could see the despair in his eyes. "What about those others?" Magda asked when Merritt fell silent. "The half-people." Nadja ran her fingers back through her black hair, clearly unsettled by the mention of the half-people. "The half-people are worse. Far worse." Chapter 77. "What do you mean, the half-people are worse?" Merritt asked. "How are they worse?" "They were actually created to control and guide the dead. They are living people who are stripped of their souls, so the dead and the half-people share certain things in common." "Things in common?" Merritt asked. "Like what?" "They are not alive, at least not in the accepted sense." Merritt let out an angry breath. "What do you mean by accepted sense?" "The accepted sense of life means having a soul. That is part of existence as we understand it, part of what it means for us to be in the world of life." Nadja reached out and lifted his hand with his ring and with her finger tapped the grace on it. "Creation, life, death, with the light of creation running through it all. The half-people are a perversion of the grace. They are separated from that spark of the gift that is their soul, that spark they are supposed to carry through life and then after death into the spirit world. But these souls from the half-people do not pass through the veil in the normal manner, didn't carry that spark through the veil themselves. They have been ripped asunder. They are neither dead nor alive. Though they are alive in the sense that they breathe, eat, even talk some, they are not really alive because they have no soul, no connection to creation and the grace. It is a living body that is just a vessel that has been torn away from the conventional sense of the grace. If Emperor Sula-chan dies before he can complete his grand scheme, he will be reanimated to be an extension of his soul in the spirit world. But the Emperor is hoping that when the method is perfected, if he is still alive, his soul can be sent on to the underworld, while his living form remains here to rule the world of life as one of the half-people. Or should I say, what is left of the world of life. It is his way of achieving a form of immortality." "How can that make him immortal?" Merritt asked, his impatience growing by the moment. "He wants to create a race of half-people with him as their ruler. He would no longer have to fear being old, fear being sickly, fear dying. His soul would be safe in the spirit world, leaving his temporal form to carry out his wishes in this world, thereby uniting the world of life and death in purpose. He and his race of half-people would live indefinitely, largely unaffected by the afflictions of the living, because they aren't living people. They are, to an extent, animated in the way the dead have been animated, with magic having quickening their corporeal form. And of course the world of the dead is eternal, so there is no such thing as death for spirits. Spirits are by definition dead. Some of the spirits he has stripped from both the living and the dead still haunt this world. Having lost their connection, they are unable to pass through the veil. The half-people wouldn't live forever, but through the process of sending their souls to the underworld and investing this vitalizing magic in their bodies, they also alter the way the body that is left behind would age. Changing the grace changes the way time passes for them. Time doesn't touch them in the same way it does us. Without the soul, and without what they do to the husk of the living person, that person ages very slowly. I don't know much of the details. I'm not sure anyone does yet. Emperor Sula-chan wants to convert as many people as possible into this new race of humans, these half-people, living in this altered timeline. He plans to eliminate any opposition to his grand scheme by first eliminating the gifted who would oppose him. That would be you here in the New World, so that there would be no one with the ability to stop his plans. That's what this war is about. Magda said out loud as the full realization came to her. He wants to unite everyone under the rule of the People's Alliance, but his main goal in attacking the New World is to first eliminate magic, so that he and his followers are the only ones with the power of the gift. That's right, Nadja said. He never says that, though. He promotes his goal as eliminate the tyranny of magic from mankind. He makes people think that magic is their oppressor, and he is fighting for them by fighting to eliminate magic from the world of life. But in reality, Merritt said, by eliminating the magic we have, he is eliminating the potential for opposition. Nadja nodded. Then he plans on eliminating life itself. Merritt's arms came unfolded and dropped to his side. What? He seeks to destroy the world of life as we know it, purging it of those people with souls. That would leave only the dead, which he can control, and the half-people who, as I said, aren't really alive in the conventional sense. Then, the lifeless half-people would rule a lifeless world. With his soul safely in the underworld, Emperor Sulichan would be the ruler of the world of life. But the world of life would no longer contain life as we know it now. There would be plants and birds and beasts, but the people here would no longer be the race of man as we are now. The people would be nothing more than animals, really. The world of life, as we know it, would no longer exist. There would no longer be any purpose in life, no ambition, no initiative, no accomplishment, no joy, no love. Magda and Merritt shared a look. She could see in his eyes what he was thinking. The boxes of Orden. In wordless confirmation, private message to Magda, he lifted the sword of truth a few inches and let it drop back into its scabbard. That's insanity, Merritt finally said. There is no other word for it. It's hard to even grasp the very idea of it. Whether you can grasp it or not, whether you believe it will work or not, whether you think it has a chance to succeed or not, what matters is that he intends to try to carry out his plan, insane as it is. He intends to try to destroy the world of life in order to create this vision of a perfect world where people do not think for themselves. This is why I defected. That is why I want to join your cause of stopping him. I, too, think it is insanity. I don't want any part of it. I don't want to live in his idealistic version of an ideal world. I don't want to be a slave to his purpose, to his deluded vision. It's my life to live, not his to take for his ends. Merritt smiled for the first time in a while. Then you have come to the right side. That is our feelings as well. That is what we believe in and what we are fighting for, the right to the joy of life, the right to our own life, the right to love. The problem is, Nadja said, I believe that even if he doesn't succeed at his plan for the perfect world, he very well may succeed at destroying the world of life in the attempt. He is technically intelligent, resourceful, and determined man, but he is tampering with the very nature of what the grace represents. Even if what he believes he can accomplish is utterly impossible, and he doesn't succeed with his ultimate plan, he will kill untold numbers trying. Even if he doesn't succeed, even if he is insane and he fails to do what he thinks he can do, I fear that he may very well accidentally destroy the world of life in the process. Either way, the result is the same. Everyone is dead in the end. Are you certain about all this? Merritt asked, in a careful tone. Were you close enough to him to know this to all be true? To really believe all this half-people talk? Nadja Moon lifted an eyebrow over a cold blue eye. This was the dangerous sorceress Magda had recognized from the first moment she had seen her. I know how the half-people were created because I helped create them. I am a spiritist. I speak with the dead. I also manipulated the spirits of the dead in the underworld to create for Emperor Sulichan an army of the dead. I helped show him how it could be done. Even though she had defected, Magda suddenly wanted to strangle the woman. Why would you do such a thing? How could you do such a thing? How could you help put all the innocent lives everywhere in such mortal peril? Nadja leveled a grim look at Magda. What was being done to me down in your dungeon is a fate I would have prayed for, had I not done as Sulichan commanded. You could not beg to understand what life is like in the old world, and especially in the halls of power there. Though he may be old and sickly, Emperor Sula-chan is still a wizard of great power. Defying his wishes earns a person unimaginable torture. He keeps those he tortures alive for a very long time to serve as a reminder to others of the fate that awaits them should they too disobey his wishes. You would be surprised what you would do when living every day of your life in such terror. If he is so powerful, then how did you manage to escape? Merritt asked. Nadja let out a deep breath as her gaze drifted away. There was a brief window of opportunity created by an unexpected calamity. While people were distracted, I saw my chance and was able to slip away. I ran, and I kept running. I didn't want Sula-chan's vision to come to pass. I didn't want people to die to fulfill his plans. I didn't want innocent people to be visited by such horror as I knew was coming. I hated that I'd had a part in it all. I was ashamed that I hadn't been brave enough to have chosen torture and death instead of the things I did to help him. I thought that maybe this was my chance to do something to try to stop the world from falling into such darkness. After all, if not me, then who? What was my life to me if I did nothing and let this happen? What kind of person was I, knowing what was coming, if I stood by it and didn't try to stop it? I saw my chance and chose to act. Because I am gifted, I was able to fight my way through some of our forces standing between me and the free parts of the New World. And because I am a spiritist, I understood how the dead and the half-dead function, so I was able to avoid them along the way. Magda laid a hand on Nadja's arm. Thank you for being brave enough to take up this cause of life. Yes, we appreciate it, Nadja, Merritt said. Your help will be invaluable. So what was the calamity you mentioned? An unexpected complexity developed in the Emperor's plan. The half-people he created took to eating humans. Merritt and Magda both leaned in together, and together they both said, What? At first there was no evidence of the behavior, but then without warning the half-people began attacking and eating the living. I had warned the Emperor of that possibility, but he wouldn't be dissuaded. He wouldn't listen to any warning that went against what he wanted. Why would they start eating people? Magda asked. What would make them do such a thing? I believe that the half-people crave the soul they no longer have. That emptiness drives them with a form of insanity that compels them to eat living people in a futile effort to try to pull a soul into themselves. It doesn't work that way, of course, but you can't exactly talk sense into the half-people. It rapidly became a kind of madness infecting all of them, an obsession that overrode everything else. They tear living people open, believing the soul they crave is inside. They eat the insides first, where they think the soul resides. They drink the blood, fearing the soul might leak away. When they aren't satisfied because they haven't gotten what they want, they strip all of the meat from the bones, devouring it, trying to find and consume the soul in the still warm flesh. If a group of them catches a living person, they will all tear into them, competing for the soul. A cluster of half-people will reduce a living person to bones in short order. It's horrifying. The dead are not even able to be identified because the half-people will use their teeth to peel the face right off the skull and eat it. They even suck the brains out of the skull. And no one anticipated this? Merritt asked. I did, but like I said, no one would listen. When it didn't happen at first and everything seemed fine, they were all the more convinced that I was wrong. The evolution in their nature took a little time, but when it happened quickly. They attacked people in the palace, feeding like wolves off the living who were trying desperately to control them. It was chaos for a time. That was when I saw my chance and escaped. For all I know, those in charge may believe that I was eaten, as were a number of the gifted involved in the project. It was a terrifying and very bloody time. And this is still going on? Merritt asked. Yes, but I think they've managed to gain some degree of control over the situation. They would have been able to do that, to some extent at least, because they have altered the grace in order to use the spirits of these people. Merritt frowned. Use their spirits? How can they control spirits in the underworld beyond the veil? When they take the souls of the living people to create the half-people, Those souls are not allowed to go to the spirit world. The spirits of the dead they also use are pulled back from the world of the dead as well. These spirits are kept trapped between realms, unable to get back to the underworld. They sometimes drift back in this direction and haunt this plane of existence. When I left, the gifted were attempting to channel the need to eat the living into the need to instead eat the flesh of the enemy. That way, rather than having to try to find a way to counter such a powerful drive, they instead redirected it to serve their objective. That makes them an even more terrifying weapon. The half-people are hard to put down. And if they get near your people and get the chance, they will rip them open, eating them from the inside out, trying to consume their souls. Why are they hard to put down? Merritt asked. Because they still have a functioning brain. They can think, plan, scheme, plot, hide, evade, and then attack. Merritt let out a sigh. Great, just great. Nadja spread her hands. She was starting to look worse again. I hate to sound ungrateful to you both, and I want to help. That's why I'm here. But I think that you need to get me to a place where you can finish healing me. Magda looked up at Merritt. She's right. We need to get out of here. We can talk more later. Merritt circled an arm around Nadja's waist as she started sagging. I know just the place. Chapter 78. As they passed through the opening off the walkway around the inside of the immense circular stone interior of the great tower and into the Sliff's room, Magda saw Quinn sitting at a table across the room, writing in one of his journals. Dominating the center of the room, under a domed ceiling, sat the Sliff's stone well. "Merritt!" Quinn called. He leaned over in his chair to peer past Merritt, helping Nadja walk into the room. "And Magda!" Quinn skidded the chair back from the table and rushed to meet them. "So good to see you both." The young wizard was about Magda's height and of average build. His ready smile matched his good nature, but it was his brown eyes that were so riveting. They had a quality well beyond his years, an incisive grasp of all they took in, and despite the intellect behind that astute gaze. The man was always modest, when others would have been cocky in their knowledge and accomplishments. They were the eyes of a wise adviser. "Good to see you too, Quinn," Merritt said. Quinn's gaze finally settled on Nadja. "Who have we here?" With one arm around Nadja's waist, steadying her, Merritt held his other out in introduction. "Quinn, I'd like you to meet a friend of ours. This is Nadja Moon." Grinning, staring at the woman for an instant, Quinn remembered his manners and gestured into the room. "Please, Nadja, won't you come in and have a seat? I'm afraid that there is only the one chair. Please take it. You look like you may need to sit down. Let me get you some water." "She needs more than water," Merritt said, getting right down to business. "She needs to be healed." Quinn regarded the sorceress with a more appraising look. "Yes, I can see that." Nadja showed a brief smile of greeting to Quinn, but declined the offer to sit. "To tell you the truth, Merritt, I don't think any of you look all that good." Quinn laid a hand on the side of Magda's shoulder. "What's wrong? You look ashen." "You don't look well at all. Maybe you had better sit down." Magda gently waved off the concern. "Thank you, but we don't have time for that at the moment." "Some things have happened," Merritt said. "Magda has been healed, but she needs rest to complete the process, or she is going to soon go downhill, and then she's going to be in trouble." It was more of a warning to Magda than an explanation to Quinn. Magda got the point, but it wasn't really needed. She knew that she was nearing the end of her strength. It was only her worry after what she had learned from Nadja that was driving her on at the moment. Her stomach felt like it was in a knot. "I can see that," Quinn said, a look of concern creasing his brow as he leaned in toward Magda, looking into her eyes for any sign of the trouble. "What happened? How were you hurt?" Magda smiled to dispel his concern. "That's not important at the moment. We have more urgent business right now." She looked toward Nadja, signaling what she meant. Quinn got the message. Nadja had turned, transfixed by the liquid silver hump of the Sliff rising up out of the well that contained her. The swelling bulge of what looked like nothing so much as polished, highly reflective liquid silver began to rise up until it formed into a head with the aspects of a human face. The quicksilver features resolved fluidly into those of a beautiful woman. A pleasing smile formed in the expression of what looked like nothing so much as a silver statue. That was the Sliff, except that it always seemed to be moving. "Do you wish to travel?" the Sliff asked, her silvery voice echoing around the room. "No," Magda said in a blunt tone. "We don't wish to travel." "You will be pleased," the Sliff said. "Thank you, but not now," Merritt said on his way past as he helped Nadja toward the chair. "I've heard rumors of such a creature, but I never imagined she was real," Nadja said as she dragged Merritt to a halt in order to stare at the silver face watching her. Quinn cast a rather fond look at the creature in the well. "She's real, there's no doubt of that. She likes to watch me record things in my journals as I watch over her." "May I touch you?" Nadja asked the Sliff, as she stepped close to the waist-high stone wall of the Sliff's well. "If it pleases you," came the haunting reply. Nadja reached out and carefully touched her fingers to the gently rolling silver surface. The Sliff watched, feeling no ill effects. Nadja submerged her entire hand below the surface. "You have both sides," the Sliff said with a satisfied smile. "You may travel." "Thank you, but I don't wish to travel right now," Nadja said. "Maybe another time." "When you are ready, I will take you where it pleases you." Nadja looked back over her shoulder at Merritt and Magda. "This is remarkable." Magda folded her arms. That's one way to put it. Magda held no favor with the Sliff. Not only had the Sliff often taken Baracus away, she took him away as she cooed to him and made gentle promises that he would be pleased. Baracus had told Magda that it was just the nature of the Sliff, that it didn't mean anything, and that in any event there was nothing that could be done about it. Magda still hadn't liked the manner in which the perfect quicksilver face had spoken so intimately to her husband. Of course, the Sliff talked to everyone that way. Baracus was right. It was her nature. That didn't make Magda feel any better about it. The Sliff had even talked to Magda the same way when Magda had needed to travel. She wasn't gifted, as was required, but Baracus had instilled in Magda some bit of magic that enabled her to travel. Traveling was at once a wildly exhilarating and a terrifying sensation. She hoped never to have to experience it again. Nadja withdrew her hand and stepped away from the well. "No, you don't understand. What is remarkable is that this creature has been altered in a similar way to the half-people. Her soul has been fragmented." Quinn swept his sandy blonde hair back. "Half-people? What are half-people? What are you talking about?" Merritt held a hand up. "Listen, Quinn, we have problems." Quinn's features took on a serious cast. "So then you've heard the rumors that Prosecutor Lethane is going to be named First Wizard? Is that the trouble you mean?" "That's not the problem I was referring to," Merritt said. "And it's not a rumor," Magda told him. "It's true." Quinn's serious expression turned worried. "Is it really going to happen tomorrow, as some say?" "Tomorrow? I haven't heard that part of it," Magda said. "What have you heard?" "There's a lot of rush planning going on. Something big is in the works for tomorrow afternoon in the council chambers. I don't know what, but it only makes sense that it would be the naming of the new First Wizard." As he gestured to Nadja, his eyes again took on that discerning look that Magda knew so well. "Now, what's this about half-people? What are half-people?" Before Nadja could speak, Merritt did. "Quinn, we don't have time to explain it at the moment. Right now I need you to listen and do something for me." Quinn shrugged. "Sure, Merritt. You know I will. Just tell me what you need and consider it done." Merritt pulled Nadja forward by the arm. "I need you to heal Nadja for me. You've always been better at healing than me anyway. I have some important things to do that can't wait. Once you've healed her, she can explain why she's here. About the half-people and the trouble we're in." Quinn glanced at Nadja's face briefly and back to Merritt. "Well, I've never seen her before. Can you at least tell me who she is and how she's involved in what's going on?" "I was Emperor Sulachan's spiritist," Nadja said before Merritt could explain. I came here to help your people stop him. Quinn's brow lifted. You're the defector I've heard rumored? I could never find out anything about you. People said that it must be gossip and nothing more. Not gossip. Real. Did you get injured escaping then? Nadja fixed Quinn a serious look. When I came here, I was captured. Men said that I was a spy and sentenced me to death. They tortured me. That is how I was hurt. Who did such a thing? Quinn demanded, looking from one face to another. What men? She doesn't know who they were, Magda told him. They were torturing her to find out if she knows who the traitors in the keep are, and if she has others with her, Merritt said. They must be worried about being discovered. And do you know? Quinn asked Nadja. Nadja looked genuinely downcast. No, I'm sorry. Quinn ran his fingers back through his hair as he walked off a few paces, considering what he'd been told. This is the very thing I've been worried about. I'm convinced that there are traitors or at least spies in the keep. Magda and Merritt shared a look. Do you have any information about such traitors? Merritt asked. Have you heard anything from all the wizards and important people who come through here to use the sliff? Quinn turned back to them. No, no one knows anything. I have my suspicions, but I don't have any evidence to base it on. With the war going badly, people are making a scapegoat of Baracus. You know me, Magda, and you know that I believe that Baracus was our greatest champion. But people are beginning to believe Prosecutor Lothain's contention that Baracus was responsible for conspiracies that have harmed our war effort. He thinks these conspiracies are the source of the murders at the keep. Lothain has been asking a lot of questions about Baracus, trying to find out if he was working with enemy agents. I know, Magda said. I've heard the accusations. A lot of people are starting to listen to Lothain's theories because he has been right so often and so successful at uncovering traitors that no one would have suspected. Fortunately, there are still a lot of people who don't believe it. It seems the whole keep is in turmoil over the discord. From what I've heard, that friction is beginning to become a problem. Feeling momentarily faint, Magda had to lean against the side of the sliff's well. Merritt saw her fading. Look, Quinn, we have to go. After you heal her, Nadja will explain about the Walking Dead and the half-people. She can fill you in on everything. Walking Dead? Quinn blinked. Does that have to do with the murders down here? Is that what you're talking about? That's right, Merritt said. The enemy is animating the dead with magic and using them to assassinate important wizards. If you see a dead person walking, use wizard's fire. Quinn wiped a hand across his mouth. This fits with some of the pieces I've already put together. You hear a lot of talk about wizards and officials using the sliff, Magda said. Have you heard anything that would give you any idea who the traitors or spies might be? Quinn gestured toward the table at the back of the room. Let me go through some of my notes and entries. I've talked to a lot of people. Now that I have a better idea what I'm looking for, I might be able to pull out some important details. After I heal Nadja, of course. I'll let you know tomorrow if I find out anything meaningful. Good. Merritt stepped closer to his friend. Listen to me, Quinn. This is all very dangerous. We're not sure who was torturing Nadja, but they are surely the same people responsible for killing so many of our friends and fellow gifted. I don't want you taking any chances. You need to keep this all secret for now. I understand, Quinn said as he gestured out the doorway. There are empty rooms up off the tower. My relief watch is due down here soon. I'll take Nadja up to one of those rooms right now, and I'll keep her out of sight. As soon as my relief shows up, I'll go heal her. From the look in her eyes, it will likely take all night. Thanks, Quinn. You've got it all right. Nadja will fill you in after you heal her. We're going to need your help, then, to get to the bottom of things and catch the traitors before they kill us all. There are a lot bigger things going on than you realize. I'm glad you came to me, Quinn said. Magda could see in his eyes that he meant it. Merritt turned to Magda, putting a big hand under her arm. I need to get you up to your room. You need rest to recover. Recover from what? Quinn asked. I meant to ask what happened. We'll tell you tomorrow when we talk again. Merritt said as he started Magda toward the door. He obviously was getting concerned by her fading strength. On the way to the door, Nadja stopped them. She squeezed Magda's arm. "Thank you both. I'm going to return your confidence in me, I swear. I'm going to help you." Magda smiled and touched Nadja's cheek. "Thank you, Nadja." Out in the immense round tower, outside the room with the Sliff's well, only a few torches burned higher up on iron landings at intervals in the stairs, curving up around the stone walls. The openings at the top revealed a night sky clouded over to hide the stars and the moon. Magda looked up at Merritt in the near darkness. "What is it that you need to do? You told Quinn that you needed to work on something." "I need to work on a way to stop the dead and the half-people. We don't have any time to waste. When I get you to your room, I need to have another look at the cloth hanging that you took out of Isidore's maze. I need to see the specific alteration she did to the Keeper spells. Because it stopped the dead?" Merritt nodded. "Because it stopped the dead. I need to do some experiments. And try some things." Chapter 79. Shadow meowed and came running when Magda opened the door. The black cat rubbed against her leg, and then against Merritt. Magda leaned down and briefly scratched the cat's back. "Have you been a good girl, little one?" The cat answered, as if she had understood the question, with a long mew. "I guess that neither one of us has had dinner." "You need to eat," Merritt said, as he waved an arm, lighting the lamps in the apartment. "But it can wait until tomorrow. Right now you need to sleep more than you need food." Magda put a hand on his shoulder. "Thank you, Merritt. As terrifying as everything seems right now, it's comforting to have you on my side in all of this." Merritt smiled. "Thanks to you, we now have the key. That's a monumental achievement, and that is going to be a great asset. And I couldn't have done it without you. It's all the better for having your strength." Magda let out a sigh. "It certainly did seem to have taken my strength. I can't believe how weak I feel." "It's the sword borrowing your life force. As soon as you get some sleep to finish your recovery, you'll feel a lot better. I promise." He gestured off into the apartment. "Before I leave you, I need to see the cloth from Isidore again, so that I can work on some things tonight while you're resting." Magda nodded and went back through the white, carved double doors into her bedroom. The bed looked inviting. She retrieved the silky cloth and hurried back out with it. Merritt was gazing around at the place in wonder. She had often forgot what a beautiful retreat the apartment really was. She was eager to move, though, because it was going to be Lothain's place now. "Do you want to take it with you?" she asked as she handed him the folded fabric. Merritt unfolded the long cloth, holding it up to get a good look at the symbols. "No. With you in a deep sleep, I'd feel a lot better knowing that you have this over you, warding off any of the monsters Nadja told us about. So far as I know, all the murders have been down lower in the keep. Do you really think that the dead would come all the way up here?" Merritt stretched the cloth out, looking at it as he spoke. "Your life isn't worth the risk. I'm the one who gave Isidore the basic Keeper spells. I just need to check some minor details about the modifications she did to them, make sure I have it right in my memory. With something this critical, I don't want to get it wrong." She put her hand over his, drawing his gaze. "Merritt, what are we going to do about all this? How are we going to go about putting a stop to it?" Satisfied with his inspection, Merritt handed her back the cloth as he showed her a brave smile. She thought that it was a nice gesture of him to pretend for her sake. "Tomorrow, Magda, sleep. Get the rest you need. And tomorrow, we'll worry about it. You'll be able to think more clearly after you get the rest you need to finish healing. We have Quinn working with us now. He'll be a big help, as will Nadja." Magda smiled at the memory of the stunning sorceress. "I don't think I've ever seen a woman that beautiful." Merritt's eyes searched hers. "She's not nearly as beautiful as you, Magda," he said in a quiet voice that surprised her, with not only the words themselves, but the sincerity in his tone. Merritt caught himself and looked away, I'm sorry, Magda. I should never have said that. You are wife to Baracus. She laid a finger along the side of his jaw, turning his face back to hers. Baracus is dead. We're not. Still. It's all right, Merritt, she said as she took his arm and walked him to the door. Merritt bent and scratched the top of the cat's head. You watch out for your mistress, will you? Watch over her. Shadow pushed her head against him as she squeezed her eyes closed in contentment. Magda was glad to see that Shadow liked him. The cat was a good judge of character. Where will you be? She asked. Where will I be able to find you? I'm going to go back to my place down in the city. I have some ideas. I need to try some modifications to Isidore's spell forms, and then I want to run some integrity checks on them. You're going to try to make something to keep the dead in their place? Magda guessed. It's not that simple. Sleep. I'll come back to the keep tomorrow. I'll wait for you with Quinn. When you're rested, we can talk about it tomorrow. Maybe by then we'll know what the big event is for tomorrow afternoon. By then Nadja will be healed, too. She'll be able to help. We'll start fresh in the morning. Magda held the edge of the door and leaned against it. All right. As he started away, she called out to him. Merritt, who do you think is responsible for all the trouble at the keep? He turned back and looked at her for a long moment. I have my suspicions. Magda did as well. But she couldn't be positive. She didn't want to make a mistake in something so important. Getting it wrong could cost all of them their lives. Sleep, he said, pointing back at her in command before starting away down the dark hallway. It made Magda smile. She went to a cupboard and checked inside. She was thankful to find some pieces of salted dried fish in a jar, where she thought she remembered seeing them. She was so sleepy that she hardly could stand, but she was also starving and feared that if she didn't have a bite to quell her grumbling stomach, she wouldn't be able to fall asleep. She tore a piece of fish off with her teeth and chewed as she went to a sideboard that held a pitcher and a wash basin. Shadow followed her, looking up, tail high in the air, meowing the entire way. Magda sucked the salt off a chunk of the fish for a moment, and then bent and gave it to the cat. Shadow looked as ravenous as Magda felt. While the cat crouched over her meal, Magda poured a glass of water and washed down the salted fish. She drained the entire glass. It felt good to have some food in her stomach, even if it wasn't much. When she looked up at herself in the mirror, she was mildly horrified by what she saw. Her face was dirty, and her hair, even though it was short now and easier to manage, was still a mess. She hadn't realized that Merritt had seen her looking so disheveled and dirty. He must have thought she looked like an urchin, but he had said she was beautiful. Such a compliment felt good coming from a man as handsome as Merritt. Still. Magda dunked a washcloth in the basin and wrung it out. Her face felt grimy from her trip down to the dungeon. She saw that her hands were dirty with rust from the iron railing down there. She reminded herself of Nadja's condition, and then felt rather foolish for worrying about the way she looked. As she washed her hands and face, Shadow jumped up on the sideboard, hoping for another handout. Magda smiled, and after sucking the salt off, gave the hungry cat another piece of the fish. Sitting on the sideboard, Shadow hunched over her second helping. In the middle of chewing the fish, she jerked her head up. She dropped the fish as she stared at the door. The cat rose up on her tiptoes, back arched, tail puffed up. Fangs showing, Shadow hissed. Magda stood frozen, eyes wide. Chapter 80. Someone knocked. Magda stood frozen at the sideboard. Her heart pounded. The black cat was still hissing. Magda couldn't remember if she had thrown the bolt on the door. When the handle turned and the door started opening, that answered her question. She backed up a few steps, wondering where she could run. There was a balcony in the bedroom. It was several stories off the ground, though. When he strolled into the room, Lothane swept out an arm, lighting a few more of the lamps. All the better to see his bull neck, short wiry hair, and his black eyes as they fixed on her. Fists at her side, Magda stormed toward where he stood at the door. "How dare you enter without permission?" "I knocked," he said casually, dismissing her objection. Out the doorway, in the hall, Magda could see a large contingent of his personal guard in their green tunics. She was puzzled to also see about a dozen women in their midst. Magda realized that they were some of the staff. "This is a poor time to come to claim your apartment," she said. "I told you I would move as soon as I could." With his eyes still fixed on her, he smiled. "I haven't come to claim my apartment. I have come to claim my wife." "Your wife?" Magda's jaw clenched as she felt her rage build. "Get out!" When Lothane gestured, two of the big guards stepped into the room and seized her by the arms, one man on each side. Magda struggled only momentarily, quickly realizing that it was only liable to entertain them all to watch her struggling, helpless to do anything about it. "In here," Lothane said to the women out in the hall. "Bring your things in here." Magda was surprised, when the women filed in, to see all the women carrying things, sewing baskets, small chests, rolls of lace, and dozens of bolts of cloth of every color. "What do you think you're doing?" Magda asked Lothane. He followed Magda's gaze to the women. "Seamstresses, they're here to make your wedding dress for tomorrow's ceremony. I'm to be named First Wizard, so I thought that would be the appropriate moment for us to be wed. It will settle matters, reassure people, and bring everyone together in support of me." "You're crazy if you think that's enough," Lothane said in a dangerous tone. "It's time you learned your place." He gestured, with a tilt of his head, to the two men who were holding her as he turned and went out into the hall. When he was sure that they had her well in hand, he marched off down the hallway without further word. Magda had to walk swiftly to keep from being dragged by the men who had her arms in a firm grip. At least another dozen soldiers followed behind them, while even more waited back at her apartment. "Where are you taking me?" she demanded to his broad back. Lothane glanced back over his shoulder. "I'm taking you to a place where we can discuss my marriage proposal. I need you to see something before you say no to my offer of marriage. I think it will put you in mind to be agreeable. Our marriage will be for the good of the keep, and the good of our cause. I'm going to show you one of the great benefits of your agreeing that it is best for all if you agree to marry me." Magda decided not to waste her energy telling him that there was nothing that could make her agree to marry him. She tried not to fight, the men dragging her along. Several times she stumbled, but it didn't slow them. She didn't fight them. She needed to conserve what strength she had. If she could ever get to her knife, she was going to need her strength. Lothane took several turns as he led them down a series of halls to a service area. A utility room where supplies and provisions were kept in the back also had a space for staff to gather for instructions before going about their duties. Without pause, Lothane opened a door and went inside, going through an outer gathering room where more of his guards in the green tunics waited. He went through an open door in the back, into a darker inner room. There, tied in a chair, sagged a weeping Tilly. She was a bloody mess. Guards towered all around her. "Tilly!" Magda broke from the guards and rushed to the woman, falling to her knees before her. Tilly's terrified gaze met Magda's. "Tilly, what's going on? What have they done to you?" Before Magda could say another word, or Tilly could answer, the men snatched Magda's arms again and hauled her back up and away from the woman in the chair. Tilly's hair was matted with blood. It looked like some of her teeth had been knocked out when her face had been pounded. Her nose looked crooked, and her eyes were blackened. Blood dripped in thick strings from her chin, soaking the front of her dress. Filled with rage, Magda turned her eyes to Lothane. "What is the meaning of this outrage?" A humorless smile widened his mouth. "The meaning of it is to help you make up your mind to do the right thing." "The right thing? You do this and talk to me of the right thing." The last piece of the puzzle had just fit into place for her. She now knew. "Yes, the right thing. You see, whether this friend of yours lives or dies is up to you, Lady Cirrus. If you make the right choice, then she lives. If not, well, I believe you get the point." Lothane turned and gestured to one of the guards. Without hesitation, he pulled Tilly's arm out straight. She screamed, "No, no, 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 no," over and over, but to no avail. With one powerful blow, the man broke Tilly's arm. Magda jumped in shock at the loud crack when the bone snapped. Tilly screamed and struggled wildly. "Please, please, no more, mistress, please, make them stop." The guard stuffed a wadded rag in her mouth to silence her. Magda panted in fury, tears streaming down her face as she struggled in vain against the muscle holding her. "Now," Lothane said, "this is the way it's going to be. You agree to go through with the marriage tomorrow afternoon before the council and gathered dignitaries, as I am installed as first wizard, and don't in any way cause a scene, but rather act in a gracious manner that will help bring our people together under the rule of their new first wizard. Then Tilly here will be freed." "And if I refuse?" Magda asked, already knowing the answer. His smile returned. "Well, of course you know that it will go very badly for her until she eventually dies. I will take you to visit her every day as she is tortured, and then—" When she didn't ask what he meant was next, he leaned a little closer. "And then there are a number of your other friends who are going to pay the same price. We have a whole list. Your friend who used to be on the council, Sadler?" He arched an eyebrow as he held out a hand and folded a finger down. "Sadler will suffer a similar fate, all because you refused to do the right thing. Your friend Quinn, the young man you grew up with." Lothane folded another finger down as he watched her eyes. He went on to name other longtime friends, folding a finger down each time he spoke a name. When he ran out of fingers, he opened his hand and started over, naming people she knew and folding over a finger with a mention of each one. "We know where each one of them is, and we have men standing by, keeping an eye on them in case they are needed," he said. "I have but to give them the word, and every one of these people will be suffering, just like Tilly, here, by the end of tomorrow. Each one of those people will know that it is because you have demonstrated through your selfishness, your unwillingness to help the people of the Midlands, that it is because you are a traitor, and you have brought the same fate down on them, since they too must be part of your conspiracy. Like you, they will be charged and found guilty of treason against the Midlands, under torture. They will all eventually confess. They will all go to their eventual deaths cursing your name. You will be able to hear them cursing your name because you will be chained up close enough to hear their every scream. And then, when every one of them passes beyond the veil into the world of the dead, we will start in on you, and I can assure you, for being the leader of such a vile conspiracy against the Midlands, we will save the best till last. And I promise you, when we are finished with you, you will confess publicly." Magda swallowed. She was trembling all over. "Now, Lady Circe, we have seamstresses standing by, back in the apartment of the First Wizard, my apartment, waiting to make you the wedding dress of your choice. I'm a generous man. The choice is to be up to you. They will make any dress you wish to be wed in. You see, I wish you to be pleased. Now that I think of it, though, I guess I would prefer that it not be white, because, well, you have been married to a first wizard before. We have food and drink being prepared for tomorrow afternoon's grand event. We have people from far and wide coming to attend the momentous gathering, everyone hoping to see the Midlands brought back together under a new first wizard, hoping to see Lady Circe leading the way by giving her hand in marriage to the new first wizard, showing that she places her trust in me, and thus so can they. So you see, the choice is yours." Magda tried to think, but listening to Tilly's muffled cries was making it impossible to think. She couldn't figure out what she could do. She couldn't come up with a way out of it. And then she realized that there was nothing to think about. There was no choice. Magda swallowed again. All right, what?" He smiled a wicked smile. "If you accept my proposal of marriage, then say it." With Tilly's life hanging in the balance, This was no time to tempt his temper. Magda had never felt so low, so humiliated. Yes, First Wizard Lothane, I accept your proposal of marriage. I'll do it. I'll do as you say. And exactly as I say, with grace and dignity. Yes, just as you say, I promise. Now let her go. Lothane smiled at Tilly's wide-eyed terror. He turned back to Magda. In due time, my dear, in due time. What does that mean? It means that after you keep your word, after everyone sees that you are recanting all the accusations you have made against me in the depth of your mindless grief, and after you prove to everyone your sincerity in that retraction by becoming my wife to show your support of me and your belief that I am the man to be First Wizard, then we will release her, but not before. If you carry out your part with a smile and gracious good cheer at my appointment, as well as our marriage, all your other friends will never know how close they came to suffering a terrible fate. Their lives will be in your hands. If you do as you have promised, then they will celebrate in your joy at being the new wife to the new First Wizard. Magda was nodding. As long as you promise to keep your word. My word, my dear. My word has nothing to do with it. You carry out your part, do as you are told, and I will see if you have been cooperative enough to warrant me granting mercy to Tilly here, and to all the rest of your friends. But I can tell you that if you do it all correctly and make everyone believe in your sincerity, then I will be in such a good mood that I will be far more interested in the pleasure you will bring me on our wedding night than harming anyone. Do we understand each other? Magda swallowed back her rage. Yes. Good. He smiled. Lothane turned and patted Tilly on the cheek. She is a good person, is she not? Tilly, tears of pain and terror streaming down her cheeks, nodded. Magda doubted that Tilly even knew why she was nodding. Don't worry, Tilly, Magda said. I will do what I have to keep you safe. Tilly's eyes squeezed closed as she wept. Magda could just make out her muffled words of gratitude. Lothane lifted Magda's chin. You know, I was going to kill you for all the trouble you've caused, but then it came to me that it would be much better to subvert you instead, and have you undo all the harm yourself. Much better solution all around, don't you think? Better that you live to see it, than to be dead and unaware of my triumph. You had better let her go after I do what you want. Lothane chuckled. I don't care about this scrub woman. She means nothing to me. I have no need to kill her. It's all up to you what happens to her. I told you that I would do as you say. Indeed you did, and I believe you mean it. He leaned back a little as he took her in with an appraising look. You are so weak that you would do it to save a handful of lives. You foolishly value the life of an individual over the greater good. You don't have the courage it takes to be a part of such an epic struggle. That is why you are a nobody. He gestured to the guards. Take her back to her room so that she can have the women there make her wedding dress. Stand guard out in the hall tonight. No one goes in or leaves but the seamstresses. The men saluted before yanking Magda away. She could hear Tilly weeping behind her. The corridors she was dragged through were empty. The home guard had apparently been dismissed by the prosecutor's private army. The men's bootsteps echoed through the halls. The keep was gradually being subverted by Lothane's looming rule. His influence, his control, was tainting everything and everyone. In the depths of her despair, as the men were dragging Magda down the hall, in a crystal-clear instant of inspiration, it came to her. Magda knew what she had to do. More clearly than anything she had ever known before, Magda knew what she had to do. Chapter 81. Are you sure, mistress? The seamstress stretched her arm out to indicate all the choices that had been laid out. Wouldn't you like something a little more resplendent? After all, this is a big occasion, a big moment in your life in front of so many people. Wouldn't something with more dazzle be appropriate? Magda smiled her assurance to the concerned woman. Thank you, but I believe that my choice is quite striking. Adding layers of lace, needlepoint, and beads isn't necessarily an improvement. There is power in simplicity. The woman's face was a tapestry of worry lines. "If you say so, mistress." "I do." Magda, driven by an overriding purpose, made an effort to sound pleasant. "Please, make it exactly as I have shown you I want it done." The seamstress nodded reluctantly. "Yes, mistress." It was clear that the women were concerned that they would be blamed for less than a masterpiece of layered glamour. "And I don't want any of you to worry," Magda said to all the women watching her. "I will let it be known that the dress was my choice, and my choice alone." That seemed to ease the tension in the room somewhat. Having forced herself to set aside her outrage and horror, Magda had managed to gather her senses as she had been dragged back to her apartment. She knew that she had to think everything through clearly and deliberately. If she gave in to panic, or worse, resignation, she would be unable to act effectively. Magda held no illusions about Lothain's potential for cruelty. So while she was worried for Tilly, she knew that she had done everything she could for the moment to give Tilly the best chance. She couldn't dwell on it. With a firm plan in mind, she had felt a resolute calm come over her. She knew what she had to do. "And which material, Lady Cirrus?" the seamstress asked. Dozens of bolts of cloth were laid out on 2 of the couches. There were beautiful prints as well as a wide variety of colors and exotic tone-on-tone fabrics. In addition, there were yards and yards of lacework of every sort. But Magda had spotted the right one the very first moment. As far as Magda was concerned, there was only one choice among the wide assortment. She wanted no other. She pointed to a simple silken material. "This one." The woman looked up. Worry returned to etch itself back into her expression. "Are you sure, mistress? Master Lothain said he didn't think it should be white." "I'm sure that he was referring to a bright white. This isn't exactly a brilliant white. I'm sure he meant that he didn't want it to be a glaring white, that's all. Besides, my future husband is not the one who will be wearing the dress. I am. This will be my day. I want to look my best." Magda smiled warmly and sought to make it clear that she would not be dissuaded. "I think this one, this slightly off-white material, is absolutely beautiful for the purpose. Don't you agree? I love the sheen of it. It's the most elegant of all the material here. There is none its match. It's beautiful. I love it. It's perfect for the purpose." "The purpose? My rebirth." The woman blinked. The others, getting out shears and preparing all the needles and thread, shared furtive looks but said nothing. "Rebirth, mistress?" the first woman asked. "Yes," Magda said, her fingers leaving the lustrous material as her gaze returned to the woman staring up at her. "This will be my rebirth into a new person. Marriage is changing from a single woman into a woman devoted to her husband's wishes, is it not? So, since I am about to be reborn into a new person, this fits my purpose." The seamstress smiled, even though she still looked anxious. "I see your point, mistress." "You have all the measurements, then? You're finished with all that? You have everything you need?" "Yes, mistress." "Good. I've had a very trying day. I need to get a good night's sleep to be ready for the big day tomorrow, for my rebirth, as it were." The woman, still unsure, held up a finger before Magda left. "Mistress, about the cut. Master Lothain was very clear that he wanted the dress to show a lot of cleavage. I don't mean to contradict your wishes, but then don't. My future husband, in his eagerness, is simply getting ahead of himself. He can wait." Some of the women tittered. "Please make the dress as I have drawn it out." The seamstress's smile widened. "Yes, mistress, of course. We have everything we need. The dress will be exactly to your design, I swear. We will finish it and leave it out here for you and then close the doors on our way out so that you may get your rest. We will not disturb your sleep." Magda made herself smile. She touched the woman's shoulder in gratitude. "Thank you, ladies. Good night, then." On her way toward the back bedroom, Magda found the folded pieces of paper in her pocket, along with a collection of small clay figures. It was the gravity spell that Merritt had given to her. She stood staring at the paper in her hand, the little figures floating in the air above her palm, thinking. She finally stuffed it all back into her pocket and went through the open double doors to her bedroom. "Good night, ladies," she said again, as she closed and bolted the white double doors into the bedroom. Chapter 82. Lothane had told his men that they should remain in the hallway outside the apartment all night, to make sure that no one went in, and that she didn't leave. The guards all knew, of course, that there were several stories above the surrounding portions of the keep. The soldiers in green tunics who had brought her back to the apartment all knew that the only way she would be able to leave was back out through the doors into the corridor where they stood guard. Since they knew she couldn't sneak past them, it seemed to her highly unlikely they would have any reason to come into the apartment, much less her bedroom. Lothane was covetous of her. They weren't going to want to give the men cause to be suspicious of what they might be doing with her. Magda was relatively confident that they would stand guard, but not want to come into the apartment without direct orders. In any event, she couldn't worry about the off chance that they would come in and check on her. She would simply have to be quick about it. She had to do what was necessary, or she was going to find herself the wife of the new First Wizard Lothane. Without delay, Magda went to the big maple wardrobe that had belonged to Baracus. His clothes still hung where he had left them. Magda hadn't known what to do with them, so she had simply left them there. Before he had killed himself, he had left his war wizard outfit in the First Wizard's Enclave. The wardrobe held a variety of other clothes, everything from old pants and shirts he wore when he was working at his workbench, to elaborate ceremonial robes. She pushed the ceremonial robes aside to reach in on the side as far as she could. Magda pushed in the right spot, and the door over a hidden compartment slid open. Baracus had made the hiding place himself. Reaching inside, her fingers found the knotted rope hanging from a peg. She pulled it out, relieved that it was still there. There had been times when Baracus had to meet people under cover of darkness, and for the safety of the men he was meeting. Those meetings had to be kept secret. Had he left the apartment by the front door and gone out through the corridors, all kinds of people would have known about it. Whenever he went out in the keep, there were always eyes watching him. He'd said that he never knew the motives of the people who saw him. If he had been seen leaving the keep in the middle of the night, word would have eventually gotten around. People would have wondered what he was doing, where he was going, who he was seeing. As it was, as careful as Baracus had been, it seemed that Lothane had found out about at least some of the late-night meetings. In an attempt to keep such meetings secret, Baracus had kept a knotted rope hidden in his wardrobe, so that he would be able to leave from the bedroom balcony. It was a drop of several stories, so people would not be expecting him to leave that way. The rope was exactly the right length to make it safely all the way down to a shallow slate roof. The roof led to a rampart where there were old, unused exterior stairs that were hidden from view. Magda knew how to make her way from there without being seen. She grabbed a clean black hooded cloak and threw it around her shoulders. She went to a cabinet and pulled her shielded travel lantern out by its wire handle. With a long splinter that she lit in one of the reflector lamps on the wall, she set flame to the wick of her travel lantern. Once the wick was adjusted low, she shut the curved metal door and latched it so it wouldn't give off any light until she wanted it to, then hooked it on her belt. Magda went to the bedroom doors and carefully checked the bolt to reassure herself that the doors were locked. Across the bedroom, she went out the leaded glass door onto the balcony. It was heavily overcast and black as pitch. Fortunately, there were a few lights around the keep that let her see what she was doing. Magda knelt at the edge of the balcony and slipped her hand out through the balusters, feeling over the edge for the heavy hook that Baracus had sunk into the stone with the aid of magic. Her fingers found the hook. She slipped the loop on the end of the rope over the hook, then fed the rest of the rope out between the balusters. Once she was confident that it was secure, she climbed over the railing and was able to lower herself down and get a hold of the rope. She started down, catching the knots between her feet for support as she carefully descended, hand over hand. She had never used the rope before, and it was frightening hanging in midair in the darkness, but she kept her mind on the task, and before long, she touched down on the slate roof. She was glad that it was dark night, so that no one would see her leaving. She followed the rooftop until she reached the rampart, then ran until she found the small opening for the stairs. With no time to waste, she took them down, 2 at a time. Chapter 83. Magda staggered to a stop. She put her hands on her knees as she caught her breath. Her legs ached. In fact, her whole body ached. She knew that Merritt was right about her needing rest. That inexorable requirement, after giving herself over to the completion of the sword, was rapidly catching up with her. Her lungs burned, making her cough. She knew that if she didn't get rest, and soon, she ran the risk of collapsing. But she couldn't stop. Not yet. She'd walked the Keep Road down to the city countless times, but the low, threatening clouds hid the moon, making it hard to see. At least they reflected some of the isolated lights down in the city of Idendrill, and it was enough for her to be able to make out roads when they came in from the sides. With those landmarks, she knew where she was. This part of the road coming down the mountain from the Keep to Idendrill wound its way through dense forests. She knew that the trees would soon thin out, and then she might be able to see a little better. The thing that she had to be careful of was that to her left, around some of the turns in the road, there were steep drop-offs. Carelessly taking a step too far off the edge of the road in the darkness would likely be the last step she ever made. From time to time on the way down, she had stopped and cracked open the door on her lantern to be sure of her surroundings where she was. Each time, as soon as she got her bearings, she quickly closed the lantern door. With the danger of spies in and about Idendrill, the Home Guard was on the lookout for any suspicious activity. She didn't want any patrolling soldiers to spot her and come to see who she was and what she was doing. As she panted, catching her breath, a few fat, cold drops of rain splattered against her head and shoulders. She hoped it didn't start coming down in earnest. Her breath back, she started running again. Before long, as she entered the city, the reflected light off the clouds was enough for her to make out the road and the buildings to the sides. A little farther into the city, the street narrowed, because it passed between buildings that were shops on the first floor, with living space above. They were all dark. It was still quite a distance to Merritt's house, so, head down, she ignored her burning leg muscles and drove herself on at a quick pace. When she heard some odd noises up ahead, she stopped cold and looked up. Ahead in the darkness, still off a ways on the narrow street, she saw a group of men coming toward her. They weren't carrying any lamps, so it was hard to tell how many there were, but the bunch of them looked to be a goodly number. She stared with wide eyes, trying to tell who they were, and then, as they passed a shop with candlelight coming from a window, she saw the glint of light-off swords at their hips. Several men had upright pikes. They were soldiers, probably a patrol of the Home Guard. They looked to be maybe 8 or 10 of them. Before the patrol saw her, Magda quickly ducked into the alleyway to her left. She ran a map of the city through her head and realized that, rather than following the route she'd been planning on taking, she could actually take a shortcut to Merritt's house and probably save some time, as well as stay out of sight from the patrol. She didn't know why she hadn't thought of it before. She guessed that she was so drained of strength that it kept her from thinking straight. She reminded herself that her survival depended on thinking clearly. She hurried up the alley, trying to put distance between her and the end of the alley, where the soldiers would pass by. She knew that patrols sometimes took gifted with them to sense people who might be hiding. When she heard them approaching the intersection where she had gone into the alley, she slipped into a narrow space between 2 buildings to hide. She held the lantern behind her in case there were any cracks in the metal door that might be spotted if one of the soldiers looked her way. Magda peeked out with one eye. She could see them, off in the distance, as they passed by the end of the alley. It was hard to tell, but she was pretty sure that she was right, that there were 8 to 10 of them. She hadn't thought that patrols were typically that large. She saw, then, that one of the men in their midst appeared to be restrained with some kind of device around his neck, with a bar in front. It looked like maybe his wrists were manacled to the end of the bar. That explained the number of men. They had taken someone into custody. Soldiers typically took a larger contingent with them when they went to apprehend a criminal. She supposed that it was easier to catch a man in his bed than to try to run him down in the day. Once the soldiers and their prisoner had gone past the alley, Magda cautiously emerged from her hiding place and checked in all directions for any sign of other soldiers. When she saw nothing, and everything was dead quiet, she rushed off up the alley. She trotted to cover ground as quickly as possible. She didn't think she had it in her to run anymore. At least the brief sprinkle had stopped. But she worried that the clouds still threatened rain. When she reached a cross street with a 2-story brick building that she remembered, she squinted in the darkness across the road. She saw a sign hanging over a door. It was the right size, but she couldn't tell if it had a blue peg painted on it. Around the corner, though, she could see the narrow street following rolling, uneven ground. It was the right place. She turned up the street toward Merritt's house. When she at last saw a forked plum tree in the middle of the little porch, she let out a sigh, thankful to have found the place so quickly in the dark. Light came from the window to the side of the house, so she knew that Merritt was still up working. She knocked just loud enough that she thought he would hear her, but the neighbors wouldn't. She hoped the dogs didn't start barking and rouse people. When Merritt didn't answer the door, she knocked a little harder. When she knocked harder, the door swung in a little. It wasn't latched. "Merritt," she called out in a quiet voice. "Merritt." She thought that maybe he was out back, so she slipped inside. She pushed the door closed behind her as she looked around. She didn't see him. A few lanterns were lit in the room, but Merritt wasn't there. She went to the back, looking out, but it was pitch black. She went to a dark doorway and opened the metal cover of her lantern, throwing light into the dark bedroom. The bed was empty. She couldn't imagine where he could be. On the way back through the house, weaving her way through the assortment of objects lying about, all over the floor, she froze in mid-stride, in front of the table with the red velvet cloth. The chair was lying on its side. The sword of truth, in its sheath, still hanging from the back of the chair, lay on the floor. Magda righted the chair. She stood staring at the sword. Merritt wouldn't leave the sword. He had never left it before, and he certainly wouldn't leave it since completing its transition into the key to the boxes of Orden. And then she saw a small piece of green cloth snagged on one of the metal objects standing nearby. It was the same wool material and the exact same green color as the tunics worn by the soldiers of the prosecutor's office, the same soldiers in green tunics who were guarding her apartment, the same soldiers in green tunics who had brutalized Tilly. The same soldiers in green tunics that were Lothain's private army. She remembered, then, the soldiers with a prisoner she had seen only a short time before. They were headed toward the keep. It was too much of a coincidence. Magda pulled off her black cloak and threw it on the table. She slipped the baldric over her head, laying it on her right shoulder, placing the scabbard with the sword at her left hip. Once it was securely in place, she put her cloak back on, hiding the sword, and headed for the door. In her mind, she swiftly plotted a variety of routes through the city. All the times where she had been a young girl, running with friends through the city, were paying off as she considered the fastest way to intercept the soldiers. She needed to get out ahead of them and cut them off. She wondered briefly what she thought she was going to do to make them release Merritt. As she ran out the door of his house, she knew only that she had to get Merritt away from those big soldiers in the green tunics. Chapter 84. Magda raced down dirt alleyways, jumped fences, and cut through yards, taking a diagonal course through the city rather than take the easier but longer route along the streets. In places along the way, she dashed down the narrow spaces between buildings. Once she encountered an impassable barrier of stacked junk at the end and had to retrace her steps, going around the other side only to be stopped by a tall fence. She managed to pull herself up and over the fence so that she didn't have to find another route. As she ran past houses, dogs in the yards charged toward her, barking and snapping. Fortunately, the ones she encountered were tied on ropes or inside and couldn't get to her. Their barking made other dogs nearby bark, though. Soon it seemed that half the dogs in the city were all barking. Here and there, Magda saw lamplight brighten in windows as wicks were turned up. She knew that if the soldiers had heard the sounds of dogs barking, coming ever closer to them, they would get suspicious. Magda stopped just shy of an intersection and leaned back against the short stone wall for a moment, gulping air and catching her breath, while still out of sight of the street. She opened the door on her lantern a crack and carefully peeked around the corner. She had been running with such abandon that she wasn't sure of exactly where she was. As she held the lantern out around the corner, light fell on closely spaced buildings that she recognized. Signs hanging out front advertised several small businesses: a cobbler, a seamstress, and a carpenter shop. Just up the street to the right, she knew that there would be a road coming down off the lower parts of the mountain that intersected the street. That was the one road she needed. It made a loop past a few homes and a number of storehouses that held grains and dry goods. A little higher up, the side road reconnected back with the main road, going up to the keep. Without taking time to finish catching her breath, Magda shut the door on her lantern and raced off up the street. If she got there too late, she had no chance. Without pausing, when she reached it, she took the road that angled off up the hill and curved up along the skirt of the mountain. She could just see the lights of the keep high above. It was harder running uphill. Her legs burned from the effort. She feared that they might give out at any moment, but she knew that she dared not slow. If she didn't get out in front of those men before they made it up to the keep, she knew that she wouldn't have a chance. If they got past her, she'd likely never be able to find where they took Merritt. The keep was immense. There were places all over the keep where they could hide him. For all Magda knew, they might take him to an obscure room like the one where they had taken Tilly. There were thousands of rooms in the keep. She would never be able to find him. And if they took him to the prosecutor's offices, with his private army headquartered there, she would never get in. In all likelihood, though, they would take him down to the dungeons where Nadja had been. Magda didn't think that she would have a chance to make it in there again. After the 2 dungeon guards had been killed, not only would the men down there be on alert, they would probably double or triple the guard. The smell of pines and fir trees got stronger the higher up the road she ran. Magda could at last hear a small brook off of the darkness. She knew the brook and where it was located above the buildings. Finally, out of the city, she found herself running past the dark shapes of towering trees. Abruptly, she came to the intersection with the main road up to the keep. Magda was terrified that they might have already passed by. She feared being too late. As she stood in the center of the intersection, gulping air and catching her breath, trying in vain to see in the darkness, she heard voices in the distance. They were deep voices, interspersed with fragments of laughter. She was relieved that they were coming from down lower on the road, in the direction of the city. Magda rushed up the road, toward the keep, around a sharp bend to a spot where the road narrowed. She wanted a place that wasn't open to the sides, so that the men couldn't spread out and easily get around her. The voices were getting closer. She found a place that looked about as good a spot for her purpose as she was liable to find on short order. Besides, she didn't have any time to spare. She set the lantern down in the center of the road, placing it so that the closed door aimed in the direction of the approaching men. Magda didn't want to consider the wisdom of her hasty plan too carefully, because it was the only plan she had. She could think of no other idea, and besides, there simply was no time left. She had no choice but to try. If it didn't work, she would likely die. If she didn't try, they were all going to die anyway. She crouched behind the lantern, waiting. Her hammering heart was making her rock on the balls of her feet. She briefly thought that she must be crazy to think it would work. She had no choice. Either it worked, or they were all dead anyway. She could hear the sound of gravel crunching under the boots of the men coming her way as they rounded the bend, a short distance down the hill. They weren't talking any longer. She couldn't see them. Only the sound of their boots told her where they were. When she judged that the group of men was as close as she dared to let them get to her, she threw open the door of the lantern. Light fell across about a dozen startled faces. They blinked in the sudden light. They weren't the home guard. They wore the green tunics of Lothain's private army as she had expected. Magda stood and backed a few steps behind the lantern so that she would be in the darkness, and the men wouldn't be able to see her. In the lantern light, when a couple of the big men spread out defensively, she spotted Merritt in their midst. He had an iron collar around his neck, with a short iron bar coming out from the front of it. His hands were shackled to the end of the iron bar. His ankles were hobbled with a length of chain short enough to prevent him from running. Blood ran down the side of his face. He looked groggy. Magda focused her rage. It didn't take an effort. "You are surrounded," she said in a loud, clear, commanding voice. "Let the prisoner go, or you will all die." One of the men stepped forward. In the light coming from the open door of her lantern, she could see that he was not a soldier. He wore simple robes. She could see the deep scowl twisting his features. Even though it was dark, she thought that she could see the gift in his eyes. When he lifted his hand and fire ignited in the air above his palm, Magda knew. It was a wizard. "Magda Cirrus," he said. "Magda Cirrus, is that you?" Chapter 85. The man in the robes was not half a dozen strides from her. Magda had seen him before. He worked in the lower regions of the keep. She didn't know the wizard's name, but he knew hers. Most likely because when she had been with Baracus, he had stopped briefly to talk to the man a few times, as he had talked to a number of wizards. A lot of people knew her because she was Baracus's wife, and they saw her with him, but she hadn't known the names of all the people he spoke to. "Let him go, and your lives will be spared," she said. "You are surrounded. Do as I say, or you will all die. I'll not warn you again." Worried, the soldiers peered around into the darkness. There was a brief moment of silence, and then the grim-faced wizard spoke. "I sense no one but you," he said in a surly voice. "You are all alone out here. There is no one with you." In the lantern light, she could see the soldier's grin. Almost without thought, Magda slipped her hand inside her cloak, tightly wrapping her fingers around the hilt of the sword. The word truth pressed into her palm. Through that connection, she could feel something stir and seem to come alive. It seemed to be coming neither from the sword nor from her, but came alive through that connection. She felt the promise of something powerful and merciless in the connection. Without warning, the wizard flicked his hand toward her. In the lantern light, Magda could see the air waver. The bolt of power just missed, flicking her hair as she dove aside and drew the sword. The clear ring of its blade filled the night air with a haunting threat of violence. With the blade free, Magda felt a storm of power surge from the hilt and up through her. As it inundated her, it made her flesh tingle and took her breath. Exquisite rage thundered through every fiber of her being. The men all drew weapons. The wizard, angry that he had missed, pulled his arm back to conjure yet more magic. He looked more annoyed than angry that she had not fallen to his first strike. She knew that this time he would not be so timid at what he called forth. A roiling ball of fire ignited in his palm. The liquid flames rolled and burned with a sinister bluish light. Indeed, he did not intend to take any more chances. He was intending to loose Wizard's fire against her. Magda knew that she had to act fast, or she would die. The sword reacted instantly to her intent, unleashing a surge of fury through her that charged her muscles. Even as the wizard was cocking his arm back, Magda was already flying toward the man, closing the distance, trying to get to him before he was able to send the deadly fire toward her. As she ran, the blade swept around with lightning speed, whistling through the air. Her glare was locked on the wizard's murderous scowl. She was only dimly aware of the sword's tremendous momentum. She knew only that it felt right. It felt good. She guided its track through her intent. As the blade made its way inexorably toward where her eyes were fixed, she wanted this man dead. She focused all her rage at everything that had happened into her need to end this traitor's life. It seemed to take forever to close the distance. She could see the wizard frantically working with both hands to expand the wizard's fire between his palms, to make it more deadly and ready to kill. She could see the indignation in his eyes that she would dare to come at him. She intended far more than merely to come at him. For both of them, it was a race to kill or be killed. The blade won the race. With a loud crack, it intercepted the side of the wizard's skull. Fragments of bone and gore filled the night. In the lantern's light, she could see the cloud of blood and brain matter explode away from most of where his head had been only an instant before. Only the base of his skull and his jaw remained. A trail of blood followed the arc of the blade. The wizard hadn't even had time to scream. But Magda heard herself screaming with ferocity that was a match for the swords. The killing strike thrilled her, filled her with wild joy. It was nothing short of a sense of magnificent completion. As the blade came around, his headless body was still falling. Parts of his head still sailed away into the night. His arms were lifted out at his sides, the wizard's fire smothered by his instant death and massive loss of blood. Behind the wizard, the soldiers were momentarily frozen in shock at the sight. That shock broke all at once. With weapons raised, they screamed as they charged in toward her. Magda sidestepped the first man to rush in. As she did, she came around, bringing the blade with her in a circle to split his skull from behind. The strike took off the top of his head. A clump of dark hair flew off into the darkness. His forward momentum drove him, face first, into the hard ground. Magda ducked under a mighty swing of another man's sword. He wasn't used to fighting someone as small and fast as Magda. His method was mighty blows, not swift, precise strikes. As Magda came up, she drove her sword straight through his heart. She heard men roaring in rage as they came after her. She didn't have time to think. She acted on instinct acquired in part from learning to use a knife to fight, and in part out of the single-minded drive to kill them. She struck without hesitation or pause as they got close enough, using her smaller size to move faster than they did, and to stay out of the way of their reach and weapons. She didn't try any clever moves, any fancy tricks. With every opening she saw, she simply went in for the kill. She kept moving, ducking, rolling, and twisting to avoid their blades. Not being a soldier, she didn't move the way they expected. There was no time for her to plan her moves. As they swung, she followed up with a strike of her own, allowing them no time for another try. She pulled back as the man's arm shot past her, his stabbing move narrowly missing making contact. Still, in the grip of rage, Magda whipped the sword around with a scream of power, taking off the arm he had thrust out toward her. As the man fell to the ground screaming, she let the swing of the sword follow around, bringing it up behind her to run it through a man rushing in with his sword raised to chop her from behind. As he was collapsing to the side, she yanked the sword free and brought it around in a circle, gripped the hilt in both fists, and drove it straight down into the armless man writhing on the ground. She hammered it down so hard that the blade stuck in the ground. Before she could yank it free, another man charged her, his sword flashing through the night air. She knew instinctively that she wouldn't be able to get out of the way fast enough. At the last instant, just before the blade made it to her, Merritt crashed into him from the side, knocking him off balance. The big soldier stumbled from the impact and fell to a knee. Before he could get up, Magda brought the sword down from above, splitting him all the way from the top of his head to the center of his chest. The man toppled, hitting the ground with a wet thwack that spilled organs out the gaping split and across the ground. The night was suddenly still. There were no more men coming at her. Chapter 86. Magda, on her knees, sword gripped in both hands, eyes wide, ready to defend herself, gasped for breath. The night was silent. There were no men screaming battle cries. There were no more blades coming at her. Her head swiveled, looking everywhere, scanning for threats. She was surrounded by bodies. Blood and gore and unrecognizable bits of flesh lay scattered all around her. There were no men left standing to come at her. Not far away, Merritt, in the iron collar and hand restraints, struggled to get to his feet. Once up, he rushed to stand over her, a small, proud smile lighting his face. With the threat ended, The sword of truth dropped from her hands, and then searing torment started like a spark deep inside, quickly expanding into an inferno of pain, burning through every part of her. Magda doubled over. She cried out as she collapsed onto her side, arms crossed over her middle, trying to quell the torture that felt like it was consuming her. She desperately needed air, but try as she might, she couldn't draw a breath. The weight of suffering pressing in on her wouldn't allow it. Merritt knelt beside her, but with her wrists shackled into the device locked around the neck, he couldn't reach out to her. He was helpless to do anything, but it was a relief to simply not be alone with the terror of the suffering. As quickly as it came, the pain released her. As the agony lifted its grip, Magda flipped over onto her back, tears rolling down her cheeks as she gasped, getting her breath. She looked up at the concern on Merritt's face. "I don't know what's wrong," she finally said between panting breaths. "It's the sword's magic," he said. "It extracts a price when you kill with it. The first time is by far the worst. You're fortunate. The sword's power was derived from your life force, so it was already somewhat familiar with you." Magda rolled onto her side and pushed herself up off the ground to sit back on her heels. "I'd hate to experience worse. Anger is a shield for the power of the sword's magic, so that helped too. Then I was well protected." She reached out and turned his head to see the wound. "This doesn't look so good." "I'm all right now. I'll be better when I get this thing off from around my neck." "Can you use your gift to break it?" "No," he said. "It's shielded to prevent a gifted person from using magic to escape." "Shielded," she said. She remembered the shielded shackles on Nadja. "I think I might have a key that would work on it." She retrieved the sword and worked the blade under one of the iron cuffs. She turned her face away. With a mighty pull, the iron exploded into a shower of pieces. Merritt held the bar to stabilize it for her to break the collar. In short order, she had the rest of the immobilizing apparatus off him. Once he was freed, she threw her arms around him. "I was so afraid. I thought you were lost. I was so afraid that they would kill you." He pushed her away for a moment. "You are surrounded. Do as I say or you will all die. That was your plan? Are you out of your mind?" Magda winced self-consciously. "It was the best I could come up with on the spot." She frowned. "And it turned out to be true, didn't it?" "It certainly did," he said with a smile as he pulled back to hold her tight in a grateful hug. "Thank you, Magda. I have to tell you, that was quite something to behold." She felt shaky in the wake of the fear from the fight, but it felt good to have his arms around her. "It was the sword," she said. "Your creation is magnificent." "The sword is just a tool. The one wielding it has to be the right person. That's what matters most." She cast him a skeptical look as he stood. "If you say so." The clouds were beginning to break up and the moon had emerged to cast light over the landscape. "We need to get rid of these bodies," Merritt said as he surveyed the area. "If they're found, it will bring the whole army looking for who was responsible. They'll look for the missing men soon enough as it is." "It's quite a drop over there," Magda said, gesturing. "We can roll them over the edge. No one is likely to spot them, at least not for a time, and that should buy us a day or two at least." In short order, with the aid of Merritt's gift, they had all the bodies in green tunics and their body parts moved to the side, arms and legs flailing. The big men rolled and tumbled and bounced down the steep drop, vanishing into the dense underbrush. No one would be able to see anything from the road, and unless they noticed a lot of scavengers, no one was likely to climb down looking for the men. Merritt then used his gift to eliminate any trace of blood from the fight. With his foot, he smoothed the gouges in the ground. In the moonlight, the road again looked completely normal. "We have to get off the road," he said. "There could be more of Lothain's soldiers about. With the moon out, we could easily be spotted out in the open like this." Magda looked around in the moonlight, getting her bearings. She pointed, then, in the dark wall of trees on the opposite side. "There's a trail over there coming up the mountainside. It passes by near the road, not far off through there. It's steeper and tougher going in places than taking the road, but it's also shorter. No one is likely to be traveling the road at night. The forest is pretty dense, so we can use the lantern in places if we have to. If a patrol passes, they won't be able to see us from the road." Merritt nodded. And after a check of the surrounding area one last time, to make sure they weren't missing anything, they quickly headed off the road, through the dense undergrowth, and in a short while found the trail. The ground was covered in a layer of pine needles, so it made for silent passage. With the moon out, enough light made it through the trees to the forest floor, and the trail so that they could see to make their way. "Now," he said, after they had moved deeper into the protection of the trees, "not that I'm unappreciative, but what are you doing here? I told you that you must rest. I'm surprised that you have enough strength to stand up, and after that battle you're lucky you can still breathe on your own. And we're in more trouble than you realize. Lothane is being installed as first wizard tomorrow afternoon. He forced me to agree to marry him at the ceremony." "What?" Magda didn't let him launch into a rant. "Listen to me. I had no choice. He said that he would start killing everyone I know if I didn't agree. He had Tilly, and had done terrible things to her just to show me that he was serious. Had I said no, he would have killed her on the spot. As it was, she was in a bad way. She was just the first of many he would start in on. If I didn't agree, I just couldn't allow that." "Dear spirits," he said under his breath. "Here," Magda said, as she pulled the baldric off over her head and handed him the sword back. "I have a plan, though. I figured it out. I know what we have to do." After Merritt put the sword on, he gripped her arm. "You may have a plan, but I can clearly see in your eyes that you're at the end of your endurance. The battle and running around out here is only making you worse. I can't heal you further. You must rest to complete what I've done." "That wasn't my choice, Merritt," she said impatiently. He sighed. "I suppose not, but I'd better get you back to the keep. We can talk about your plan after you rest." "We don't have time for that," Magda insisted as she pulled her arm away from his grasp. "We have something much more important to do, and it has to be done right now. I know that I need rest. Do you think I don't know how weak I am? But we don't have any choice. This can't wait." He appraised the resolve in her eyes. "What are you talking about?" "Merritt, we're in a lot of trouble. Lothane obviously intended to get rid of you, so he must suspect that you're working to find the truth of what's going on. You were surely being taken back to be tried and executed, and you can bet that they would have tortured a confession out of you first. Lothane needs to end the doubts about himself and subvert any opposition to a last step to seize rule of the keep. He's consolidating his power. He was able to dismiss Councilman Sadler so that he can more easily control the council. He already has his own private army. By marrying me, he gains the confidence of the Home Guard and a number of key officials, as well as a lot of wizards who believed in Baracus. Were I to refuse, he would then need to discredit me. He'd simply throw me in the dungeon, torture a confession out of me, and have me executed for treason. It isn't all that hard to get people under torture to confess. I'm in a box, the way I see it now, no matter whether I go along with him or not. I can't change what is going to happen. It still all ends the same way. My word alone against Lothane's won't sway enough people. He will be first wizard. He will rule the Midlands. By agreeing to marry him during the ceremony tomorrow, when he's named first wizard, that at least keeps people from dying tonight. But that's all the time it buys. If I refuse, a lot of innocent people are going to die immediately. But I hold no illusions. Once he uses me to win the popular support in the keep, and has an iron grip on rule, he will purge the army and the officials of anyone who doesn't fully support him, and then I will encounter an unfortunate end. I am only an expedient means to his ends, and my value to him is very short-lived. If we don't do something, and do it now, while I'm still useful to him, then we and a lot of our people are going to die. I know now the truth about him, but half the keep doesn't. Many people believe that Lothane is fighting for the good of mankind by prosecuting those he says are traitors. They think he is our savior. If I tell them otherwise, that he is often prosecuting people who can reveal his true intent, like Naja, most people won't believe it. They will believe the lies Lothane tells them. People aren't going to believe me if I try to tell them what is really going on. They believe the word of Lothane, an important man, a head prosecutor. When Lothane makes the accusation that Baracus conspired with those in the old world to defeat us, they believe him. No matter what I say, they would think I am the real traitor for siding with Baracus. People need the truth. I'm the only one who can deliver truth. But I'd be dead before I could finish making the accusation. The way things stand, I don't have any way to stop him. Merritt eyed her suspiciously. But you said that you have a plan. Yes, I have a plan. It's true that I'm so exhausted I can hardly stand. I understand that. But we have only one chance. We have to take it. I came looking for you for a reason. Merritt's expression turned unreadable. What reason? Magda gathered her resolve. I want you to use me to create a confessor. Chapter 87. Merritt tilted his head toward her as his eyes narrowed. You want me to alter you into a confessor? Yes, she said. We don't have a lot of time. We need to hurry. Merritt walked off a distance to stand beneath one of the enormous limbs spreading from an ancient oak. With his back to her, the moon cast cold light over his broad shoulders. Looking grim, he finally turned back. Please, don't ask that of me, Magda. She stepped closer under the massive limbs of the oak. I had always thought that changing a person's nature with magic was a cold, calculating, callous thing to do, for the sake of creating a weapon. I could never understand how people could allow wizards to alter them. I thought that it was a perversion of our existence. Isidore taught me that it isn't always the case. She taught me that if it's done for the right reasons, it can actually be a chance to make the best of ourselves, done in the right way. It is adding to who and what we already are, and what we already believe. In that way, it's not altering a person's nature, but adding to it. Such a purpose can be the moral thing to do. Even more, though, you're not only a wizard, you're Merritt. You may not see the difference in that, but I do. Though we haven't known each other for long, it has been long enough for me to know you, to know your heart. That's reassuring to hear, but knowing me isn't enough. I realize that, but I've thought this through. You may not believe that, but I have. It's not just that this is the only way. It's that it's the right thing. While creating weapons out of people can be a terrible deed, done in the right way, by the right person, and for the right reasons, it can be a wondrous thing. You envisioned the idea of a confessor for the right reasons. Life is truth. Truth is life. You wanted a way to seek truth. Such a cause, in the promotion of life, is noble. Killing is a terrible thing, too. I hate killing. Killing isn't necessarily wrong. She gestured back down the trail. Killing those men tonight was the right thing to do for the right reasons. It was done for good. It was done to preserve innocent life. In this instance, not killing would have been immoral. You intend the confessors to stop evil just as my killing those men stopped them from doing evil. That makes both the right thing to do. Merritt, I want that person, that confessor that you create, to be me. I understand the nobility of purpose in the creation of a confessor. I know precisely what to do with that opportunity. Please give me the chance to do what only I can do. Give me the means to help stop evil and preserve life. Don't let me fail to do what only I can do. It's my life. I wanted to have this purpose. There's more to it, Magda. We need time to consider all the implications. Ordinarily, that would be the right thing, but we have no time. It has to be now. It has to be tonight. I have to use that confessor power to expose the truth. I wish I could wait, but it can't. This is our only chance. Baracus told me that my destiny is to find truth. Merritt threw an arm up, gesturing angrily. Life is not about fulfilling a destiny. Your life has no destiny but what you make of it. And this is what I want to make of it. Baracus also told me to live the life that only I can live. He told me to have the courage to take up that calling. He was asking me to choose my destiny. Prophecy is not only about destiny, but the balance, free will. Becoming a confessor is my calling. But it's not preordained. It's a chance, a fork in the road of my life. I have to have the courage to take it on my own free will. In that way, the balance of prophecy and free will is the magic of the future. He looked to have calmed down considerably. I have to admit that you have that much of it right. Merritt, this is the life that only I can live. I've always been the person trying to uncover the truth of things. I found you for a reason. Destiny brought me to you so that the choice could be laid before me to make. I rejected any such choice for my life until I came to know you, and to understand the real nature of what such a choice means. I found you because I need to make the choice for my life. Since then, I've come to understand that I need this mission for my life. I am that person, Merritt. I've made the choice. I am your confessor. Merritt looked down and turned away. After a moment, he cleared his throat. Magda, you don't know all that is involved, all that it means. You don't know what you're asking. Then you tell me, and tell me now, because we are rapidly running out of time. He turned to look her in the eye. This would alter the nature of who you are. The confessor power would become part of you, much as eyesight and hearing are part of your nature. You would be a confessor in much the way I am a wizard. That means that just as any child you have would carry other traits from you, such as sight and hearing, they would also carry this trait. Any child you bear would be a confessor. Their children would inherit the same power, and theirs, and so on. Once created, the power is part of you. It is you. Magda paced off a short distance, chewing a thumbnail, thinking. It would be part of them by birth? Yes. You would be deciding not only for you, but for them as well. In a way, you would be creating their destiny. She turned back. No more than giving them the kind of destiny of eyesight. I would be giving them a different kind of vision. But Merritt, if we don't do this, I will have no chance to have any offspring, because I will be dead. If I live, I will only be able to bring a child into a tortured existence of half-people crafted to fit Emperor Sula-chan's deluded notions for the world of life. I may even be changed into one of those half-people, giving birth to a soulless offspring. Is that better? Don't you see? I'm not deciding their destiny. I am giving them the possibility of a life worth living. Merritt squeezed his temples between the thumb and fingers of one hand. Look, Magda, even if I wanted to do this, I can't. Running out of patience, she folded her arms. Why not? He took a deep breath before explaining. The process is similar to what we did to invest power in the sword. The difference is that the sword has no life force of its own, so it needed to borrow a life force to help in its creation. You provided that with the grace drawn in your blood. Creating the confessor power is similar in purpose and in many ways in the methods involved. But there is a crucial difference. You have your own life force. You can't be given someone else's life force to turn you into a confessor the way we turn the sword into the key. You need to use your own. Magda shrugged. All right. I can draw another grace with my own blood. He was shaking his head. Ordinarily, that would be the first step. But you have already given your strength to the sword. I don't think that you understand the true depth of what you so willingly gave over to create the sword. Right now, you don't have enough strength to be able to do it for yourself. I think I do. We can try. We have to try. Do you think I'm guessing about this? Merritt stepped close and leaned toward her in an effort to make sure she grasped his point. It's not simply that it wouldn't work, Magda. It's that the attempt would kill you. She let out a sigh. Are you so sure, Merritt? I'm pretty strong. You just saw me fight those men. This is a different kind of strength. He gestured in frustration. You saw the forces involved when we created the sword. Don't you recall how violent it was? Don't you understand how close you came to dying? And you came close to dying when you were well and in perfect shape. Trying to unleash such forces on you tonight would kill you. Not maybe, not possibly. I'm not saying that I'm worried or fear it might harm you. I know what I'm talking about. I'm telling you without a doubt that it would kill you. You can't hope to help us if you're dead. What if we use another person to help, like I did with the sword? What if you were the one to lend me power? Or maybe we could get Quinn. He'd help us. We can trust him." Merritt laid a hand on her shoulder. Unlike the sword, the unique ability of a confessor's power requires that the person to become a confessor must be the one who provides the life force. Another person cannot be a part of that. Another person cannot loan their life to you in such a way. It must be you, and you alone, who gives yourself your life force into becoming a confessor. The process would alter you. Another person can't do it for you. Magda walked off a ways, clasping her hands. She felt her world, everything she cared about, slipping through her fingers, all because she was too weak. She wanted to tell Merritt that he was wrong, that she was strong enough, but she knew that he was right. She could hardly stand, hardly pull each breath. She remembered how she nearly died in the ordeal to create the sword. At the moment, she had nothing left to give of herself. Merritt was right. She wouldn't survive the attempt. "Isn't there another way?" she asked, without turning back to him. The wizards who wanted to create the sword died trying to do it without what was required. The process to create a confessor requires a prodigious amount of your strength. You don't have it to give right now. You gave that strength to the sword, just as those wizards died. You would die trying it without the required strength. "I see." Magda felt as if her heart was breaking. She thought it through and had it all figured out. She'd made the decision. It was already done as far as she was concerned. She needed only the formality of the magic to complete it. In her mind, she'd gone over what she would do once she was a confessor. She'd gone over it at least 100 times. She had envisioned every detail until it was almost real. And now, it was ashes. "I wish there was something I could do, Magda," he said in quiet sorrow. "If there was one person in the world I could choose to invest with the power of a confessor, it would be you, I swear." Magda nodded, turning away to hide her tears. "Thank you, Merritt. I know you mean that." "I do." Not only was her world ending, the world of life was going to end. She had lost her chance. She had no way to fight Lothane and those helping him. He was too powerful. She had given her strength over to the making of the Sword of Truth, and now they were all going to die. Chapter 88. Magda turned back suddenly. "Merritt, when I used the sword, I felt the power of it surging through me. It was unlike anything I'd ever experienced." He nodded. "I know. I'm the one who created the thing, remember? It holds immense power, in part because of what you gave it during its creation. As long as you live, you will always share a connection with the sword. I guess you could say that as long as it exists, it carries some of you." Magda stepped close to him. "So, investing my life force into it made its creation possible." Merritt shrugged at the obvious connection. "That's right." She watched his face lit by the moonlight. "What if we used the sword, had it loan some of that power back to me, in turn giving me the strength I need to get through the ordeal of becoming a confessor? It's my life force, after all. You said that it couldn't be from someone else. Coming from the sword, it wouldn't be." Merritt's gaze searched her eyes, but he didn't answer. "I'd just be borrowing some of my own life force," she added. He had that odd frown again. "I already thought of that. And it's too dangerous. Creating a confessor is dangerous enough in and of itself. It's a process that has never been attempted before and very well could be lethal, and that's if there weren't any other complications involved. Trying to do it the way you're suggesting is theoretically impossible, but it would be an order of magnitude most perilous. Are you saying that you don't have the skill or that it's dangerous for me?" "My skill has nothing to do with it. It's too dangerous for you for a variety—" "We don't have a choice. We have to try." He shook his head. "Magda, please don't ask me to do that. You have no idea at all what you're asking." She leaned toward him in the moonlight. "Merritt, I know exactly what I'm asking. I'm asking for a chance at life. Without trying, I'm going to die. You're going to die. Our people are going to die. You heard Nadja. Those in power in the old world seek to end the world of life, even if their ideas are crazy, even if their plans are completely unworkable and impossible, and they fail at accomplishing their ultimate aim. They are still slaughtering our people just the same. They still intend to rule the world of life one way or another. Untold thousands of innocent people will die in their attempts, and even more will die if they succeed in winning the war. If they win, at the very best, the people of the New World will be enslaved. And what if they really can succeed at what Sula-chan wants to accomplish? What if he has the boxes of Orden and he uses them to end the world of life as we know it? The war is going badly. I believe it's because the Keep is infected with spies and traitors helping the enemy. That's what Baracus wanted me to uncover. I now know who is at the center of it anyway. It's Lothane. He's been hiding right under our noses, posing as our champion, prosecuting traitors. But if we kill him, his secrets die with him. If we capture him instead and he gives others names under torture, how would we ever know if they are really his accomplices? He might hold back the names of important spies or accuse innocent people. How can we be sure? With something this important, how could we be sure that we have rooted out the entire nest of traitors and spies? If we don't get to all those who are helping him, they will still be able to work from inside the Keep to undo our cause, still activate the dead to assassinate key people. If we kill the man at the head of it, we'll never know who the rest are until it's too late. But if I can get a confession out of Lothane, a true confession, and we can expose the extent of the subversion within our ranks, then we might have a real chance to counter it. We would have a chance to save the Keep. Think of what is going to happen to us and our people if we don't stop the enemy wizards among us. They will breach the grace. We won't merely die. Our souls will be kept from crossing over into the underworld. We will be like those people of Isidor's town of Grandingart. Our bodies will be used by the wizards from the old world, while our spirits are trapped between worlds. Our spirits will wander, lost, in this world. How many innocent people will be doomed to such a fate? So you are trying to tell me that you think such a grim fate would somehow be better than the danger of trying, even if it means I die in the attempt? How? How is that better? Isn't this the very purpose for which you developed the concept of a confessor? Isn't this the reason you believe so strongly in it that you argued before the council to be allowed to create a confessor? Wasn't it you who said that the risks were so great that we had to try? He stared at her from under a lowered brow, without answering. Please, Merritt, don't condemn me to a brief life of watching all that is good end, because we lack the courage to try. Please, don't do that to me. Please don't condemn us and our friends and our people to that horrific fate that Emperor Sula-chan has chosen for us all. His gaze finally fell away. Magda, you don't know what you're asking me to do. I just can't. Tears trailed down her face. Then it is you who has chosen our destiny, and that destiny is endless suffering, all because you are afraid of harming me. But the safety you want for me is an illusion. In trying to protect me, you are only bringing me to even greater harm. Gritting her teeth, she seized the shirt's inner fists. Well, I'd rather die trying for life than endure the destiny you want to condemn me to. If you won't help me, then at least give me the sword of truth, so that I can kill the bastard. Give me the sword and let me die fighting for what I believe in. His big hands closed around her wrists as he looked into her eyes for a long moment. All right, he said at last. All right, I'll try. I'd rather die too than see you have to be a helpless witness to the end of all we hold dear. I'll try, Magda. She threw her arms around him in gratitude. After too brief a time, he pushed away, looking into her eyes again. She had never seen him looking so grim. Don't be so eager to thank me. Doing it this way is nothing like the process when we created the sword. What I have to do is something very different from what I would have done to create a confessor. We can't do it through that process. You can't really help me this time. You have to leave it to me to do. The sobering look in his eyes gave her pause. "What do you mean? What do you have to do?" "You have to put your trust in me. No questions. You will have to put your life in my hands and let me do as I must." Magda swallowed back her rising sense of alarm and nodded. "We really have no choice. We're running out of time. Do it." He touched her cheek. "I wish there were another way, Magda. But if we are to do this now, there is no other way." With a hand on her shoulder, Merritt gently eased her back against the trunk of the massive oak. Dark, crooked arms of branches stretched out overhead, like some great monster about to embrace her in its clutches. The moon cast a cold, eerie light across the angular features of Merritt's handsome face. Magda heard a rustling sound and looked up to see one of the great branches of the ancient oak. There, perched in a crook on the limb, a raven ruffled its feathers. She looked into the raven's black eyes as it sat quietly watching her. The last time she had seen a raven had been down in the maze when the dead man had been chasing her. Merritt slowly drew the sword. The sound of the blade rang through the night, drawing her gaze back to him. Magda wet her lips. "What are you going to do?" "Use the sword of truth to help you be reborn, a confessor." Magda's concern was growing by the second. "Reborn? How? What are you going to do with it?" He almost seemed to be looking out at her from a distant world. "Do you trust me?" She wished he wouldn't keep asking her that. "I told you that I do." "Then please, Magda, don't ask." She nodded. "I'm sorry. Tell me what you need me to do." With one hand, Merritt pressed her shoulders back against the tree. "I need you to let me do what I must." With the sword in the other hand, he placed the tip of the blade in the center of her chest. She could see so much more in his hazel eyes than merely the glow of his gift. His eyes were gentle, yet at the same time they were charged with fierce intensity. More than that, though, she could see wisdom, integrity, competence, and the sort of rage she'd never seen before. Some of that, she knew, was coming from the sword of truth. Some, though, was all his. She had seen the hint of that rage when she had first met him, and told him that Isidore was dead. His was a temper that had the potential to be devastatingly violent, and yet at the same time, he was also a man able to control it and focus it. He was focusing it now. Combined with the rage from the sword, such fury was frightening to behold. Magda glanced down and saw the blade glowing white. "Merritt." The blade turned from a white glow to an inky black that was like looking into the depths of the underworld. The air around her crackled with threads of light, both the pure white light of additive magic and the sinister void of subtractive. They wrapped her in a cocoon of magic that dimmed the world. Magda couldn't seem to stop herself from trembling. "Merritt, are you sure about this, Magda? Are you certain?" Behind the shadow of quiet sorrow, she could see love in his eyes. "Yes, with all my heart and soul. Who I was, who I will be, is in your hands. Tonight, Magda Cirrus, you are reborn a confessor." A tear ran down his cheek. "If I fail, may the good spirits take me, for I would not want to live in a world without you." She blinked in surprise at his words. Glowing white light and inky black darkness rolled up the length of the blade in dizzying, undulating waves. "Now, you must trust me," he said with finality. Magda wet the roof of her mouth with her tongue. "I do, Merritt. I trust you with my life." And then, as he held her shoulders back against the tree, he pushed the sword straight through her heart. Thunder, without sound, silently shook the world around her. Oak leaves and pine needles rained down in the forest all around, as dust rose in a rapidly expanding ring spreading away into the night. Magda's eyes went wide in shock at what he had just done. She let out a last scream as she died. Chapter 89. People had gathered in great numbers. They crowded around the towering, polished black marble columns to each side of the gallery, leading toward the council chambers, and gathered beside the statues of robed figures, leaning around the people in front of them, rising up on tiptoes, all trying to see. The soft rumble of their collective voices echoed from the vaulted ceiling hung with a procession of long red silk banners, meant to represent the blood that had been shed in defense of the people of the Midlands. The carpet, with the names of battles woven along the edges, was also red, meant to be a reminder of the struggles fought and the lives laid down so that others might live. This day was no less a battle for the survival of the Midlands, a battle for the survival of all innocent lives in peril. Before the day was done, there was a good chance that more blood would be shed in that seemingly endless battle for survival. Magda wore a blank expression, showing no emotion as she strode in a measured pace past the gathered throngs. The drone of voices and light laughter withered to whispers before falling silent as she passed, leaving a hush in her wake. People gawked as she marched past them, stone-faced, her eyes fixed ahead, looking neither left nor right. None of the people staring could have imagined the charge of power seething somewhere deep inside her. It had at first been an alien power, a terrifying monster within. At first, when she had again become aware after that terrible, timeless voyage through darkness, she hadn't known what to expect, and didn't know what she was supposed to do. Since she was ungifted, she had never experienced any power at her control, at her beck and call, much less a power like this. Somewhere, at some point, that inner voice had ceased to be a stranger to her. Somewhere in the night, it had become a part of her, as if it had always been there, and she had merely become aware of it. She was no longer an alien force within her, it now was her. She was also aware from the first that it was a power that sought release. It required her to master it continually, to restrain it. Merritt had assured her that as time went on, it would become easier and feel natural, like breathing. But at that moment, it had ached to be set free, and she'd had to keep a tight rein on it. As he had promised, that need had eased. She had never felt such a thing before, and had no idea what to expect when she eventually did release it. Merritt had offered some advice based on some of the component elements, but to a large extent he didn't know either. As she entered the great rotunda, not far from the council chambers, Magda saw spectators crowded all through the enormous room, all hoping to get a glimpse of the grand event, a look at the arrival of the future wife of the future first wizard. Afternoon sunlight flooded in through the high windows around the lower border of the golden dome, making the towering reddish marble pillars around the edge of the room glow. Between the columns, against the stone wall, along with the throngs of people, the imposing statues of past leaders watched her pass. The great mahogany doors to the council chambers stood open, flanked by rows of the home guard in spotless uniform and polished armor, all standing at attention. Through the open door, Magda could see even more people crowd into the vast council chambers. Bluish shafts of hazy sunlight slanting into the room gave the inner chamber a kind of reverent glow, an anticipation to the impending ceremony. Magda marched alone through slanting streamers of sunlight and down the runner of blue and gold carpet leading off toward her waiting betrothed and the council. With her thumb, she turned the ring Merritt had given her, feeling the raised ridges of the design, a symbol of strength and a reminder of what was at stake. The balconies below the windows were packed full with observers, all dressed in their finery. The open floor beneath the shadow of the balconies was likewise packed with important people as well as military men in dress uniforms, accompanied by clusters of staff, officials in dignified robes, with color-coded bands to denote rank and position, wizards and sorceresses in simple robes, and aides accompanying well-dressed important women. A beaming General Grunwald stood at the head of his officers. Commanders Rendell and Morgan were there as well. Troops in green tunics, the soldiers under the authority of the prosecutor's office, stood at attention at regular intervals around the room. It was unusual that there was no home guard standing guard in the council chambers, as there had been all throughout the gallery and the great rotunda. Magda, her face expressionless, marched onward through the room, down the long blue and gold carpet and through isolated patches of sunlight. Quinn stood near the front of the room watching her approach. Magda spotted Nadja, partly hidden behind Quinn, wearing a hooded cloak that did a good job of shadowing her face and concealing her black hair. Councilman Sadler was closer to the front. He smiled and gave Magda a meaningful look when he saw her. Though she saw both out of the corner of her eye, she returned neither. Her face was a mask that showed nothing. Emotion did not play a part in truth. Only reality did. A confessor was about truth, not emotion. In the distance, atop the dais, the council sat at the long, curved, ornate desk. Staff and assistants sat close by. Even more people stood behind. As Magda approached, she could see Elder Cadle sitting in the tallest chair in the center, as well as the rest of the council, minus Councilman Sadler. Merritt was nowhere to be seen. Since the troops from the prosecutor's office had arrested him, the sight of him in the council chambers was likely to spark a battle, so he was remaining hidden. But Merritt hadn't wanted to be too far away. She saw the glint of steel in the deep shadows between the pillars behind the council. Magda expected that it was the sort of truth she was seeing. At least she hoped it was. Lothane, in his elaborate silk brocade ceremonial robes of office, stood in the center of the dais where everyone could see him. The desk of the council framed him in its half-circle. His black eyes watched her approach. As Lothane stepped to the left side of the dais, several officials in gold robes intercepted Magda. She was surprised to be stopped by them. Not knowing what was going on, she let them guide her to the right side of the dais, where they directed her to turn to face Lothane. One of them whispered to her that she was standing there for the ceremony. This wasn't what she had expected. She needed to be closer to Lothane. She had expected to be standing at his side. She needed to be close. She needed to be able to touch him. She wasn't far. She considered trying to run at him in order to touch him, but Lothane was acting unusually cautious, which was making her suspicious. He had forced her to agree to the marriage. He was well aware that she was not happy about it. She guessed that he might fear that she would try to assassinate him with a knife. But she had no knife on her. There was no place for it in the dress the seamstresses had made for her overnight. Other than her power, she was unarmed. Lothane wouldn't know that, though. If she ran toward him, he was likely to fear an attack and use his gift to drop her halfway there. He was so close. But he was far enough away to kill her if he wanted, and she would never get her chance. Magda didn't know what to do. If she couldn't touch him, she couldn't use her power. If she couldn't use her power, her entire plan was dead. She had the growing sense that something was very wrong. Lothane's smirk seemed to confirm her suspicion. Chapter 90. Magda did her best to curb her anxiety and tried not to let herself be distracted by worry that her entire plan was unraveling. She reasoned that as the wedding ceremony began, perhaps after Lothane was installed as first wizard, the council would have to bring the two of them together to be married. That had always been the procedure. She reasoned that it only made sense that he was to be installed as first wizard before he took his wife. She would just have to be patient. Still, she had the sense that something wasn't right. "Why are you in a white dress?" Lothane asked in a low voice from where he stood watching her from a dozen feet away. It was clear that he was not pleased, but he didn't want the crowd to hear him. "I told you to pick any color but white. This is the day of my rebirth. White is perfect for the occasion." When he glanced deliberately from her face to her chest and then back up again, he did not look pleased. She knew that he had ordered the neckline to show ample cleavage. "It looks awfully plain," he grumbled, "and modest for such a grand event. Are you more interested in the dress than what is in it, then?" Lothane's gaze drifted down the length of her again, at the way the dress was cut to fit her every curve. The sight brought his own private, unreadable thoughts behind his black eyes. The dress, made of the satiny white material she had selected, was unadorned. The women who had made it had followed Magda's instructions perfectly in every detail. It hugged her curves in a way that gave it a feminine elegance no amount of lace and needlework embellishment could have matched. The neckline was cut square. It complemented the cut of the dress perfectly and added to the grace of the design. It was a dress unlike any Magda had ever seen. For that matter, it was unlike anything anyone in the room had seen. And that was just what Magda had wanted to accomplish. Rather than draw attention to itself in an attempt to define beauty, it instead revealed the underlying beauty of the woman wearing it. But it was meant to be more than simply an unexpected look for a dress. It was meant to be a lasting symbol. It was a confessor's dress. Lothane flashed her a sly smile before turning his attention to the crowd. "This was to be a joyous occasion," he said in a voice loud enough to carry across the sprawling room. The crowd quieted, looking unsure at what he meant. "I'm afraid that while I am to be installed as first wizard, and that will go forward, there will be no wedding." Their unspoken question answered, the crowd erupted in chatter, much of it unhappy at the news. Magda stood as stunned as everyone else. Lothane held his hands up, calling for silence. "I'm sorry to have to inform you of this at this late moment, but I have only just learned the truth a short time ago. Learned that Magda Cirrus had ulterior motives for agreeing to marrying me. In truth, she harbored a monstrous reason. Her deadly plan was devious in its simplicity. It turns out that she only wanted to marry me so that she could bed me as her husband." Lothane let the scattering of chuckles spread, only to die out when he didn't join in. Magda could sense more than she saw. Soldiers closing in behind her. There was nowhere to run. "She wanted to bed me as her husband," he said in a clear voice that everyone could hear. An accusatory tone honed as head prosecutor, "because she planned to stab me to death in the night. She only wanted to marry me to be able to get past those brave men who protect me, get close enough so that she could assassinate me as I slept beside her." He lifted an arm toward her as he gazed out over the crowd. "You see, Magda Cirrus is a traitor, but she is no ordinary traitor. She is the architect of all the strange murders that have been taking place here at the keep." He held up a hand, forestalling the questions. "I've thoroughly investigated her nefarious activities. Multiple witnesses have come forth. They testified to having seen her sneaking around in the night, hiding her face, meeting with mysterious people in the shadows." Magda stared toward the man. Two of Lothane's private guards seized her arms from behind, preventing her from getting close to Lothane. "You accuse me of treason because I was seen outside at night? Where is your proof of such a charge?" Magda called across the dais. "Proof? You would like proof." He cast a glance across the stunned crowd, watching rapt attention. "Yes, I think proof is in order." He gestured off over the heads of people standing behind the council desk, and men dragged someone forward out of the shadows. It was Tilly, the woman covered in filth and blood. Her bloodied face hung nearly lifeless, as did her broken arm. "This woman," Lothane said, "is a worker here in the keep. Perhaps many of you have seen her, thinking nothing of her comings and goings. It turns out that she was a clever criminal, but we were finally able to get her to admit to her part in the crimes Lady Cirrus has committed against the Midlands. She long helped Baracus with his schemes, and then later Lady Cirrus in her plans. She guided Lady Cirrus through the lower reaches of the keep, where together they murdered our spiritist." The crowd gasped. People have heard the terrifying stories of Isidore's murder. Whispers broke out, swelling to fill the council chambers. Magda said nothing. She knew it was useless. No one was going to listen to her, and besides, Lothane would simply use his gift to silence her. She could release her power on the men holding her, but that would waste it. Merritt had warned her that using the Confessor's power would sap her strength, and she likely would need to rest for hours, possibly days, before being able to summon it again. She didn't want to waste her one chance with her only weapon on the soldiers holding her. That would accomplish nothing. She looked to the shadows, wondering if Merritt would do something. With all the gifted armed men in the room, it would be foolish to try just then. But knowing Merritt, that didn't mean that he wouldn't. Lothane held up a hand again, calling for quiet. This woman confessed the entire plot. He turned to Tilly and lifted her chin. Isn't that right? Tilly's fearful eyes turned from him to Magda. Tears started coursing tracks down through the dirt on her face. Say what he wants you to say, Magda told the woman in a quiet, confidential voice. It is useless for you to speak the truth right now. Tell him what he wants to hear. Say what he wants you to say. Tilly looked shamefaced. But I know what they've done to you, Magda whispered, and I don't blame you. Don't throw your life away for nothing of value. Tell them what they want to hear. The truth has value, Tilly whispered. It will, Magda assured her. But not from you. Not right now. Do as I ask. Say what he wishes you to say. Tilly looked out at the crowd, tears streaming down her face. What Prosecutor Lothane says to be the... She couldn't say the word. It is as he says. We both betrayed us. Traitors, Lothane added in a loud voice. That she admitted have killed a number of our most valuable people. There is no just verdict for such crimes except execution. Chapter 91. Some in the crowd lifted fists, shouting their anger that this was the source of the mysterious murders, the war going so poorly, and all their other troubles, echoing the sentiment that both Tilly and Magda should be executed immediately. Others in the crowd, though, looked disheartened, distraught, and confused by what was happening. This was to have been the day of a joyous wedding, of the keep coming together in unity, a reason for hope in the midst of troubled times. A few people broke out in tears. Others turned their faces away. They had believed in Magda as well as Baracus, and now that confidence was shaken or even shattered, Magda could see in the tormented expressions that some people felt that their faith had been betrayed. Why would Lady Cirrus do all this? Elder Cadle asked from behind the desk, his voice carrying out over the crowd. You see, Lothane explained, her plan all along was to discredit me. He turned from the elder to the audience. She knew how effective I've been as head prosecutor. I've ferreted out, prosecuted, and executed a number of her fellow conspirators. I was getting too close to the heart of the plot, and she feared that I would uncover her deadly plans. She wanted to stop me from exposing the rest of the traitors here at the keep, so that they could continue to sabotage our efforts. So she made wild accusations about me, hoping not only to throw me off track, but to damage my ability to do my duty to our people. When so many of you good people maintained your steadfast faith in me, that plan failed to work out as well as she had hoped. She became impatient and decided to use her feminine wiles to worm her way into my life, taking the root of my heart. I believed her sincerity at first, as did so many of you, but in the end I came to see through her schemes. Some of the crowd shouted angrily for Magda's head. Magda maintained the mask that showed nothing. Even though the soldiers were holding her by her arms, she managed to lift her hand out enough that the crowd could see that she meant for them to see the ring she was wearing. The symbol on this ring is at the heart of what is happening, she said to the people watching. Lothane and those he is loyal to seek to breach this. If they succeed, you will all die. And that will not be the end of your suffering. If they breach this, your souls will never be able to join the good spirits. They will instead wander between worlds, lost forever. The wave of worried murmurs started in again. She knew that none in the crowd could see what was on the ring, but it succeeded in stirring their curiosity. Lothane couldn't help but notice. "What is that you have there?" he demanded. "Something you fear," Magda said with a defiant smile. When Lothane saw the smile, he stormed across the dais. "Let me see that." He gestured to the soldiers to release her arms so that she could show him the ring. "You heard me. Let me see what it is you have there." Magda lifted her hand to show him the ring with a grace, but she kept it just out of his reach. This? Merritt gave it to me. He had given it to her when she had come back from beyond the veil. She had traveled the lines of the grace and returned. She had lived what the grace represented. She told him that she knew she was safe in his hands, that she knew he would protect her. That was when he had given her the ring. He said he wanted her to have it as a symbol of his protection. It meant more to her than anything she had ever been given. It meant everything to her. Merritt. Merritt is a traitor that has been arrested as well. Lothane set out toward the crowd before turning back to Magda. Why would he give such an important and sacred object to you, to a nobody? Magda arched an eyebrow. A nobody? He gave it to me because I am a protector of the grace. She pulled her hand back out of its reach when he grabbed for it again. Because I am a champion of truth. Champion of truth? You're a nobody. If I was a nobody, you wouldn't be so eager to see me dead. Just like these people here, you know that I am devoted to the truth. That's why you want to eliminate me. You are a nobody. Worse than a nobody, you're a traitor, devoted only to murdering our people, and you will be executed for your crimes. Now give that to me. Lothane charged forward like an angry bull that was being repeatedly taunted. He reached out again, snatching for her hand. Magda again pulled the hand back, drawing him onward in a rush. Then, in an instant, she reversed her retreat and stepped into his charge. Magda planted her hand in the center of his barrel chest, becoming a wall against his full weight. In that instant, he had made the last mistake of his life. He had let her touch him. Magda knew that it was not necessary for her to invoke the power within her. It was hers now, always there. She had but to release her restraint of it. She felt no pressure of his advance against her hand because the world had already stopped in that instant that she made contact. Lothane might as well have been a feather coming at her. Time was hers. This was the man who, along with his fellow spies, directed the Dreamwalkers toward the mines they wanted to sneak into and snatch. This was the man, along with his fellow spies, who awakened the dead and sent them out in the night to kill people. This was the man who had sent out one of the walking dead to tear Isidore apart. This was not the prosecutor who protected the people of the Midlands from those doing evil. This was the vicious enemy who plotted against them, who planned their demise, who served evil. And now, he was hers. The inner voice of her power's cold, coiled force, slipping its bonds, was breathtaking. Unleashed, that power exploded through her, surging up from the depths of the dark core deep within, obediently inundating every fiber of her being. It was a dead silent, pristine instant of the ignition of a fierce new power unleashed into the world for the first time. Nothing would ever be the same for Lothane or for Magda. She contained no hate, no rage, no horror, no sorrow, no mercy. In that infinitesimal spark of time, her mind was a void where there was no emotion, only the all-consuming rush of her power through the void of time suspended. He had no chance, none at all. He was hers. Time was hers. Magda could see the beads of his sweat suspended in air. She could have counted every dark hair of his stubble before he moved half the width of one of those hairs. She could see the first hint of terror in his black eyes. She could see that while he didn't yet comprehend how, he was beginning to realize that he had just made the biggest mistake of his life. Even as he wanted to draw back from her touch, there was no chance. He might as well have been carved from stone. Magda could see the gift in his eyes, too, but it would do him no good. His mind would be gone before he had time to begin to form a thought of how to defend himself. Like a room of thousands of mute statues, everyone watched, but Magda was forced on this man who had done so much harm, who intended so much more. Behind her, the soldiers were almost frozen in place, even as they reached for her, but they too had no chance to close the distance and make it to her. Magda was in a silent world of her own. In that spark of time, her power suddenly became all. Thunder without sound jolted the air around her. The violence of it was magnificent, immaculate, glorious. As the world came crashing back, the heavy concussion raced outward in a ring, knocking the soldiers near her off their feet. People close to the dais screamed as they toppled back from the impact of the power exploding outward in an ever-expanding circle. When it ended, the people who had been closest were off the floor, rolling around, crying out in pain, clutching their aching joints. Those not quite as close staggered back, but were able to stay on their feet and weren't in as much pain. Those farther back fared better yet, showing little sign of being hurt. Lothane, showing no signs of pain at all, dropped to his knees before Magda. Looking up with new eyes, eyes that revealed only the wish to please her. "Mistress, command me." The two closest soldiers, still struggling to recover from the pain, managed to get to their feet. They both drew weapons as they lurched toward her. Merritt, having appeared from the shadows not far away, thrust his left arm out, palm up. At the same time as he was launching magic with his left hand, he was drawing a sword with his right. The bolt of power he hurled streaked across the dais, the air wavering in its wake, and slamming into the two men with the force of an avalanche. Both men disintegrated in blackened bits of flesh and bone. As they hit the floor, unrecognizable, gooey, sooty fragments spilled out from their uniforms and across the floor in the direction they had been running. There was nothing recognizable left. The air smelled of burned flesh and hair. It was a staggering demonstration of power that stopped a few of the men in green tunics in their tracks. Magda had never seen the gift used in such a shocking way. She wasn't sure if anyone in the room had. Other soldiers, though, off to the sides and farther away, big men, angry and eager to fight, raced forward to take out the threat that had felled their fellow soldiers. Merritt was already spinning, sword already arcing around. When the blade caught the men, the air exploded with a fog of blood. Bone fragments hit the columns with a sickening sound. Merritt was in a full rage, unleashed. Battle erupted in the council chambers, with men falling to Merritt's swords or bolts of power as fast as they went after Magda. Merritt didn't let any of them get remotely close to her. The attention brought a swift death. In the calm of the center of the chaos, at Magda's feet, Lothane put his hands together. "Please, mistress, command me." Magda glanced around at the battle, then back down at Lothane. "Tell your men to stop. Stand up and command them to stop." Lothane jumped to his feet. "Stop!" he called out. "All of you who serve me, I command you to stop." Magda could see the men of the home guard pouring in the doors at the rear of the room, weapons to hand, as the men in green tunics came to a confused halt on Lothane's command. "Tell them to lay down their weapons and surrender to the home guard," Magda told Lothane. "Soldiers of the prosecutor's office," Lothane screamed, "lay down your weapons and surrender." Bewildered, many of the men looked around and cautiously began following his orders. Others who didn't were overpowered by the soldiers of the home guard and disarmed. The few who wouldn't listen and fought on were cut down. Soon, all of Lothane's private army were either dead or subdued. The men in green tunics who had been holding Tilly likewise unbuckled their weapons belts and let them drop to the floor as soldiers with swords drawn closed in. With no one holding her up, Tilly collapsed. Magda gestured to a young sorceress she knew standing close to the front of the spectators. "Please, Davina, can you help Tilly?" The sorceress nodded, lifted her skirts, and rushed up onto the dais to see to helping the woman. Elder Cadle shot to his feet. "What is the meaning of all of this outrage, Magda? What do you think you're doing?" "Sit down," she said in a deadly cold voice. "Prosecutor Lothane is about to confess so that everyone can know the truth." "The truth? What do you think?" "I said sit down," she repeated through gritted teeth. When he saw the look in her eyes, he sank back down into his tall chair. Chapter 92. "Now," Magda said to Lothane as a winded Merritt joined her at her side, "I want you to tell everyone here who you are loyal to." The crowd, having seen the likes of such an event and not understanding what was really going on, inched closer. The sea of faces stretched away as far as Magda could see. Everyone tried to crowd in closer in order to hear. Lothane again fell to his knees. again clasping his hands as he gazed up at her with wide eyes filled with the desperate need to please her. She had always thought of the prosecutor as a bull of a man, a commanding figure feared for his dogged pursuit of his quarry, as well as his intimidating presence. Now he looked weak and powerless. She supposed that he was. The man that he had been was no more. Now he was a man who suddenly appeared to be in great distress as he hesitated. "I'm not sure what you mean, mistress." Magda frowned as she looked down the length of her white dress at him. "It's a simple question. Who are you loyal to? Answer the question." "To you, mistress. I am loyal to you, and no other." Magda shared a look with Merritt. "That's not the right answer," she whispered. "You have to be more specific," Merritt whispered back. "He is trying to follow your instructions exactly." Magda understood. She looked back down at the concern on the stocky face peering up at her, waiting expectantly. "No, that's not what I meant." Lothane cried out in anguish at hearing that he had displeased her. He fell to the floor, grasping the hem of her white confessor's dress. "I'm sorry, mistress," he sobbed. "Please forgive me. I'll tell you whatever you want to hear. I want to hear the truth. I meant that I want to know where your loyalties used to lie before you became loyal to me." Relief washed over his creased face at understanding what she wanted. Relief that he now knew how to please her. He sat back on his heels. "I was loyal to Emperor Sulichan, mistress. I was a spy for him. I did his bidding." The crowd gasped. Some of the people were still helping those in pain on the floor, as others were pushing around them, trying to get in closer to be able to hear. "How can that be?" one of the older wizards near the front asked. "How is it possible for our prosecutor to be loyal to Sulichan, and even if he was, why would he admit it to you?" Magda gestured to Merritt, for the first time really noticing how much blood was all over him. She paused momentarily to take him in, then turned to the watching faces. "This is Wizard Merritt. He is a maker." That sent ripples of whispering back through the crowd. Some people, she knew, thought that makers were a myth. Other people had known that Merritt was gifted, but hadn't known that he was a maker. A number of the gifted, though, nodded knowingly, some even with pride. "I want you all to understand what has happened and why this traitor is confessing. You see, with a gift as a maker, Merritt created an entirely new form of magic never conceived of before." Excited whispering swept back through the crowd at the news. Magda waited for the crowd to quiet down, wanting to hear what she would say next. They quickly did. That magic was crafted specifically to get the truth from a person. Touched by this power, anyone will reveal the truth. No matter what the truth may be, no matter how guilty they have been, no matter what evil they have committed. Once touched by this power, anyone, no matter how much they may have wished to hide it before, is changed forever. And they will reveal the truth. This is not the time to go into a detailed explanation of how it works. That doesn't matter right now. Right now, the important thing for you to understand is that this powerful magic is infallible at what it is designed to do. A person touched by this power confesses the truth about anything they are asked. They cannot lie. What kind of power were you using for this? A wizard in plain robes standing in the front of the crowd asked. I've never heard of such magic. In part, I used the calculations for a 7th-level breach, Merritt explained with casual finality. Eyebrows around the room lifted, wizards shared grim looks. Merritt stepped up closer beside Magda. You've seen the terrible weapons that have been created out of people, things such as the Dreamwalkers. This one was created to help us. This power creates a new kind of weapon that serves the cause of truth. That's what matters. Lady Cirrus volunteered her life to the attempt. It was a perilous journey she undertook for our sake, for the sake of being able to know truth from deception and lies. I guarantee that none of you can imagine the sacrifice she made to do this, or the personal risks she took for our cause. In the end, it worked. and she has been reborn with this new power. Merritt held a hand out in introduction. Please, meet Magda Cirrus, the first Confessor. Chapter 93. Magda could hear the word Confessor whispered over and over, repeated countless times back through the mass of people watching. Lothane, still on his knees, continued to gaze up at her, patiently awaiting her further instructions. When Magda signaled, Quinn brought Nadja forward. Nadja pushed her hood back so that Lothane could see her. Rage reddened her face. Magda could see the dangerous aura of the gift simmering in her icy blue eyes. Nadja pointed at Lothane. This is the man who put me in the dungeon. This is the man who tortured me, and Quinn grabbed her and pulled her back as she lunged, trying to kick him between his legs. We need him to be able to talk, he whispered in Nadja's ear. Magda needs to get all the truth out of him. Let her do it. Nadja, her breast heaving in rage, pressed her lips tightly together as she looked into Magda's eyes. Magda could see that the sorceress was on the edge of unleashing enough violence to reduce Lothane to a smoldering corpse. I know, Magda whispered to her. I know. I owe you both my life, Nadja said to Magda and Merritt. Everyone here does. My trust is the least I can offer in return. At last, she pulled back from the brink and gave Magda a nod to continue. Who is she? Magda asked Lothane as she gestured to Nadja. Tell everyone here who this woman is and what your duties were before coming here to the keep. Tell us what you know about her. Lothane looked out at the crowd watching him and answered without hesitation. She is a defector from the old world. She came here to help the cause of the Midlands. She was Emperor Sulachan's spiritist. She knows about the ways of the wizards in the old world. She knows how they have been able to use the dead to serve the ends of Emperor Sulachan. She knows how we are able to control the souls of the dead in order to use their corpses to do our bidding. She knows, too, about the half-people and how we steal their souls as well. Cries of terror broke out as near panic washed back through the people watching. The true dimension of the threat from the old world was sinking in. Most of these people had never heard of such things. And what did you do when she defected and came here to help our cause? Magda asked him. I had her chained in the dungeon and tortured. Why did you put her in the dungeon? Magda asked. He leaned in eagerly at the question, happy that he was able to answer her, to be able to please her, to make sure that she couldn't help the wizards and sorceresses here at the keep who worked to defend the Midlands and counter the weapons being created in the old world. We didn't want her to stop what we were secretly doing with the dead, or with assassinating important people. Tears welled up in his eyes. I'm sorry, mistress, I meant you harm, too. He fell to his knees again, clutching at the hem of her white dress. Please forgive me. Stop that and look at me. He immediately came to attention on his knees. Magda suddenly went cold with dread. She had forgotten to take it into consideration. She looked down at Lothane. You know about the Dreamwalkers? Yes, mistress. Are there Dreamwalkers here now, secretly hiding in people's minds, watching us right now? Yes, mistress. She hadn't considered that. She had been so worried about getting Lothane to confess in front of everyone, so determined to expose his treason, that she hadn't even thought about Dreamwalkers watching along with everyone else. A man, his eyes wild, his hands clawed, screamed with murderous intent as he ran toward the dais, toward Lothane. Merritt, grasping what was happening, thrust his hand out just in time, sending a charge of power into the man flying in toward Lothane. The man shuddered when the power hit him and he fell dead at Magda's feet. He had been one of their own. Not a traitor, but a Dreamwalker had turned him into an assassin. As a couple of soldiers dragged the body away, Magda looked up at the shocked faces. That was a Dreamwalker taking control of one of our people to try to kill our witness here. People backed away, gawking at the dead man being dragged past their feet, one of them used by a Dreamwalker to become a killer. It was suddenly becoming all too real to people who hadn't been willing to believe that it was possible. Dreamwalkers were already invading the minds of people in the keep. Screams broke out as several wizards in the crowd suddenly covered their ears, writhing as they were stricken out of the blue with terrible agony. Some of the people around the victims backed away as blood began to run from the ears, and noses of wizards gasping for breath, pressing their hands to their heads, trying to suppress the unbearable pain. They began choking on blood and coughing it out in thick gobs. Magda understood all too well what was happening. It was happening to her. She rushed to the edge of the dais, close to the crowd. "Listen to me," she screamed out loud enough for all to hear. "Listen to me, or some of you will die. You have to listen to me and do exactly as I say." Pleading faces turned toward her. Others tried in vain to help the stricken. "Dreamwalkers are taking your minds," Merritt yelled from beside Magda. "They intend to murder you. You only have one chance to live. Listen to her if you want to live. Lord Rahl created magic to protect people from dreamwalkers," Magda called out. "Giving the devotion to Lord Rahl bonds you to him through links to this magic. It will protect you from the dreamwalkers. You have no time to waste. Drop to your knees. Do it now." A good many people did as she had commanded. "How can such a thing be possible?" one of the confused-looking wizards asked. "There is no way for a remote bond to accomplish something like that." Yes, there is," Merritt answered. "I know because I helped him create it. Just as a dreamwalker can function remotely, so can the bond to Lord Rahl. I know because I ran the integrity check myself, from inside the verification web. It works. I tested it with a dreamwalker. Now listen to Magda and do exactly as she says, or the dreamwalkers will be able to steal into your minds. But I don't see. There is no time to debate this. I'll give you details later." Merritt pointed at a man in front, crumpled forward on his knees, bleeding from his ears. "If you want to be vulnerable to dreamwalkers just like that, then ignore her." All the people still standing, including the wizard, dropped to their knees. "Everyone," Magda shouted, "bend forward, put your forehead to the ground, open your mind to the words, and repeat them after me. You must do it 3 times. Repeat the words after me if you want to live." The vast room reverberated with people shouting that they would do it, or crying, or begging her to hurry. "To be protected, you must swear as follows," Magda called out in a clear voice. "Repeat the words after me. Master Rahl, guide us." The voices echoed as the crowd repeated them. "Master Rahl, teach us." Magda said into the tense quiet. Those stricken, bleeding and in agony, gasped the words of the devotion along with everyone else, as she had once done herself. "Master Rahl, protect us." With each phrase she called out, everyone repeated it in unison. "In your light we thrive." She waited for the echo to die out so they wouldn't miss her words. "In your mercy we are sheltered." She paused, then went on. "In your wisdom we are humbled." They repeated together, "We live only to serve." She looked out at all the bowed heads as she spoke the last of it. "Our lives are yours." The echo of the last words of the devotion spoken in unison finally died out. For good measure, Magda had them all repeated 2 more times. When the 3 devotions were finished, the people stricken had collapsed in relief. They nodded to those attending that it had worked. The news that doing as Magda had said had saved the lives of those in the grip of dreamwalkers spread like wildfire throughout the packed rooms. "Congratulations," Magda told the crowd. "You have taken an important step in successfully protecting the keep from dreamwalkers. You must tell everyone who was not here today. They must all be given the devotion to Lord Rahl in order to be protected by that bond. We cannot allow anyone unprotected to be among us." Chapter 94. "I'm afraid," Magda told the people who were now more than eager to hear what else she might reveal, "that besides the dreamwalkers, there are other dangers among us here at the keep." She gestured to the man still on his knees before her. "Lothane here has long been a traitor acting to damage our ability to defend ourselves. He has been working to see to it that our countermeasures are betrayed, and our weapons are ineffective, so that our forces will be weakened and defeated by Emperor Sulachan's invading army. His intent was to seize the rule of the keep here, today, by being named First Wizard, so that he could hand control of the keep over to the enemy. We were at their mercy, and they have none. Without even being aware of it, we were on the brink of defeat, about to be slaughtered or enslaved. She turned her attention to the former prosecutor waiting on his knees. Isn't that right? Yes, mistress. But you weren't doing this all alone, were you? No, mistress, I had help. So you have others here at the keep working with you? She asked. Wizards and others working under you to help subvert the keep? Lothane was nodding. Yes, mistress, a number of others. In the distance, Magda could see people trying to slip out of the council chambers. Soldiers of the Home Guard crossed their lances to bar the doors. Gifted working with the Home Guard stood, prepared to use whatever means necessary to prevent any resistance. Tell us all gathered here, Magda said. Who are these other traitors working here at the keep? Lothane began rattling off the names of wizards first. Some of them were men who had just been detained trying to leave. Lothane named a half-dozen gifted that Magda knew worked down in the lower reaches of the keep, and another half-dozen she didn't know. He named other, lower-ranking people who were helping him with various tasks and murders. He named the captain of the prosecutor's private guard, and in a rapid ramble named off a good 30 names of soldiers loyal to the old world, who were helping him take control of the keep. Magda had to stop him and have him repeat names because in his eagerness to answer her questions, they couldn't easily understand him. Lothane burst into tears that he had displeased her. She ignored the tears and told him to continue, but to do it slower so that they could get all the names. General Grunwald stood grim-faced nearby, listening to all the names. Aides worked feverishly to scribble down each one. Even as he was listening to the list of names, General Grunwald was giving instruction to the officers to find and capture all the men named and put them in the dungeon. He ordered the outer portcullis closed to seal the keep until they were all caught. And those wizards took orders from you? Magda asked once he finished the names. Yes, mistress. I was the one commanding the efforts here. And those men working down in the lower part of the keep, what were they to do? Lothane again looked overjoyed to be able to answer her question. Some were helping wizards who worked on defenses against Emperor Sulachan's weapons so that we would know what countermeasures the people of the New World had developed. Others worked with those developing weapons for the Midlands. When the people here went to great lengths to come up with a weapon and deploy it before a battle, they won't know that Sulachan's forces were ready and waiting with a trap. We also learned how you are able to defend against our weapons, so that we can circumvent those countermeasures. What else did your spies do here at the keep and down in Idendrill? They identified targets, letting me know who the most valuable and important people were. Then I had others send the Dreamwalkers to take them out. Or else I would have them animate the dead down in the catacombs and send them out to kill those targets in order to spread terror in the keep. Again the crowd gasped and whispered at all the horrific news they were hearing. A lot of these people had friends and loved ones who had been murdered mysteriously in the keep. Now they knew not only how, but who was responsible. They wanted Lothane's head. Some people, angry at the level of treason Lothane was revealing, surged forward to try to get at him. Merritt quickly gestured to soldiers of the Home Guard. They understood and rushed in to hold back the angry crowd. Are there others working with you? Magda asked after the crowd had settled down and was listening again. Other officials or people higher up in the keep? Yes, he said, pointing a meaty finger back toward the council. Guymer and Weston. When they traveled in the Sliff to meet with officials in the Midlands, they would also secretly travel to places close to the old world, in order to go on to meet with Emperor Sulachan and his inner circle of wizards. There, they reported on the progress of wizards here, handed over secret information about weapons as well as countermeasures, and brought back orders. The Sliff never reveals anything about people who use her, so no one ever knew that Guymer and Weston were carrying important information to the Emperor's forces. Both councilmen, red-faced, shot to their feet. This is the most preposterous story I've ever heard. Weston shouted. "You can't believe the product of such wicked magic."
"It's all lies," Guymer added. "You can't believe this man's delusions."
Magda ignored them as soldiers surrounded the pair. "Anyone else?" she asked Lothane. "Of course." He began to lift his hand to point. Elder Cadle thrust out his arms. With a thump, a tumbling ball of wizard's fire ignited and shot across the dais. The sphere of liquid flame rolled through the air as it rolled toward them, expanding into a deadly inferno that hissed with menace. The hot yellow glow of it lit the faces of the stunned people watching. The room erupted in panic. Chapter 95. Merritt dove on Magda, driving the wind from her lungs as he knocked her out of the line of deadly flames flying across the dais. The wizard's fire lit everything and everyone in the fierce glow of its orange and yellow flames. Quinn, Nadja, and the general dove the other way just in time. The wizard's fire hit Lothane with a sickening thump that Magda could feel deep in her chest. The liquid inferno exploded over Lothane as it hit. Blobs of the deadly fire splattered and sailed on past him to splash down among the crowd. People everywhere screamed, some in panic, some in mortal pain. There was nothing that burned with the deadly ferocity of wizard's fire. It had a thick consistency that stuck to victims, burning down to bone. People with bits of it on them screamed as they tried without success to extinguish the fiery blobs. Lothane briefly struggled in agony, his movements rapidly slowing to a stop as the inferno consumed him. The fire was so intense it hurt her eyes to look at it. His arms, like brightly glowing torches, disintegrated as the man crumbled to the floor, turning into an unrecognizable burning black mass. Out in the crowd, Gifted rushed to do their best to quench the droplets of fire that had splashed out into the crowd. Others bent close, helping those injured. There were a number of victims who were beyond help. People everywhere were screaming.
"He's a liar. This is all lies,"
Elder Cadle cried out as he stood in front of his taller chair at the center of the council desk.
"This Confessor power is a curse that brings forth nothing but terrible lies. The council forbade Merritt from creating such a power because we knew it would become a tyranny of magic controlling us all."
Nadja, her ice-blue eyes as cold as anything Magda had ever seen, pointed at the elder as she addressed the crowd. The term, the tyranny of magic, is the excuse Emperor Sulichan uses to go to war. It is a cover for his true aim of disarming all those who oppose him. He wants to eliminate magic to keep anyone from fighting back effectively.
"She's a liar. She's a liar, and so is she."
Elder Cadle screamed as he pointed at Magda.
"She's a traitor. They are both traitors. This is the tyranny of magic right before our very eyes. This sham of a Confessor power is an evil contrivance of an unscrupulous wizard meant to thwart the common good and control our lives. Arrest her!"
Elder Cadle yelled as he gestured wildly at the soldiers nearby.
"Lady Cirrus is a traitor. Lothane proved it. She must be put to death. She must."
The elder's words were cut off when a frightening blast of power from Councilman Sadler slammed into him. The elder staggered back a step, his hands clawing as his flesh blackened and boiled. He only had time to let out the briefest of cries before his shriveling flesh melted and sloughed away, leaving the top of his skull exposed. His eye sockets opened up as his eyes liquefied. His shriveled lips fell away, revealing a skeletal grin. Elder Cadle collapsed dead across the council desk, a smoking corpse. Grim-faced Councilman Clay and Hambrook both watched as soldiers wrestled Weston and Guymer under control and dragged them away. "I'm ashamed at how easily we were deceived by Elder Cadle, Weston and Guymer," Councilman Hambrook said, "to say nothing of Prosecutor Lothane." "How do we know that you two weren't part of it?" General Grunwald asked as he suspiciously eyed the two remaining councilmen. "Lothane is dead. He can't tell us if you were in on it too." Clay gestured at Magda. "From what I know of this Confessor power from when Merritt came before us before, there is no limit to it. She can use this power to get Councilman Weston and Guymer to confess all that they know. Just as Lothane was in the process of doing, under the touch of a Confessor they will reveal the truth and the rest of the story. That will confirm that I wasn't a traitor. Nor I, Hambrook said. Councilman Clay is right, Merritt said. We will not only be able to confirm if there are any more traitors among us, but also who is innocent. That's the beauty of having a confessor working with us. She will be able to burn through the deception and lies. As a confessor, Magda will, for the first time, reveal for us the truth. Chapter 96. Councilman Clay watched as the two treasonous councilmen were led away. At least Magda can use her power on them and discover if anyone else is involved. We'll have to move quickly, General Grunwald said, before any of them can cause trouble before they are caught. How did this nest of traitors come about? Councilman Clay asked. How were they able to work so effectively right under our noses? Magda stepped away from what was left of the smoldering remains of Lothane. She had never trusted Lothane, but she had believed in Elder Cadle. She was angry that he had fooled her for so long, and that he had betrayed them all. Nadja was forced to help Emperor Sula-Chan with his twisted objectives. Magda said, I don't think that any of us could have imagined what was going on down in the old world, while we were going on about our lives. Everyone needs to know the truth about what they have been doing. Magda drew Nadja closer. Please, explain it. Give these people a picture of the true horror that the enemy has in store for us. Tell them how Sula-Chan uses the dead and how his wizards rip the souls from the living. Nadja looked out at the faces watching her. If there is a tyranny of magic, it is what Emperor Sula-Chan and those who rule with him would impose on all of you. Everyone quieted to listen to her story. Hold on a moment, Merritt said as he caught Magda under her arms as her knees started to buckle. Magda was beginning to realize how seriously exhausted she was from using her new confessor power. The sword had given her the strength she had needed the night before, but the use of her confessor power had drained that strength. Magda gestured. I need to sit down. Merritt guided her around the desk. He seized the robes at Elder Cadle's back and heaved the corpse aside. He gave quick orders. Soldiers rushed up and dragged the body away. Merritt held out the tall chair for Magda. When she sat, he stood behind her, resting a hand on the carved top of the chair. The council has lost members. We need a council, Magda said from behind the chair on the center of the council table. As a start, I hereby reinstate Councilman Sadler. No one objected. When Magda gestured to him, Councilman Sadler smiled and took a seat to her left. Clay and Hambrook sat on her right again, at their traditional places. Magda nodded for Nadja to go on, then sat quietly listening to what she already knew, as the sorceress revealed those terrors being hatched by the rulers in the old world. Wide-eyed people listened as Nadja explained what they had never heard before and told them what they really faced. When Nadja finished her brief summation, Magda, having regained a bit of strength, stood. When you hear the words, the tyranny of magic, as we heard from Elder Cadle, you will know that it is the calling card of killers. Don't be fooled by their platitudes that it is for the common good. Their real purpose is to strip us of our abilities so that they may more easily conquer and rule us. If we are to survive, we need magic now more than ever to defend ourselves from those in the old world. We need to learn, discover, create. We need to use our reasoning minds and truth. You have now heard the confession of the traitor Lothane, and how he subverted the keep. You have heard from Nadja what Sula-Chan has planned. We now know the real nature of the war that is upon us. If we lose this war, we lose more than our lives. We lose more than the future for our good people. We will lose our connection to all that is good. Magda lifted her hand, showing them the ring with the grace on it. We will lose our connection to the very nature of creation, life, and our souls. We did not choose this war. But if we don't defeat Sula-Chan's forces, these thieves of souls, then we and future generations will live in a half-world of the half-people and the enslaved dead, disconnected from the grace forever. We will be ruled by Sula-Chan, who will be nothing more than the embodiment of the keeper of the underworld. Her gaze carefully moved across everyone in the room. Every eye was on her. People listened in rapt attention. Every face was serious. Everyone knew that they were hearing the truth. To win, we must have the truth, Magda said. Today, the true war for our survival begins. I intend to help see to it that we win this war, that our people not only survive, but thrive. The Midlands is my home. I promise you all that I will not abandon you, our cause, the Midlands, or truth. As she looked out from her seat at the tall center chair, the crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 97. The first thing we need to do, Magda said when the crowd had finally quieted, is to seal the catacombs. Councilman Sadler frowned. Seal the catacombs? But wizards work down there. The dead also work from down there, she said. The dead hide in their resting place, only to come up in the darkness and murder us. We don't know how many of those dead down there may have been prepared by the enemy to be able to be awakened. We don't know how many of the dead have been laid to rest there were really being placed by spies. We have no way of knowing which corpses might sit up and strangle us. How would we find them? The wizards will have to be moved to other work areas.
But seal the catacombs?
Councilman Hambrook sounded incredulous.
That's sacred ground.
The people of the keep have been laying loved ones to rest there for centuries.
Visiting ancestors is a deeply valued tradition. Are you sure there isn't another way? Maybe it isn't necessary. Maybe our gifted could find a way to reveal the dangerous bodies and remove only those so that we wouldn't have to take such a drastic step.
Magda looked out at all the faces watching. Do any of you feel comfortable risking having the dead walk the halls of the keep at night, looking for more victims to rip limb from limb? I know that I certainly don't. The crowd assured her that they did not like the idea one bit. She looked back at Hambrook. I understand your concerns, but we are fighting for the survival of the living, not the dead. They are gone. We have to let go of those who have died and move on to devote ourselves to the living. Magda's own words abruptly hit a painful place, deep within her. She still could not let go of Baracus. As much as she knew that he was gone, and as much as she realized that she had to move on with her life, she couldn't seem to let him go. Magda is right, Merritt said. Even if we thought that we had come up with a way to detect the dangerous dead from all the rest, how would we ever know for sure that we were right? A day could come when we tragically learn that we had only been fooling ourselves. Aren't the living what really matter? Would any of us want to lose the life of a loved one on such a risk? Would anyone here want to lose a mother, a father, a child? None in the onlookers indicated that they would. Councilman Hambrook sighed in resignation. I have to admit it. That makes sense. I wouldn't want to risk loved ones. Nor would I, Councilman Clay added. Councilman Sadler nodded. We have a responsibility to life. The living should be our only concern. Then seal the catacombs, Magda said with finality. We will need to use magic to be sure, Merritt cautioned. We'll need some of those keeper spells that Isidore developed. They will ensure that none of the dead can escape to hunt us. Please advise our wizards what they will need to do, Councilman Sadler said. General, please assemble a team as swiftly as possible. General Grunwald clapped a fist to his heart in salute. At once. And let it be done before Lady Cirrus's nightmare comes to life, Sadler added. Confessor Cirrus, Merritt corrected under his breath. Councilman Sadler lifted a finger and addressed the onlookers. I meant to say, Confessor Cirrus. The crowd seemed to like the title. Chapter 98. As Magda and Merritt made their way from the walkway around the inside of the great tower and into the stone room with the Sliff's well, Quinn heard their footsteps and looked back over his shoulder. Seeing who it was, he set down his pen and stood, smiling, eager to see them. He flipped his journal closed and put it back with all the others. Magda, how are you feeling? He asked as he came past the Sliff's well to greet them. She smiled. A night's rest did me wonders. She glanced at the well, but the Sliff didn't emerge to take a look at the visitors. Magda couldn't say that she was unhappy about that. The Sliff was probably off traveling. How were things going? Quinn asked. Merritt rested the palm of his left hand on the hilt of his sword. I talked to General Grunwald this morning. Overnight the Home Guard captured most of those named by Lothane. They should soon have the rest in hand. Magda will have to use her Confessor power on some of the worst of them in order to get them to confess the details we otherwise would have gotten from Lothane had he not died. That will enable us to be sure we've rooted out all of the traitors and collaborators. What about the councilmen, Weston and Geimer? Quinn lifted a finger toward the Sliff's well. Lothane told us that they used the Sliff to travel to the south to collaborate with Emperor Sulachan and his officers. Quinn's task was to guard the Sliff to make sure that the enemy didn't use her to secretly slip into the keep to do them harm. It had been Baracus who had asked Quinn to take up the duty after they'd had some unfortunate penetrations by dangerous people. Now anyone unauthorized and not a friendly force would not live long enough to climb out of the Sliff's well, after using it to try to sneak into the keep. In the beginning, Quinn had killed a number of the enemy gifted who had thought they could slip into the keep through the Sliff, After a while, they realized it would no longer work, and such incursions ended. But Quinn or one of several others always stood guard over the Sliff to make certain they didn't decide to try it again, especially with a weapon created out of a person. It was a personal outrage for Quinn, who guarded the Sliff to prevent the enemy from using her, to know that two of their own people, trusted councilmen, were actually traitors who would use the Sliff for a deadly purpose and no one knew it. Magda leveled a meaningful look at Quinn. I am looking forward to hearing the truthful confessions of those two. They have caused great harm. A lot of innocent people died because of them. I'm sure they have a lot to tell, and they are going to tell it all. Quinn smiled. Having a confessor is going to be a tremendous help in our efforts, just as Merritt had always argued before the council. How ironic that the two men who so steadfastly stood against the creation of a confessor are now going to be confessing the truth about their treason because of that power. He turned his attention back to Merritt. What about the Dreamwalkers? The general told me that a few of the men he captured, hoping for leniency, are cooperating and have confessed to directing the Dreamwalkers to key people. The Dreamwalkers had been watching what those people were working on, and in several cases they had exerted their control to force the sabotage of important projects. We've been systematically compromised on a massive scale. It's frightening to grasp the extent of it. Merritt smiled at her. Magda was right from the beginning about there being a great deal wrong in the keep. Without her determination to discover what was behind it all, we wouldn't have known about it until it was too late. We all owe her our lives. All of the Midlands owe her a debt of gratitude. There is no doubt of that, Quinn said, adding a smile. Magda didn't really feel that it was necessarily her doing, so much as Baracus's. It was because of his death that she suspected something was wrong at the keep in the first place. It was because of him ending his life the way he did that she began her search for answers. She knew that he had to have had a purpose that was motivated by wanting to save the lives of the rest of his people. She still wasn't entirely sure, though, what was behind him ending his life. She was only certain that it had been for a good reason. She still wished she knew what that reason was. She still couldn't let him go. The Home Guard had gone through the gifted, and then the rest of the keep to make sure that everyone had given the devotion to Lord Rawl, Merritt was telling Quinn. In a couple cases, we were too late. Several wizards were found dead, obviously killed by the Dreamwalker they were unwittingly hosting. As I said, the extent of the infiltration is shocking. None of us realized how close we were to losing the keep. We were only days away from the end. The keep will soon be as close to completely sealed off from penetration by Dreamwalkers as we can make it. Anyone wanting to enter will be stopped at the portcullis and not allowed to enter until they go to their knees and give the devotion. Of course, while we think this will end the threat, we can't be absolutely certain. People entering could be deceitful about the devotion they give. I suppose that's why we have a Home Guard. But the Dreamwalkers will no longer be able to use the innocent people to secretly penetrate the keep and sabotage our efforts. Quinn shook his head in wonder. Frightening. At least we've now halted it all and we can move forward to begin to rebuild all of our efforts on a solid footing, rather than the rotted foundation created by traitors and spies. Unfortunately, in the meantime, the enemy has gotten way ahead of us. We have a lot of catching up to do. Merritt agreed. The wizards working down in the catacomb areas are being moved as we speak. Then we can go to work on sealing off the entire area. I've already prepared some spell forms for them to use. How is Nadja doing? Magda asked. She is already hard at work helping the gifted. Quinn let out a troubled sigh. After some of the things she talked about with me, they are going to have a lot of work to do. She's incredibly intelligent, though, and she's going to be an invaluable help. She understands things that I don't think 1 in 10 of our gifted entirely grasp. As Quinn was talking to Magda, Merritt selected a journal from the row standing on the desk. "Do you mind?" he asked. Quinn looked back and then gestured. "No, please go ahead. I've always intended my journals to one day be read by others. I'm hoping that it will give people in the future an insight to these troubled historic times, much the way I've gotten insights and knowledge from old books I've read." Merritt, already engrossed in reading through one of the journals, made a sound deep in his throat in answer. Quinn returned to what he had been telling Magda. As a sorceress and a spiritist, Nadja has remarkable talents and abilities. She can more than fill in for the work that Isidore was doing, helping the gifted. Isidore was only working at the fringes of a lot of things, trying to understand them. Nadja was at the center of them. In some cases, she helped originate what Isidore was only starting to investigate. It's possible that she will be able to unravel the mysteries of the spirits trapped between worlds. She's hoping that maybe she can find a way to guide them through the veil. We're more than fortunate that Nadja came over to our side. It will accelerate our understanding of how to catch up with what those in the old world are doing to defend against us. And losing her specialized assistance will be a blow to the efforts of Sula-chan's gifted. Quinn lifted his brow as he tilted his head toward her. But more than that, I would hate to have to fight against that woman. Having grown up in such a strange and exotic place, she is unlike anyone I've ever met. I know what you mean, Magda said. From the first moment I saw her, I knew that this is not a woman to underestimate. Magda glanced toward the sliff. Have you heard from Lord Rawl yet? A couple days back, when we thought Lothane was going to be named first wizard, I sent an urgent message to him through a journey book. Quinn gestured to the well. He should be on his way. Quinn, Magda said, gathering her thoughts to move on to the reason for coming down to the Sliff's room in the first place. Merritt and I need to tell you about some important matters. Very important, Merritt said, lowering the journal he was reading. But the things we have to tell you about must be held in strictest confidence. Once we tell you, only the three of us will know about it, and it has to stay that way. Forever. Of course, Quinn said as he nodded with an earnest, if worried look. You both know that you can trust me. What is it? Has something else happened? Yes, Merritt said on his way back from the table. And we need your help. Chapter 99. My help? Quinn shrugged. Of course. What is it? What's happened? We need you to know that I completed the key, Merritt told him. Quinn blinked. What? The magic used to complete the key has a great deal in common with the magic I used to create the Confessor power. But you always told me that you had to have the 7th-level breach calculations to complete the key. Baracus left the formulas for Merritt to find, Magda told him. With the calculations he needed, Merritt was able to complete the key. Quinn stared at her. The key to the power of... he stammered. Orden, Merritt finished. Quinn squinted at him. You completed the key. It's done. Looking him in the eye, Merritt lifted the sword a few inches and let it drop back into its scabbard. Quinn wiped a hand across his face as he sighed. The teams will be relieved. You can't tell them, Magda said. You can't tell another soul. You can't tell anyone. What? Quinn was clearly perplexed. Why not? Magda gripped his arm. Quinn, listen to me. There's more to it. There are complications. What we have to tell you requires the utmost secrecy. All right. All right. He took a breath to compose himself. What else? When Baracus came back from the Temple of the Winds, he told me that the boxes of Orden were gone. Someone took them. Quinn's eyes widened as his face went white. "Dear spirits, do you have any idea what I know about the power they contain?" she said. "Baracus didn't tell anyone but me for a reason. I've only told Merritt, and now you know. No one else can know about this." "This is important, Quinn," Merritt added in a grave tone, holding the journal closed with a finger marking his place. "We don't know who stole the boxes of Orden. We don't believe that Baracus did either. He was obviously very worried about the boxes being gone. We think that's why he brought the Rift calculations back. He hid the formulas. We think he wanted me to find them and complete the key." "Why would he hide them? The key is the safeguard for the power. The key may be the only thing that could control a release. Why wouldn't he want the teams trying to create the key to have the necessary formulas?" "Think about it," Magda said. "Think of how the keep has been compromised by traitors, spies, and dreamwalkers. If anyone had access to the formulas necessary to complete the key, then whoever has the boxes would be able to get a hold of those formulas and complete the key themselves and unlock the power." Quinn gazed off in thought. That's true." "When Baracus brought those valuable 7th-level breach formulas back," Merritt said, "he knew how important they were. He hid the calculations so they wouldn't fall into the wrong hands." "Where were they hidden? How did you discover them?" "He wrote down the calculations in his notebooks that he left on his workbench, right there in plain sight the whole time. People who saw those books didn't even know what was in them, because they were not the right people. When Magda gave me his tools, I discovered the formulas in his notebooks." "He didn't tell anyone but Magda about the boxes being gone. I think he left a trail that took her to me. I think he wanted me to find the Rift calculations because he knew that I was working on the sword alone. I was the right person. He didn't want anyone else to know about the existence of the formulas, to keep whoever had the boxes from making a key. That completed key is now the most important object in the world, other than the boxes themselves, because the key can access the power. If whoever has the boxes knew that the key is complete, they would come after it. So we can't let a word of this get out." "Of course," Quinn said, waving a hand as if to dismiss any concern that he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "No one even knows the true purpose of the power of Orden. We know some of its potential, some of its dangers, but we don't even know for sure its original purpose. Not much is known about the time before the star shift. But one thing is certain. If Emperor Sula-Chan is the one who managed to obtain the boxes of Orden, he would do anything to get his hands on the key." "Exactly," Merritt said. "That's why we need to hide it." "Hide it?" Quinn shook a finger at the sword on Merritt's hip. "Bags, Merritt. You're wearing the thing in plain sight." Merritt leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Sometimes the best way to hide something important is to hide it in plain sight. Baracus wanted to show us that with how he hid the formulas." Quinn threw his hands up in frustration. "There are lots of people who have worked on creating the key out of a sword. A sword is the first thing someone searching for the key would suspect, the first thing they would look for." "Not necessarily," Magda said. Quinn's gaze shifted between the two of them. "I'm listening. They only think the key needs to be a sword because that was the theory gleaned from ancient books. I'm the one who came up with it, remember? I'm the one who told people it needed to be a sword. Well, there you go. That's what I mean. Everyone believes it has to be a sword." "That's why we need you to create a more inviting belief," Merritt said. "Something more convincing, something that will cause people to shift their thinking to a better theory of what the key would have to be." "A better theory?" Quinn looked intrigued. "You mean send them off track so that they aren't looking for a sword?" "Exactly," Merritt said. "The boxes of Orden were stolen from the safest place anyone could think of to put them. So why were they vulnerable?" "Because people knew where they were," Quinn answered. "If you know where something is, you can work on how to steal it, no matter how difficult it may be to get to." "You're getting the idea," Magda said. "What makes the key, in the form of the sword, vulnerable is that if people know it exists, they will look for it. That's why secrecy is so critical. People won't look for something if they don't know it exists. So in place of the sword," Merritt told him, "we have to give people something else more inviting to look for." Quinn lifted a finger. A diversion. Merritt smiled in answer. It needs to be something they will come to believe is the key to the boxes of Warden. Then we'll hide it, to make it look all the more important, when in actuality it will be carefully planted, not hidden. Hiding it makes it all the more enticing. If people are looking for the diversion, they won't be looking for the real key. In the meantime, Magda told him, we'll have the real key. Merritt smiled. Magda named it the Sword of Truth, so that's what it will be. A tool, a weapon in its own right. As its own end. It is powerful magic designed around truth in order to protect the power of Orden, not just unlock it. So it will have a purpose. Seeking truth. That will give it a purpose, a life of its own, a reason to explain its existence. Since it is the Sword of Truth, a weapon created to fight for truth, people won't have reason to expect that it could also actually be the key to the power of Orden. Quinn slapped his forehead. I never knew that my two old friends were this devious. Merritt smiled with one side of his mouth. In the meantime, with the sword at my side, I'll search for the boxes of Orden. If I can find them, we'll protect them, with no one knowing about the existence of the true key hiding in plain sight. Then hopefully the rumors of our diversion key will entice whoever has the boxes to look for that fake key, instead of trying to use the power without it. We have to understand, though, that the power of Orden has existed for longer than any of us knows. It's ancient. We have to realize that this search, this struggle to protect such an ancient power, may be a struggle and a search that is part of mankind itself, and very well may stretch beyond our lives. It may go on for centuries or even for thousands of years. This is something more important than the three of us. It is our struggle right now, but we have to keep in mind that we may in the end be passing the struggle on to future generations. If we never find the boxes, then in the future, as the Sword of Truth is passed on to the right sort of person who can protect it, that person will have his own mission, seeking truth. In that way, the true power, the true purpose of the sword as the key will be hidden in plain sight until the right person eventually comes along. Quinn stared at Merritt. This is a heavy responsibility we're taking on. It is, Merritt agreed. Quinn put his fingers to his forehead as he paced around the room, thinking it through. He came back to stand before Magda and Merritt. So, you two want me to create a fake key of some sort? Yes, as a diversion for the real key, Magda said. Then we'll hide it, if it's hidden well enough. But we leave hints to its location, then people will come to believe that your fake key has to be the true key. This is getting awfully complicated, Quinn said as he dry-washed his hands. We have to get a long list of things right for all of this to work. That's why we came to you, Magda said. You're the only one who could pull it off. Merritt regarded him with a sobering look. Quinn, you know how dangerous the power of Orden is. Used in the wrong way, it very well could breach the veil and destroy the world of life. We have to do everything in our power to see to it that such a thing never comes to pass. Deep in thought, Quinn flicked a hand. Yes, of course you're right. How will we hint at this diversion key? Chapter 100. Merritt waggled the journal. We'll hint at it in books of magic, information, records, and history. That's how I came to the belief that the key had to be a sword. You're always recording history of the keep. You need to create a false history for the false key. Create a better idea of what the key should be, one that makes more sense to people, so that they believe in the diversion we create. Quinn nodded thoughtfully. Wizard's first rule. Right, Merritt said. Emperor Sulachan has been able to amass information because he is a student of history. He gleans all that he can from records and accounts. According to Nadja, that's part of the way he uses dreamwalkers. So, in order to help hide the real key, we need to make some parts of the history more muddled. We need to obscure what I learned about the key needing to be a sword. We don't want it to be easy for Sulachan or anyone who might get their hands on the boxes. to be able to so easily learn the truth through history. If people see the muddled history you create, they will repeat it. Those accounts you create will take on a life of their own. They will become the conventional wisdom. As they do, the truth will be blurred, at least until we find the boxes, or, if not us, then the right person eventually comes along. So, while you're down here with the Sliff, writing your journals and histories of the keep, don't make clear what is happening now. Don't make it easy to understand what has taken place here in the keep, or to grasp what we know, what we have discovered, and how we solve the plots against us. Don't let people know how Magda uncovered Lothain's plots, or how we unmasked the traitors and collaborators and spies. Don't let the enemy know how we did what we did. Mix it up. Of course. Disinformation, Quinn said. I can do that. I'll leave out critical events, then I'll put in false information, and I'll twist everything that has happened around in a kind of vague, shadowy history that obscures what really took place. Good, Merritt said with a firm nod. Quinn snapped his fingers. And what if I made the diversion for the key be a book? A book? Merritt gazed off as he considered it. Yes. Kind of like the books with the complex rift formulas that Baracus brought back from the Temple of the Winds. That would be fitting, Magda said. Quinn shook a finger as he thought. I could even use some calculations from the rift formulas to give it legitimacy. Not enough to make it function properly, of course, but enough star azimuth angles and such as to make it appear legitimate. If it was complex enough, and if some of the magic in it actually functioned, that would make the false key look real. What kind of book would it be? Magda asked. Quinn leaned in. A book of instructions, after all. Isn't that what people expect? They will want to know how to use the power of Orden. An instruction book meets their expectations. The power of Orden predates the star shift, Merritt said. Information about it is sketchy at best. Exactly, Quinn said. So they will want to know how it works. They start out investing in wanting a book of magic that will tell them how the power works. So why not give them one? Create a fake instruction book as the key to the power? Magda asked. Yes, it would be a book on how to use the boxes of Orden, full of legitimate formulas that predate the star shift to add legitimacy, but altered just enough so that they wouldn't be of any value as a real key. Who would know they're false? There would be no way to check them, nothing to check them against. Magda was intrigued. And you think you could create a book that would appear real enough that people, even if they found it and looked at it, would believe it was real? The power of Orden is ancient, Quinn said. How would they confirm anything in it? I can make it look real and fabricate a verification process within the book itself, but this book would actually be nothing but shadows. Along with the muddled history I created, that would further add to the sense of authority of this shadowy book. You could even call it that, Merritt said. Name it Shadows or something. That's too simple, Magda said. Sounds like my cat's name. It would work better as a diversion if it sounded like it functioned as a key, like it contained methods for unlocking answers. It needs a more mysterious title. Quinn frowned. Like what? Magda thought a moment. It came to her then. How about the Book of Counted Shadows? Quinn's brow lifted in delight. I like it. It's brilliant, Merritt said, grinning at her. Seeing him smile at her like that lifted her heart, but the shadow over her head dimmed her bright momentary pleasure. I'll get started on it right away, Quinn said. I'll also create some historical sources to make it look like the key to the boxes can be found in the Book of Counted Shadows. I can even come up with some fragments of text and make them look like they survived from before the star shift as well. If we let some of these accounts slip into the wrong hands and they get back to Emperor Sulichan, he will be sent off chasing shadows, so to speak. Merritt pinched his lower lip in thought. You could create some fake documents about recent events with tantalizing bits of ancient knowledge, talking about the key to the power of Orden, hinting at the book as the key, and then we could plant this documentation on a dead man dressed as a courier. Merritt leaned close. Then we could leave the body where General Kuno's patrols would find it. And if we hide the Book of Counted Shadows, Quinn added, it will convince the Emperor that he is on the right track. The harder it is to find, the more they will all be convinced that this book is the key. Meanwhile, Merritt said, lifting the Sword of Truth partway from its scabbard, no one will ever suspect the true key. It all should work. Quinn said, after all, no one knows much of anything about the power of Orden's origin. All obscure what's known about the star shift, to better hide what is known. I won't have to worry about altering a lot of material, or contradicting a great deal of evidence of actual history, so it should be easier to create a credible diversion out of history. And look here. Merritt opened the journal he had in his hand and tapped a place on the page. You wrote in your journal, the third attempt at forging the key failed today. The wives and children of the 5 men who died roamed the halls, wailing in inconsolable anguish. How many men will die before we succeed, or until we abandon the attempt as impossible? The goal may be worthy, but the price is becoming terrible to bear. I see what you mean. That's the kind of thing that's too obvious in pointing people to the sword as the key. I know, Quinn said as he swiped a finger across the first words, making them disappear. I'll change the part so that it says, the third attempt at forging a Sword of Truth failed today. How's that sound? That way it disassociates the key from the sword and makes the sword look like a special object of its own. Merritt smiled. Perfect. That adds credibility to the sword being something other than the key. I'll add some real magic to the book, Quinn said, so that it seems even more real. Some occult spells and spell forms will make for a sinister book. You are a devious man, Quinn, Magda said with a grin. Quinn arched an eyebrow. If you think so now, wait until you see the Book of Counted Shadows. Chapter 101. Magda rushed into the Sliff's room. Merritt followed close behind her. Lord Rahl, leaning back against the low wall of the well, looked up when he heard them come through the doorway and swept his long blonde hair back off his face. He looked rather disoriented and euphoric after his journey in the Sliff. It had that effect on a lot of people. Magda had to admit that it had the same effect on her. Despite that, she still didn't like the Sliff. I came as fast as I could. Lord Rahl gestured to Quinn. Quinn filled me in on everything. Sounds like quite an eventful ordeal. He grinned at Magda. Confessor, eh? Seems to fit. His gaze traveled the length of her white dress and back up again. I must say, so does that dress. Quite well, in fact. Thank you, she said, not knowing exactly what to say. When I first got your message, I was pretty worried that for some crazy reason you were actually going to marry that pig of a prosecutor. I should have known better. Good job, Magda. Good job. You indeed did have a reason to stay at the keep, as you told me the last time I saw you. Merritt nodded his agreement. Even though Magda uncovered the plot and brought Lothain's treason to light, I'm afraid that we still have a lot of work to do, and a difficult war ahead of us. Did Quinn tell you about the half-people as well? Ulrich Rahl sighed as he nodded. And these walking dead people things. We wanted you to know what your soldiers were facing, Merritt said. They're going to be hard to fight. I haven't worked out a method yet to keep them away from us. I would suggest that you do something about any places the dead are buried, like the catacombs. I always worried about men with a weapon in their hand or a gifted conjuring magic. I never thought I'd have to worry about the dead people. I can assure you that it's not a thought I like either, Quinn said from his writing desk. A thought tickled at the back of Magda's mind, but she couldn't quite bring it forward. Say, Lord Rahl said, stretching his neck to look out the door to make sure no one was near. I have to bring it up, something rather important, but it has to be kept a secret among just us in this room. It seemed to Magda like a day of secrets. What is it? Lord Rahl scratched his jaw as he searched for words. We found something quite important. You found it? Merritt asked suspiciously. Where did you find this important something? Lord Rahl heaved a sigh. It was on a man we killed. Well, actually, we killed a whole bunch of men until we finally killed this particular one. By how well he was being protected, we knew that he had to be an important person, or if something mighty important on him. It turned out to be the latter. So what was it? Magda asked. Lord Rahl put his hands on the short stone wall of the Sliff's well and leaned back to look up at them with blue eyes. It was covered in jewels. Merritt was still looking suspicious. You're telling us that you found important treasure? You might say so. These jewels were covering a box. He gave them each a meaningful look. A box, Merritt repeated carefully. What sort of box? Ulrich Rahl arched an eyebrow as he folded his arms. A box as black as the keeper's heart and containing great power, if you catch my drift. Magda glanced at Merritt before looking back at Lord Rahl. And what makes you think that this box contains great power? Did you try to open it? He frowned indignantly. Do you take me for a fool? No, Magda said. But you said that it contained great power. What do you know about this box? He shot her a look. Are you forgetting that Baracus and I were good friends? He told me about how the power of Orden was contained in 3 inky black boxes covered in jewels. The thing is, he said that the boxes had been sent away to the Temple of the Winds. He looked from Magda to Merritt and back again. So if they're in the Temple of the Winds, what is one of them doing in this world, in the possession of a dead man? We'd better tell him, Merritt whispered to her. Magda nodded as she let out a long sigh. The boxes were stolen from the Temple of the Winds. Obviously, but who took them? Merritt shrugged. I'd say Sula Chan's people if I had to venture a guess. What about the other 2? Magda asked. Lord Rahl, arms still folded, slightly unhappy. Don't know. I only have the one. And you would have a hard time believing how many men we had to kill to get this one. I can only imagine, Merritt said. But if it was Sula Chan who had it, you had better believe that a lot more men than that are going to come to get it back. No doubt, Lord Rahl said. We have to hide it, Magda said to Merritt. Try to protect it is too risky. It must be hidden. That sounds well and good, but where? Merritt asked. I don't know a place safe enough that Emperor Sula Chan couldn't get to it. After all, it was hidden in the Temple of the Winds in the underworld, and he managed to get it. Well, she said, if he didn't know where to look, he... Magda went silent as the thought tickling at the back of her mind suddenly came clear. She blinked. She wondered if it could work. She wondered if it was even possible. She seized Merritt's shirt sleeve. A gravity spell? Lord Rahl's face scrunched up into a frown. A what? A gravity spell, Merritt said, ignoring Lord Rahl. His attention focused on Magda because he realized from the look in her eyes that she was onto something important. What about a gravity spell? That little gravity spell you created and gave to me draws those little clay figures to it. Right, he said in a drawl as it started to dawn on him. What if you created a bigger gravity spell that would draw the dead that Sula Chan's forces have animated, and draw the half-people to it as well? Nadja helped create them. She knows how they function and how their spirits have been manipulated. So maybe she could give you information on the spells involved, and then you could create a gravity spell specifically designed to draw them both in, right? For someone born without the gift, Merritt said with a smile. You sure have some pretty interesting ideas of how to use it. You make a pretty good maker's match. Lord Rahl was looking from one face to the other and back again. Draw them into where? Merritt ran his hand back over his neck. That's the problem. It needs to be someplace where we could trap them. Once we draw them in, we would also have to keep them there. Magda snapped her fingers. Isidore symbols. Merritt was already nodding. We could use Isidore's keeper spells to make a barrier to help prevent them from escaping. Lord Rahl still had the serious scowl. You mean that you think that you could create a spell that would draw Sula Chan's walking dead people and his half-dead people to it? When Merritt smiled and nodded, Ulrich Rahl went on. And then you would place a barrier spell to ensure that they were trapped. That's exactly right, Merritt said. If we could draw them in and trap them, then our forces wouldn't ever have to fight them. I was racking my brain trying to think of weapons and ways for us to fight these things, but if we trap them somewhere instead, we would never need to fight them. If we never have to fight an army of the dead and half-dead, it could save the lives of untold numbers of our soldiers, to say nothing of the innocent people in places Sulachan invades. All we need is a place to put them, Magda said. It has to be someplace remote that would provide physical barriers as well as the barrier spells, just to be sure. Maybe a blind canyon or something like that. Lord Rawl's scowl was gone. His arms came unfolded as he stood. He looked suddenly intent and serious. The Darklands. The Darklands? Merritt asked. What are the Darklands? A remote and inhospitable area in Dara. There is a place there, to the north, in the Darklands, surrounded by mountains. There is only one way in and out. All around are impassable mountains. If you could draw them in with this spell of yours, you might be able to trap them in there. No one goes to that remote area in the Darklands. It's a dangerous place. Everyone already considers it demon ground. That's perfect, Magda said. She turned to Merritt. As soon as you can come up with a gravity spell that works on Sulachan's dead and his half-people, we can go there, set the spell, and draw them in. The barrier spells that I could make from what Isidore came up with wouldn't weaken for thousands of years. And, Merritt added with a smile as he leaned toward her with a sparkle in his eyes, we could leave the box of Orden there as well. Then it, too, would be trapped there. After all, who is going to go on demon ground filled with the walking dead and with half-dead people who want to rip you open and eat you alive? Magda put a hand to her chest and heaved a big sigh of relief. We've just solved two problems with the same solution. As soon as you can create the spells, we can travel to the Darklands and set the trap. We? He shook his head. You're not going. The thing about a gravity spell is that it's distance-sensitive. If you were to take those little clay figures I gave you some distance away from the gravity spell, it wouldn't have enough power to draw them to it. So I'm going to have to create this spell, and then travel near the enemy forces so it has enough power to draw the dead out. When I get them all coming after me, I'll be able to lead them to the Darklands and into this remote place. I'll set the spell, and as soon as they're drawn in, I'll place the barrier spell to keep them in. Having them follow me in isn't what I would prefer, but it's the only way. It's too dangerous for you to come with me. Too dangerous. Magda planted her fists on her hips. Who is it that saved your hide by cutting down all those soldiers and setting you free? Lord Rawl lifted a hand. Ha-ha! Is this a story I ought to know about? You cutting men down? What are you talking about? Merritt waved a hand irritably. She had the sword. Ah, she had a sword. That explains it. Just because she killed a wizard and 8 or 10 of Lothain's soldiers all by herself, now she thinks she's qualified for such a fight. Lord Rawl clasped his hands as he arched an eyebrow. Sounds to me like maybe she is. Merritt's mouth twisted, and then he gave in to a smile. I suppose it does. It will take a little while to create the spells, but once they're ready, we can set the trap. He smiled at Magda in a special, very private way. It made her grin. Chapter 102. I found him, Nadja said. Her voice sounded like it was coming from that far-distant world. She squeezed Magda's hand. I've found him. Magda swallowed. Are you sure it's him? Nadja, her eyes closed, slowly nodded. I found him. It's beautiful. His spirit is beautiful. I knew it would be. A tear rolled down Magda's cheek. Can we talk to him? Nadja's smooth brow twitched slightly. In a way, like I told you before, if he permits it, in a way. They were alone, the two of them. And yet, in a manner of speaking, they were among a whole underworld of spirits. The room was dark except near them, where it was lit by a dozen candles, set all around them on the floor. It was the dead of the night, and dead quiet. There was no light to leak in around the shutters. Magda and Nadja were alone in the storage room of the first wizard's apartment. It seemed the fitting place because Baracus had spent so much time at his workbench there. Both Nadja and Magda sat cross-legged on a plush, round carpet set before Baracus's workbench, lined with candles. Beyond the candlelight, the rest of the room might as well have been the void of the underworld itself. Magda wondered briefly if perhaps it was. She hadn't told Merritt what she was going to try to do. She didn't know what he would think of the idea. She supposed that he would support whatever she wanted to do, but she didn't want to worry him. He was always incredibly respectful of Baracus as her husband, and Magda's feelings about him. But Baracus was gone. Magda was alone now. She had people who cared about her, but she felt alone without Baracus. It was a terrible feeling to miss him, and at the same time realize that he was gone, and that he never could be in her life again. She didn't know how to find peace. She thought that maybe if she knew why he had killed himself, that would help. Merritt understood. As much as it stood unspoken between them, he understood. She wasn't sure that she did. Merritt, though, gave her respectful distance because of Baracus. In a way, she wished he wouldn't, but she didn't know how to get beyond what was lost. It wasn't fair to Merritt, of course, but she couldn't help herself. She couldn't help her feelings. She felt like one of the spirits of the half-people, lost between worlds, not knowing where she belonged. Nadja had understood. She said that it was a common problem. Letting go, she'd said, was often hard. She said that people came to her because they had difficulty letting go. Nadja seemed to understand Magda's conflicting emotions better than Magda did, and offered to help with a spirit reading so that her heart could find peace. Shadow meowed softly as she materialized out of the darkness to rub against Nadja's side. After letting her tail drag across the spirit woman, the cat carefully stepped into Magda's lap and curled up in a ball, where she promptly started her soft, steady purring. The black cat seemed at peace among spirits. "Can you ask him if he is at peace?" Eyes still closed, Nadja smiled. "I don't need to ask him that. I can feel that he is." "He is? How is that possible? I mean, he's gone, he's alone, he's without me." "It's not that way for the spirits," Nadja said. "The concerns of our world, the concerns of our hearts are not the same as the concerns of the underworld. Can I talk to him? As I told you before, in a way, and through me, if he will allow it." "Ask." Magda swallowed. "Baracus, I miss you so much." "He knows, Magda. He knows." Magda felt funny trying to talk about such deep personal feelings through someone other than Baracus. She knew that she had to try, though, if she wanted to ask him why he would have killed himself. This was her one chance. "But even though I miss you, it's not the same anymore. You aren't here, alive, so I can hold on to you in the way I want to. He knows that too, Magda," Nadja said in her gentle, soft voice. "But I know your heart, Magda," Nadja said in a suddenly strange, distant voice. Magda looked, trying to see, but it seemed to have grown too dark to see the spiritist's lips moving. Shadows seemed to move in the blackness around them. "I know your loyalty to me," the strange voice said. "But who I was, who you loved, no longer exists. I have passed on. In your world, only my memory can exist. Your loyalty to me because of that memory is a part of life. But it can become disloyalty to yourself if you hold it so closely that it crowds out the rest of life." "Why did you leave me?" she asked in a halting voice as a tear rolled down her cheek. "I thought you loved me more than anything. Why would you leave me all alone?" The candles hissed for a time as she waited, not knowing if he would answer. Finally, the strange voice returned. "I had to do as I did because I love the world of life." Magda sucked back a sob. "Please, Baracus, I don't understand. There are others who can do what I could do. There are others who can fight in the ways that I could fight. There are others who can serve our cause as I have served it. In that way, as remarkable as you may have believed me to be, I wasn't. I was not essential. But you are unique, my rare flower. There has never been anyone exactly like you before, and there can never be anyone exactly like you again. We are each that way. Because of the exact way you are, there are no others who could have done the things you have done. When you did them, in the way you did them, there are no others who have had the particular experiences you've had that led you to the choices you've made. What you did and what you have become, no other could have done in your place. You were, and continue to be, on a unique path. There were so many paths that would have taken the world into eternal darkness, but there was only one to take it safely through this perilous time. You took the world on that path when it was needed. Had I lived, you would not have made the choices that took you down that path. At the Temple of the Winds I saw the future, not merely one future, but many futures. I saw the future as it would be had I returned and lived. I saw the future without you. I saw the future in 1,000 different ways, and then another 1,000, and then another. I saw all the layers of possibilities and variation, all the choices, all branches and forks in prophecy. But I saw one future above all others that gave the world of life the best chance in the face of the approaching dark age. In that future I saw that if I let you go on to walk your own path, you would be what was needed. If I had lived, you would have been at my side. You would have had no reason to do more, to be more. The forks in prophecy would not have presented themselves in the same way. Doorways would have remained closed. Without you seeking out truth as you have done, our cause would have been lost because you would have never become a confessor. There is so much more that I saw when I was there that brought me to my choice. Lothane lied. He did get into the temple. He lied to hide his treason. Once in the temple, he reinforced the damage done by his traitors on the temple team, altered important things there, and damaged important elements flowing toward the world of life. Lothane choked off the gift from the world of life so that fewer and fewer will be born gifted. And since the temple is the world of the dead, he was especially successful at choking off subtractive magic. That was why the moon turned red. It turned red in warning because of the damage caused by Lothane. Magda was not merely astonished to hear this, she was horrified. You mean Lothane managed to break the grace and end magic in this world? Not entirely, Nadja answered in the strange voice. He tried, and while he did not succeed completely, he managed to do vast damage. He has doomed the world to begin down the path that Emperor Sulachan envisions, the path toward a world without magic. While he set the world on that path, I was at least able to keep it from being a certainty. That was my greatest purpose, what I could do that no other would have been able to do. But I was only able to do so much. I was able to get enough of the gift to flow along the lines of the grace to ensure that even as the gift in mankind dwindles, one day a pebble in the pond will be born with what is required to complete the restoration of the world of life, if he too makes the right choices at the right times. You remember the book I brought back and the mission I sent you upon my return? Magda nodded. Yes, you asked me to take the book through the sliff to your secret private library. When I was gone, you killed yourself. How could I forget such a thing? That journey you undertook was a portion of the part I was able to play in setting the future on a course that gives the world of life a chance in that future, that you have now made possible because you took your path. Had you not undertaken that task for me, the world would have been doomed. Now, if the right choices are made by the right people for the right reasons at the right time, then mankind still has a chance to escape the fate that Sulachan and Lothane tried to impose. But until those others can be born, I had to let you save what we have. I could see that the only part I could play, if I lived, would be to keep you from blossoming. I saw that I had to die in order for you to undertake the journey you took to search for answers, fight the Dreamwalkers, take up the oath, seek me in the underworld through a spiritist so that you could discover that the dead down in the catacombs were serving evil. Then choose to find Merritt. Help him find what he needed to create the key, and, in the end, come to understand why you would choose on your own to be altered to become a confessor who was able to unmask the corruption in a way that all could see it. Had I lived, none of that would have happened. I had to let you take the path that would save the world for now, that allows you and others to live to fight another day. My death gave you the drive to find out why I sacrificed my life, which in turn opened your own truth. In that search for truth, you would expose what I could not. In a way, I could not, to accomplish what I could not. You think of me as a great man, Magda. In your eyes, I may be. But I was just a man. I had faults. I had weaknesses. I had limits. I couldn't do everything. But I like to think I had a noble mind. And with that reasoning mind, what I saw when I was at the temple was that what needed to be done, I could not do. But I also saw that you could. Merritt is similar to you in that he has a unique chance. There is no one else who has the knowledge, creativity, and skills that he has. No other ever envisioned what he first envisioned. No other ever would have. Only Merritt could have envisioned and created the Sword of Truth, and only Merritt could have envisioned and created a confessor. The world needed you to be there, to be that confessor at that moment, and in moments to come. I know, Magda, your heart, and your loyalty to your love for me, but don't let that be the end of your ability to love. That love wouldn't harm me, or diminish me, or change what we had. It can only add to you and who you are. You need to embrace the reality of what is, not what was. What you and Merritt have is different from what you and I had. It can be more. You share more with Merritt than I could ever share with you. You share an understanding, a partnership of souls, in a way that you and I never could. You share the Sword of Truth with him, and you share the new beginning of becoming a confessor with him. You have been reborn into that new life. Merritt made that possible. You did not see what I saw when Merritt pushed that sword through your heart. He did that not because he wanted to make you a confessor, but because you wanted it. It was the choice you made. It was killing him inside, but he did it anyway. It was the hardest thing he had ever done in his life, and though it was killing him, though it was breaking his own heart, he did it because you wanted it. He wanted to give you what you wanted, no matter how much it hurt him. Magda swallowed back her sobs. She tried to bring her voice forth, but she couldn't form words. Don't let what we had limit the even greater experience you can have with Merritt. Don't let a misguided loyalty to me limit your heart and what you can have in greater abundance for yourself. To love another, you must first love yourself. Love yourself, Magda, so that you can love him. Love yourself enough to let your memories of me ease away from closing your heart. Love yourself enough to know that you deserve happiness. Know that I have nothing but love for Merritt, as I have for you. You have walked the path that has taken you to the possibility of something wonderful. Don't lose sight of that path because you are looking back at a memory of me. I am no more. Let me go, Magda. I am at peace now. Let me go deeper beyond the veil. Tears ran down Magda's face as she sobbed. Thank you, Baracus. You've given me so much. Thank you for my life. I won't waste it, I swear. I know you won't, Magda. I know you won't. Chapter 103. Magda stood in the center of the dais, before the half-circle of the council's desk. Before the council, in her white confessor's dress. There were only 3 councilmen there, Sadler, Clay, and Hambrook. but they would soon add to those numbers so that they could do their work. The center chair sat empty. The center chair was hers now. She presided over the council now. She balanced the council now, with the confessor's voice. Behind her, in the great council chambers, there were a limited number of people. It was not a council session open to the general public. It was invited guests only. General Grunwald was there, much chagrined that he had ever expressed faith in Lothane to her just because he thought that Magda had agreed to marry him. He had apologized countless times. Magda had to finally order him to never apologize to her about it again. Tilly was there as well, healed, in good health, and in good cheer. She beamed with pride at seeing Magda in her white confessor's dress, at seeing Magda having the important place at the keep that Tilly always thought she should have. Quinn, likewise all smiles, was there as well, as was Nadja. Magda missed Baracus and Isidore and all those like them who were no longer with them, and were now with the good spirits, but she was thankful for the friends they did have with them. Merritt stood beside her, looking as handsome as she had ever seen him look. The sword of truth, in its ornately worked gold and silver scabbard, gleamed against his dark outfit. Since she was to his left, she could see the word truth standing out in gold letters on the hilt. Councilman Sadler beamed with pride as he addressed them. Magda, Merritt, we at the keep all owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Magda's hand found Merritt's. Now, he said, we must call upon you both to help the people not only of the keep but of the Midlands, Dara, and in fact all of the New World to stand against the threats we face. Merritt, we have taken your admonition under consideration, and we agree that we should abide by your recommendation, and Magda's, that a confessor's power is better suited to women than men. We agree that the confessor's power should rightly only be invested in women. We need the ability of a confessor to help us discover truth as we go forward in the struggle for our survival. We therefore ask that you create a new force in the world, the Confessors, a band of sisters who can stand for truth. Merritt bowed his head as he squeezed Magda's hand. I can do that. And Magda, we ask that you be their leader, the Mother Confessor, and help make them as effective, as dedicated, as noble in fighting for truth as you have shown yourself to be. Magda bowed her head as she squeezed Merritt's hand. I can do that. And Merritt, Councilman Sadler said, we have come to understand, as you have explained it, the particular vulnerabilities of a confessor, especially in the time following the use of her power, when she is weakened and less able to protect herself. Even more critically, because of the nature of the power that she possesses, she is going to be a prime target for a great many dangerous people. We therefore ask that you be permanently assigned to be protector to Magda, the Mother Confessor. Once the band of sister confessors is created, they too will each need a wizard to be their protector and to help them in their duties. But for now, there are only you two, the Mother Confessor and her wizard. That is, if you both agree, of course. He looked to each of them in turn. Do you both agree to this? Magda smiled as she and Merritt shared a look. Looking into her eyes, Merritt said, Wizard Merritt agrees and promises to always protect Magda, the Mother Confessor. Looking into Merritt's eyes, Magda said, and Magda, the Mother Confessor, will always stand by her wizard, Merritt. The people in the room erupted in cheering. As the people were celebrating the news, Merritt leaned close. You look positively stunning, Mother Confessor. Magda's cheeks hurt from smiling. Oh, I forgot to tell you about your hair, he said in a private tone. She smoothed her hair back, then pulled out the white confession flower she had placed there, the flower Baracus had once given her that she had kept in her silver box of memories. She twirled the little flower in her fingers, thinking about the path she had taken. What about my hair? You can't cut it. Magda twitched a frown up at him. I can cut it if I want. No, actually you can't. What are you talking about? He leaned a little closer, looking a bit guilty. Power won't let a confessor cut her hair. Magda was truly puzzled. Won't let me? What in the world are you talking about? The length of a woman's hair denotes status in the Midlands. You are the Mother Confessor. There is no woman of higher status than the Mother Confessor. Cutting your hair would be lowering your status in the eyes of many, so the magic of a confessor's power won't allow it. Won't allow it, she repeated in a flat tone. That's right, won't allow it. Well, what if it needs to be trimmed? Someone else has to do it. Magda's brow lifted. Touchy, isn't it? It can be when it comes to matters of power. It expects you to be respected. The length of my hair can't earn me respect. Merritt shrugged. I'm just warning you. Magda leaned into him, smiling as she tucked her shoulder under his arm. Thanks for the warning. Merritt grinned as he put his arm around her. Sure. He pointed. Is that the confession flower from your box of memories? Magda nodded. I wanted to wear it today. Baracus sacrificed his life so that this course for our future could come to be. He gave his life that we all might be standing here today and have this chance. I think he would be pleased. I think he would be too, Merritt said. Magda twirled the little white flower between her finger and thumb, watching it spin, thinking about all that had brought her to be the Mother Confessor. As the flower was spinning in her fingers, it began to become transparent. She could see right through it. And then the flower vanished. It was gone. Simply gone. Did you see that? Magda asked in astonishment. I sure did. She looked up at Merritt's handsome features. What do you think it could mean? I think it means whatever you want it to mean. Magda looked down at her empty fingers a moment. Everything, she finally said. It means everything. This has been The First Confessor, The Legend of Magda Sirus. Written by Terry Goodkind. Narrated by Kelly Fitzgerald. Copyright 2012, Terry Goodkind. Production copyright 2012, Fine Group.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.